Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Saturday morning, Metroplex. Thanks for kickstarting your weekend with us. We've got a loaded slate of college sports today. And Brennan, we're usually the college football fix, but today it's going to be more of a college basketball and college football mashup, if you will. We'll get into that in a second. We've got a potential number one that could be in danger once again this Saturday. But before we get into any of that, I'm Jacob Ray alongside Brennan Baxter. We got Jet Nelson in the Pimp Cup, and it's a Valentine's Day Saturday, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good, man. The love is in the air. We've got Jet Nelson here in studio with us, which is always a treat. And yeah, the off-season edition of Fan U, man. No college football, but we're going to get through some college basketball here. We got the college kegger at 10 o'clock. That's going to be a blast, too. But we've got some Cowboys stuff to talk about, too, and a lot of other fun sports things going on. The Daytona 500 is going on this weekend. The Olympics, any interest there at all, Jacob?
You know, I really haven't keyed into the Olympics as much. I'm more of a Summer Olympics guy.
Too. Okay, me too.
You know, and you could say I'm a literal fair weather fan. There's something about the skiing, and it's exciting, and it's fun to watch when it's on. I just don't find myself, gravitating towards it. That's not the first thing I'm turning on over maybe, a college basketball game. I could have watched the Olympics last night, but instead I opted to watch a Michigan State get their butt kicked by Nebraska, or by Wisconsin. So, yeah, that was a great game, but no, I'm more of a World Baseball Classic guy. I'm excited for that when it comes to countries versus countries. I love the FIBA World Cup in both basketball and soccer when that's out. But yeah, I'm more of a Summer Olympics guy.
Yeah, man, I agree, though. My wife has been watching all the figure skating, and that's her favorite event. And that's been interesting to watch. Some people doing backflips on the ice. I don't know. I would not be able to do that. Don't catch me doing that. But I did also want to bring up, too, baseball right around the corner, man. Spring training here. Rangers, we're going to talk about that. A lot of exciting opportunity there for Texas this year. What does the AL West look like? We'll get into that on the show, too. I'm excited to break down some Rangers baseball as well.
There's so much intrigue going in, I feel like, every baseball season, because you're coming off the and it's been the same thing the past couple of years. Is you're coming off the high of football season, and we're gonna get into this too, and the NBA just isn't cutting it. And the break between football and baseball, it just sucks, because college basketball is still kind of in that feeling out period. You haven't quite reached March Madness. Now the storylines are building up, but I mean, it feels like we're in the period now where it's right after NBA starts. It's that section between June and August where you just have MLB. That's kind of what it feels like right now, except MLB is substantially better than NBA, and that's all we're stuck with right now.
Yeah, outside of the Mavericks not being great this year, and Cooper Flag's been exciting, but you're not going to turn on, or at least I'm not going to turn on to watch every single Mavericks game when you're 15 games under 500 and the All-Star break. And what the NBA has become as a product, which is what we'll debate, I would argue is now one of the worst of the Power Four sports in America. And that's just sad compared to where the NBA was. So I do think that that's a problem. You look at as well, too, what the MLB's done to speed up the game, make it more exciting. And then you've got Shohei Ohtani, who is arguably one of the best athletes of all time, not just in baseball, but what this guy's doing, too. And here specifically to Texas, when you're looking at the Rangers, you're now 3 years removed from a World Series, but when you do have a championship in your belt in the last 5 years, there's always a reason for optimism when you have guys like Corey Seager and Jacob deGrom. So it is tough. We just need to get through the next month and a half, and then baseball starts, and then you get right into the NFL draft and all the things with the Cowboys going on. But yeah, mid-February to about April is a little tough when it comes to sports. Or I guess March Madness starts on the 19th of March. So you got about a month here.
You did a great job explaining that. And I think that's the biggest thing. And we're going to get into this later when we go around the diamond. But that's what's weird about the NBA is I feel like baseball has made a conceited effort, right, to improve their sport, whether it's the pitch clock, whether it's bringing in ABS, automatic balls and strikes. You can challenge balls and strikes now. I feel like they're making so many advancements towards improving the sport of baseball outside of adding a salary cap, which needs to happen. And you've got the NBA or the NFL who who is working to change flags and whether or not you can challenge a flag, whether or not you can challenge a no call. Like there's so many different avenues where it can expand. And then you have the NBA. What are they doing? They're adding a rule where if you don't play 65% or 65 games, you're not eligible for any awards at the end of the season. Like we're not focused on the correct things in basketball, and I don't know. I would just prefer for them to figure out a way to make the sport interesting again, make the talking points interesting, make the storylines interesting, as opposed to adding these rules and adding like an NBA Cup, which is fun, but it's like, okay, that's the beginning of the season. What are we doing after that?
Yeah, the NBA Cup, when they're trying to model what the Premier League does and some of the La Liga and the top soccer teams over in Europe, and they're trying to model that. But guess what those teams have too? They have relegation. If you're horrible, you get sent down. You're not always in the top echelon. And I do think that the NBA, Silver's trying to go towards that model, but it's not working. And the NBA Cup is still a regular season game. It's still just an in-season tournament. It doesn't have any historical significance to what they're trying to do.
And you can hang a banner for it, though. You
can hang a banner. And what the Lakers win last year or something, and they're like, oh, LeBron's fifth ring or whatever. Of course, they would do that for LeBron James. But look at what happened on Thursday, and we're talking about the NBA a lot, too, because it's NBA All-Star Weekend. It's totally irrelevant. Nobody cares.
Nobody.
And they come off of a Thursday afternoon where they fined the Utah Jazz $500,000, and they fined the Pacers, I believe it was $100,000 for violating conduct that was detrimental to the league.
AKA tanking.
Yeah, exactly. Tanking. And
which was funny because it was a talking point the whole week is like, why are the Utah Jazz up in a game and pulling their starters to start the fourth quarter? Like, they're not even trying to hide it.
Right. And so Silver, and this is a quote, he says, additionally, we are working with our competition committee and board of governors to implement further measures to root out this type of conduct. And I think the problem is right now is that the NBA has a structure where it's about getting the youngest, most talented guy. Like you can, a 19-year-old can get in the NBA, like we're seeing with Cooper Flagg, and have a huge impact and be a franchise changer, like a Luka Doncic was for Dallas as well too. So these teams are incentivized to try to go get the Cooper Flagg. If I'm hovering right around the 6th spot, why would I not try to get to 1? But I don't know, man. For me right now, it's a hard product to watch.
It is.
It just seems like it's not just the horrible teams that are tanking. It's just the effort of some of these guys, like even in the 6, 7, 8, 9 seed spot. I don't have a lot of reason to root for some of these kids that are now playing in the NBA.
Exactly. And the whole point of having an NBA draft lottery is to prevent tanking. Like, that's the only reason to have a lottery, is so that every team has a chance. We saw the Mavericks. They had the 11th best odds to get the top pick, and they got it. Like, this is the reason why you have a lottery. And it's just not working one bit. It'd be one thing if it was the NFL, right? And Arch Manning was coming out. And you got 4 teams who are openly trying to lose games so they can get their quarterback in the future because they're guaranteed that pick if you lose. That's one thing. But the fact that these teams could be blatantly blowing games just to get like the 7th overall pick, which in this draft is going to end up probably being a very good player because it's probably one of the deepest drafts we've seen. Yeah, but still, for sure, it's ridiculous.
Well, and too, one thing that I was thinking about too with the NBA as well, when you talk about some of these rule changes and implements, it's like you did the in-season regular season NBA Cup. And then you do the play-in for the playoff. So then you have really bad teams from the 7 seed to the 10 seed that are under 500, sometimes 10, 15 games under 500. And you're putting that on ESPN, trying to incentivize an average fan to watch that like it's a playoff game. I don't really care to watch the Hawks and Hornets battle out for the 8 and 9 seed to go get swept by, this year will be the Pistons as the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. So they're just not pulling the right strings to incentivize the fan like me and you to really tune in. In baseball, I get it. It's a 162 game season. You're not going to necessarily tune into every single game. You might not watch the game against the Athletics May 13th. Like I understand that. But at least the product on the field is still relatively the same and competitive, where I would argue the NBA, outside of people shooting at more volume, has declined. Like the individual one-on-one scoring performance, sure, you could argue those guys have been more talented. the overall team aspect, like think of 2013. I know Dallas fans aren't going to like this, but think of like the 2014 San Antonio Spurs. You don't see that basketball now.
No, you don't.
You don't see that camaraderie amongst five guys just playing with each other. It's rare to see that. The Thunder just have more dudes than everybody else. That's why they're better than everybody. But
you don't have those teams
it's
anymore.
not across the board. It's not like 16 teams can't win the NBA championship. Even the fourth, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN this week saying, the Lakers, the fourth seed in the West, have no shot of winning the NBA championship.
No, and that's what it's felt like the past couple of years is like if you're not a top 3 seed outside of like maybe the Pacers last year because they just had a Cinderella run, it feels like the 1 seed in both leagues, and not even this year, right? Because right now the Detroit Pistons are the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference, and it really doesn't even feel like they have the biggest shot. Like I still find myself gravitating towards a team like the Knicks, towards a team like the Celtics, to be the team that's going to get it done, just because I've seen them do it. Like, I love Cade Cunningham. I grew up an Oklahoma State fan. I loved watching him play college basketball. He's one of the best players I've ever watched in college, but I just have a tough time seeing a team, I don't know, go from nothing to possibly contender in 2 years.
Yeah, where do you think the bad blood comes in on this? Like, if you look at the Spurs, so the Spurs and Thunder right now have a pretty good rivalry brewing. The Spurs have beaten them a lot here in the regular season, but there's not like this hatred. Like, all these dudes are friends now, and we see it in the NFL too. Like, Micah Parsons has rivals on his podcast, and it's kind of like, dude, you should hate this guy. And I think we're seeing that in the NBA. They're all just kind of friends. They're all doing TikTok dances after games. They're hanging out. They're part of that Gen Z millennial age that it's really not about like beating someone's ass. It's really just about, okay, I'm going to go play my game, make my money, and then build my brand. And I feel like that's kind of taken over the world of sports entertainment away, but the NBA seems to have really hit on that. Where like there's not a ton of bad blood going on in the sport anymore. Where Kobe and Garnett, like think about Dirk, that era, these guys hated each other. They respected each other as a competitor, but they wanted nothing to do with each other outside the court. And I miss those. I miss that era.
Yeah, and I'm not going to act like I watched a bunch of,
Well, you weren't even born yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 22 years old. I'm not going to act like I sat and watched the Pistons and Bulls in the 90s play, right? But like, I feel like you've gone away from, like, I feel like back in the 2010s, you just had killers, man. You had killers in the league. You had Kobe, you had Dirk, you had Garnett, you had killers on so many teams. You had James Harden averaging 40. Like, you had killers who they didn't care who was on the other side of the court of that. Like, they just wanted to win. They didn't want to be friends. And now I feel like we've normalized the fact that, oh, this league's a brotherhood. Like, that's fine. That's fine. Like, we can all be a collective brotherhood, but we don't all love each other. You should not all love each other. This shouldn't be a. I'm okay if we get rid of dapping each other up after the game. Personally, I'm good with that. I don't see why we still do that.
Yeah, I agree too. And I feel like this era needs somebody to hate each other. Like, they do bad blood.
We need a rivalry.
We need a heated rivalry. Shout out Jake Remo. We need that now. And I just don't know if we're going to get it, because you're right. Like, the Pistons, this is a cool story. They've been horrible for the better part of a decade. Cade Cunningham has kind of developed into what we thought he was coming out of Oklahoma State. But do we really take the Pistons seriously? Like, are the Pistons and Knicks going to go at it and we're going to feel like that was one of the best playoff series we ever watched? Do you care to watch that? I don't care to tune into it.
Yeah, and the NBA is just dying. That's a simple fact. We're going to table this NBA talk. We'll get more into it later when we talk about All-Star Weekend. Tolo's texting 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. It is a Valentine's Day, gentlemen, and I find myself in a... we could probably call this a love triangle here between the three of us, but I'm the only non-married man, so I'm curious, and Tolo's texting as well, what plans you have for Valentine's Day. What do married men like yourself find yourselves doing on this Saturday evening?
I'm not necessarily allowed to say all of that on air, I don't think, Jet. But I will say, making dinner, I think something genuine. You don't need to go spend $200, $300. Like,
yeah, I agree.
If you do something nice, get some flowers. If your wife's into chocolate, do that. But like, just show her that you really care about her. You don't have to go crazy. I feel like, especially getting into marriage, maybe when you're dating, you feel like you really got to break the bank or show that you love her and do that. But I'm more of like, at this point, it's just about showing her that, hey, I really appreciate the day-to-day stuff, and I'm going to treat you to something nice.
Yeah, Valentine's Day really gives you the cookie-cutter format. Just go get the flowers, go make that dinner reservation. That's what I got. I got a nice
really is self-explanatory.
nice Italian place, although I'm not the biggest on Italian food. You do that for her. Go to that Italian place. And we also got some glow-in-the-dark mini golf planned for tonight.
See, like that's great. A fun little cute date.
Yeah, make it dark, make it creative.
Yeah, make it dark. I like that, Jet. Good for you. How long have you been married?
A year will be in May.
Okay, Jet hasn't even been married a year yet.
Nice.
This
Been
is your
together
first
for 5 years, though.
Okay.
So, had some practice.
All right. Well, being the only man that is still technically dating, we are headed down to Dallas. We got a dinner date, or an early dinner date. We got a 4:15 reservation at a spot, and then we're gonna go check out one of her wine spots to take her to get some wine, and then we're gonna go to the Dallas Comedy Club tonight and go check out a show. So
I do think that Valentine's Day is very overrated. I will say that. Like it's something that I don't necessarily feel like needs to be celebrated. And my wife, who I think is listening right now, would agree with that, so she's not going to be mad at me. But I do think that ultimately, just show affection and go on weekly date nights.
Right.
Like it shouldn't be something that you've got to really work up to if you're in a healthy relationship, in my opinion.
Absolutely. From the 936 dinner date and from the 940 wife and 3 teenage daughters, nothing cheap for me. Now, I do want to propose this question as well. Do you guys feel like you need to go a little extra this year, given the fact that next year Valentine's is on the Super Bowl?
No, I mean, I just said, like, I don't. Great. That means I don't have to do anything crazy.
Right.
Like, I'll celebrate her the week before or the couple days before. The day itself, to me, is not like a holiday. It's not like a Christmas or like a New Year's or an anniversary or something where you feel like you've got to give them a gift, So my wife's probably like, wow, I'm not getting flowers this year. She's listening to this. But
yeah, I feel like you got to do it 50-50. Like, I'll still throw in some flowers, but she knows, like, she's always been a supporter of me. She knows, like, it's work. We got to make sure we know this game. Well, and for the fun aspect of it, too, like, we'll still have a Super Bowl party to go to, I bet. So we'll still be together. We'll find a way to make it work.
And then isn't President's Day the next day? So we get the Super Bowl Sunday holiday, like we had debated, I think, last week on the show.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of a taste of what would possibly happen if we push the Super Bowl back a week, like Adele was thrown out there last year. But yeah, it's a great holiday. If you have somebody you love, if you don't, then we'll be your Valentine. Happy Valentine's Day, Tolos. If you're a lone wolf, we'll be there for you. But we got a loaded show for you guys today. Coming up at 9:20, we're going to do Sights and Sounds, where we do the best audio of the week. And I think I have the best sports audio I've ever heard in my life. At 9:40, we got a Baxter class. 10 o'clock, we're going to do a College Kegger College Basketball Edition. 10:20, we got a College Football Hot Takes segment where we go over some Heisman odds and maybe just a too early top 25. We'll see. 10:40, jaking off. 11 o'clock, Would You Watch That? Would You Eat That? NBA All-Star Week Edition. 11:20, we're going to go around the diamond. 12 o'clock, we're going to go around the NFL. 12:20, I got a Field Yates mock draft I want you to dissect for me. And then 12:40, we're going to crosstalk with Chris Arnold and Kevin Walker, who will be live from the Dallas Open in Frisco. And we're going to do a little bit of Who Said It. But coming up next, we got the Sights and Sounds, the best audio of the sports week. We got some Joe Judge audio giving some advice to his players, and Fenga Koch. She ran a race this past week and provided one of the greatest sports play-by-play calls in history. Don't go anywhere.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. And if you're tired of the big box dealership runaround, I get it. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we do things differently. You're not just another number. You get concierge level service from start to finish. We make the process easy, from finding your perfect ride to fast financing and same day pickup. You can even start everything online and be in and out in under an hour. No games, no hidden fees, just good people and great cars. Check us out at EastDallasDiesel.com or EastDallasMotorCars.com, where custom comes standard and service actually means something.
Texans Shoppers enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
For a great Valentine's Day dinner, choose Nolan Ryan Angus Boneless USDA Choice New York Strip Steaks. Just $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Follow here, and I couldn't be happier because CertaPro Painters got my house feeling more like a home, and they got me taken care of at the highest level. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home just like mine. So go ahead and schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Willie Billy with you, and we're celebrating the new Lowe's of Salina. Visit us at 3540 South Preston Road from 12 to 2 p.m. today and enjoy free food giveaway.
Cook. I gave it a try.
Good try.
The first audio we have here, she competed in the 1,000-meter speed skating competition. Not only did she compete, Brennan and Jet, she got a silver medal.
Let's go.
And here's the call.
Femke Koch has become a sprinting sensation. She has not lost in the 500 meters this year. She has won 2,000 meters. She's a rival with her Dutch teammate Jutta Leerdam, and she may be the best pure sprinter in the world right now.
Femke Koch is going to open faster than anyone in the field, likely.
Femke Koch chasing with the Netherlands' hopes behind her.
Brittany Bowe's going to get the first chase, which we just saw, and she'll get the last chase as well. But now it's Femke Koch's turn. She's going to chase her down this backstretch, catapulting into this corner.
Koch got the mega draft there, and now she moves into the lead. At Dutch Olympic trials, Koch won both the 500 and the 1,000. She's won 3 500-meter world championships, and she is blasting this field away, a 26.5 lap.
We called early on that it would take an Olympic record to be able to win this race today. That's Olympic record pace for Femke Koch. She sometimes struggles in the last lap, but if she can hang on, she's set a blistering pace.
Here comes Femke Koch looking to end the Dutch medal drought over the opening weekend at these Olympics. Koch to the line, just completely dominant Olympic record of 28.62 final lap and 1:12.59 overall.
Just absolute dominance on the ice by Femke Koch. And my favorite thing about that call is you could tell that the gentleman doing play-by-play, and I don't have his name for you, unfortunately, you can tell that there was a point during the call where he was like, do I pivot from first and last name to just last name? Do I send it to just last name? And when he reached that point, I felt like the call just got exponentially better, Brennan.
Yeah, that was my first time hearing that soundbite. That is hilarious. It's one of those moments as an announcer of play-by-play, like you can't do anything about it. That her last name, and it's spelled K-O-K, and you just gotta say
K-O-K is all caps, too.
All caps, yeah.
It's all caps.
And so that is hilarious. And I wonder what he said after the fact. I'd love to get him in on an interview and be like, what do you do in that situation? But good for Femke, man.
Did you have a straight face when calling that one? No, she's a stud. She ended up winning a silver medal. She's from the Netherlands.
And then Julia, too, her teammate, isn't she the one that's engaged to Jake Paul? Am I correct there?
Yes. I think it's Judah.
Judah.
I don't know her last name, but yeah,
J-U-T-T-A, Leerdam.
Yep. Yes.
Judah Leerdam.
Because she just set a world record as well, and she got gold. And we saw Jake Paul with his cute little fake cry on the sidelines. That was a good moment for the two of them. Did you see what happened to her in a previous race where she wiped out?
No. Yes, and her pants ripped, right? I did see a video of that. So what's going on with the Dutch, man? How come they have such good speed skaters?
I don't know. I don't know if it's in their genes to be more aerodynamic. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'll tell you what. This has been one of my favorite events to watch, just because I think it's so cool the way they build up speed and then how it's like they're like running in slow motion. They're like skating in slow motion. Like their legs move so slow, but they're moving so fast at the same time. I think it's super interesting. But yeah, Brandon, you asked me if I watched much Olympics. I did watch that.
Good. I watched that. I wonder why.
Yeah, it was very intriguing, but back to more normal stuff. And Brendan, we are the College Football Fix. We are Fan University, so it's only right to get some college football audio in here. And with the new transfer portal, we've got 25-year-olds, 26-year-olds, and during that time, a lot of these players like to become parents, where I direct you to cut number 2. And quarterbacks coach Joe Judge went in front of, I think he was in court when he said this, actually. He told his players that if you have a kid, it's good to take care of your kid during the off season. Like that's the perfect time to take care of a kid. But during the season, you should be focused more on the team than your actual child. Take it away, Joe Judge.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not going to be a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season. That father has to play good football. right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now,
the quarterback's coach for Ole Miss, for some reason, appeared in a hearing for Trinidad Chambliss. This was the court hearing to try and get him an extra year of eligibility. Your thoughts, Brennan Baxter?
So that's the argument you're going to come up with on why a kid should stay in college is because he needs to sleep and focus on everything outside of his family. And I understand that football, I think Joe Brady talked about this in his press conference for the Buffalo Bills when he got hired about the sacrifice you make, like not seeing your wife all the time or your kids and you are away from home. But a college quarterback, man, I get that the college game and landscape is trending more towards a professional style game, but this is what you're going to tell a judge or a mother of kids. And if these kids are having, or if these kids are having kids at the age of 21 and 22 and 23, that's when you really got to be there. I feel like you can't be a disinterested father at that point too with the baby. So Joe Judge is 44 years old, former coach of the New York Giants. That didn't last too long. I don't know if I'm taking Joe Judge's advice.
I don't think I am either. Here from the 817, even with Joe Judge's baloney testimony, the fix was in. The appeals went to the Mississippi court. One guess where the judge graduated from? Ole Miss.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with Alabama basketball with Bediako as well too, where they had a court or the
can't play
judge.
Anymore, by the way.
Yeah, can't play anymore. They did rule against that, but they had a judge that was a six-figure donor to the University of Alabama. So it just shows what's going on in college sports right now too, and how messed up it is. I do like from the 214. No one cares about Ole Miss. They're irrelevant now that Lane has left.
Ooh,
wow, hot take right there. So
I don't know if irrelevant's the right word. I don't think any team in the SEC is irrelevant, to be honest with you. And if you just made it to like the semifinals of the college football playoff, you're probably still relevant, especially without your head coach.
You don't think any team in the SEC is irrelevant?
I don't.
Not one?
I don't.
Like, and are you talking football?
Yeah.
Like, so Kentucky football? You feel like...
I mean, they were willing to throw a bag at Sam Leavitt, so, I mean, they could be on the rise soon. It looks like they're willing to spend some money.
Like Mississippi State? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, Mississippi State might be the back of irrelevancy. See, I was more thinking like a South Carolina, and the only reason they're relevant is because of Lenora Sellers, I feel like.
Yeah, I like
and
Shane
the next
Beamer.
person's audio we're about to get to.
Yeah. Shane Beamer's coming up.
Got some Shane Beamer audio.
Let's play it.
Now, Shane Beamer was asked, he was on a podcast, and they were talking about the fact that the SEC has to play 9 in-conference games now. And he's of the thought process that every team in the college should play the same amount of conference games. And his reasoning had a very interesting NFL tie. Take it away, Shane Beamer.
Yeah, I'm all for competition, and I love those regional rivalries and would love to continue those. But at the same time, with us going to 9 SEC games, we're in a little bit of a different situation. Us, Georgia, Kentucky, and Florida in the SEC, because we all play an in-state rival already. We play Clemson. Kentucky has LSU. Florida has Florida State, and Georgia has Georgia Tech. And I want to continue playing that Clemson game. It's great for the state of South Carolina, and I love the rivalry. And I don't want to give that up at anytime soon. So now we're playing 9 SEC games. Now we're already playing a 10th Power 4 game. Whereas the other schools in the SEC, they're playing 9 SEC games, and some of them are going to, I guess all of them are going to play a 10th Power 4 game. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me if there's 12 other schools in the SEC that are playing 9 SEC games plus a Power 4 opponent, and then we decide to play 9 SEC games plus 2 Power 4 opponents. I'm all about the competition, but you also got to be smart with the competitive balance and your own roster and the health of your team and a lot of aspects that come into play. So I hate seeing them go away. NC State, Virginia Tech, North Carolina, whoever. There's a lot of teams in this region that make a lot of sense for us to play. Wake Forest, Duke, you name it. Would love to be able to play those guys, but as the head coach, I've also got to be smart about, not I've used this before. It's, the Kansas City Chiefs, they don't play 18 NFL games and then everybody else plays 17, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I want to do right by our team too, but I hate it for the fans because I know they all love those regional rivalries.
Well, and this was the argument that people were making about Texas this year, where if you don't play Ohio State week 1, if you played Abilene Christian, you have 10 wins and 2 losses. Is it just the total number of wins compared to the losses? This is the huge argument that is now taking over college sports with the switch of all the conferences and everything involving that too. And I think Shane makes a fair point that why would we play Clemson, who's still Clemson? I mean, they're not 2017 Clemson, but it's still Clemson. Why would we play that game week 1 if we lose and then have to go play 9 SEC games? Yeah. We're setting ourselves up where maybe a Vanderbilt or someone does go play, North Carolina AT&T week 1. Yeah. And then they start 3-0, we start 2-1. AT&T. But then they get to 10 wins, we get to 8 or 9, and now they're in the playoff and we're not. Only because we chose to schedule a quality Power 4 opponent. I hate it. It's right. We all want to watch Texas, Ohio State week 1. It's what you got geared up to do. And we, as the consumer, deserve the right to watch that. We're the ones that essentially are paying for the sport by consuming the sport. But these guys want to win, make the playoff, and that's where the dollars are ultimately. And it sucks, but I understand it.
And I feel like this is why everybody's getting, me included, getting sick of kind of the SEC, because we talk so much about how the SEC is this powerhouse. The SEC, the almighty SEC, they're above everybody else. I'm getting kind of sick of everybody complaining. It's like I feel like every offseason we have something else being added to the drama of the SEC, and just play your schedule. Just play. Why can't everybody plays 9 conference games? If you choose to schedule a team like an Ohio State, like a Texas, that's a situation where, okay, we have a leg up now if we have a similar record, like say Texas and Texas A&M were tied, right, going into the college football playoffs. Say they were on an even playing ground, like conference-wise. That Ohio State win, if Texas would have pulled that one off, would have bumped them up. So it's up to your discretion who you want to schedule. If you want to be like an A&M where you have to schedule some good teams in your first 3 games because everybody else sucks, that's fine. But I don't know. I don't like the fact that head coaches are complaining about other head coaches' decisions on who you're playing out of conference, because then they feel pressure to do the same.
Well, it's impossible to establish any sort of continuity among 4 Power 4, 64 teams, 4 Power 4 conferences that you have now, plus whatever the group of 5 is and will be in the future. You're just not going to get equality across the board. And so how do you manage that? How do you judge that for a playoff committee come November and December? That's a tough call to make. You're absolutely right on the SEC. My mic's falling away from me. That look at the last 3 champions, Ohio State, Michigan, Indiana, all from the Big Ten. The SEC still has a lot of great teams within its conference. No one's going to argue that. But you haven't won a championship in 3 years. That's the first time that's happened in over 24 years. So it is becoming okay, which conference is more dominant? How do we schedule interconference games? How do we schedule non-conference games? And what does ESPN want? What does Fox want? That's also a huge player in the future of what these schedules will look like.
I'll fire you up here going into break. From the 214, Joey McGuire is a miles better coach than Shane Beamer. You're damn right. And then from the 214 as well, Brennan, do you like Texas Tech? We're both Red Raiders.
We're both Red Raiders here. So, I know I've got a TCU flag behind me if you're watching on the fan cam, but I don't represent this flag behind me. It's the hat that's on my head.
No, we don't. We're both ready for the Big 12 takeover. We're ready for it.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's absolutely coming. But you know what else is coming? A Baxter Clash. Brennan, where are we going next?
Man, we've got some overreaction reality on George Pickens and the Cowboys. That's next on The Fan.
Today on the CW.
Driver, stop your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway.
receiver discussion. A lot of talk around Cowboy Nation right now with George Pickens. What should the Cowboys do with Pickens? The rumor of the franchise tag. Obviously, free agency is set to start soon. But it got me thinking about the wide receiver position. And, well, how many guys, you're already paying CeeDee Lamb a top 3 contract in the NFL. How many wide receivers that are being paid that type of money? You can only really think of the Bengals when it comes to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase that have relatively 2 of them. Mm-hmm. What do those wide receivers do for your team? And so the question I had for you, Jacob, and then we can get into the stats a little bit too, is the overreaction reality question of the day is paying a star wide receiver does not help you win a championship. Ooh. Overreaction or reality?
I'm going to say reality, and paying 2, I think, also doesn't help you win a championship. So it's an interesting situation because you can do it with the right kind of wide receiver. Like we were talking a little bit about like a Puka Nacua, a JSN, some of those guys that they're willing to blend into an offense. But I feel like when you pay so much money to a guy like an A.J. Brown, like a guy like a Jamar Chase, who after the game, if they don't have 15 targets, they want to go talk in the media and divide the locker room, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, it really what got me thinking about this was 2 things. One, watching the Super Bowl in JSN. He gets hurt. He only has 4 catches. He doesn't make a huge impact on the game. So he's not necessarily the reason that the Seahawks won that game. Clearly their defense was the dominant force in the Super Bowl. But then I thought about CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys and Jamar Chase and the Bengals. And I'm like, wait, both those teams missed the playoff. Justin Jefferson and the Vikings. Those are the top 3 highest paid wide receivers in the NFL. They all missed the playoffs. You look at the top wide receivers that did, A.J. Brown and the Eagles. They want to trade him. This guy, he's reading Marcus Aurelius on the sideline. They can barely, even get him to focus. And there's a lot of drama surrounding him. And a lot of these wide receivers now we talked about the NBA earlier and the drama of some of these kids. We're seeing that at the wide receiver position as well, too. It's a diva-centric position. And the Cowboys, a lot of Cowboys fans I've talked to in the last week or two, they're split on Pickens. He had such a good year. He did have a great season. But do you want to tie up roughly $90 million into Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens? And does that get you above the Eagles in the division?
More than that, too. I mean, you're probably looking at 110, 120.
Right, yeah, you're right. 110. And so I wanted to read these list of receivers, too.
Yeah.
When you get down the list, you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's at 27 years old. He's making $120 million in total value. T. Higgins is $115 million in total value. Jalen Waddle, it drops down a little bit in total value, $84 million a year. So if you are the Cowboys with this George Pickens, like, are you trying to give him? Is he going to ask for? And 2, are you going to try to give him top 10 value at the total wide receiver position?
I mean, I don't see a way that he doesn't demand. And it's not even just him, right? It's David Mulugheta, too. David Mulugheta 100% has a situation with Micah Parsons in the back of his mind from last year. He's going to come into this, like, if you handled the Micah Parsons situation cordially, right? If it didn't blow up in your face and you were on good terms with the agent, you might be able to shave a couple million off the deal, sure. I would like to think. There is a sort of pettiness that David Mulugheta is going to come with when it comes to this George Pickens negotiation. And I'd be shocked if he doesn't ask for 37 to 38 million, being George Pickens. But yeah, I mean, I just have such a tough time tying up 120 million in 3 players, all on an offense that, hey, could still be good if you decide to draft a wide receiver. Like if you were able to get your hands on a Mekhi Lemon, for example, at 12, if you decide to tag and trade Pickens. And I know that there's been some rumblings out there that would you do a trade where you send Pickens to Vegas for Max Crosby and maybe some pick swaps, whatever.
I saw that too.
Man, if you could find yourself in a situation where you tag and trade Pickens, get Max Crosby to fix that D-line, you have him and Donovan Ezeraku with your loaded defensive tackle room, and then if you get Mekhi Lemon, dude.
Yeah, that'd be a fairly good draft, I would say.
And I know we always talk about resetting the quarterback market and resetting your quarterback timeline by drafting a quarterback, getting the money off the books. That's a Mekhi Lemon who you're not paying for 5 years.
Yeah, and I would like that a lot too for Dallas. And this is part of the conversation that I find interesting. It's not just, do you pay Pickens? You're already paying CeeDee Lamb. You already have a top 3 wide receiver. I think the argument or the debate here is that even worth it? Like, are you getting championship value out of these top wide receivers?
You didn't last year.
You didn't last year, and you didn't see it from Jamar Chase. Now, you can argue the Burrow injury, but the Bengals defense, when you pay Burrow, when you pay a quarterback, and you pay a receiver top dollar, you have holes across your roster. You're just going to. Even when you pay a quarterback, look at the Kansas City Chiefs when they started paying Mahomes $40-50 million. The Bills, when they start paying Josh Allen $40-50 million. It changes. You can't afford other like defensive guys, for example, when you're talking about the Cowboys that could help you. And when we see these champions, who are they? The Eagles. Young, studs, rookie deals.
Really good on the defensive end.
Defensive side of the ball.
Really
well. Seahawks, same story. The Chiefs, yes, they had Mahomes and the prime Kelsey and Hill, and you can make the argument maybe they were the last champion that had a true number one. Like Tyreek Hill in his prime was very good, and Kelsey's a top 3-4, probably is the top tight end of all time. It's changed, and you've got to have flexibility, and you've got to draft well. And I think the Cowboys having 2 first-round picks here, you have an opportunity to do more. And trading Pickens gives you that opportunity. Paying him just completely handicaps you. And I don't think it puts you anywhere closer to not only winning a Super Bowl, but just winning the NFC East. I would argue you're still stuck in the same place. Look at what this division's going to be next year, potentially. John Harbaugh coming to the Giants. Jackson Dart looks like he has a very bright future. A healthy Jaden Daniels. And the Eagles, still the Eagles. Yes, there's a lot of drama surrounding them, but you've got to get good across the board. Paying Pickens $40 million is not going to do that.
I completely agree. And from the 940, he's going to ask for $40 million or more. And then also from the 940, you'll be trading Pickens and a first for Crosby. Now, my only counter to this as to why you wouldn't be trading a first is because I think the appeal of getting your number 1 overall pick quarterback, a top-end wide receiver in this league, I don't think the demand would be Pickens and a first. Now you could maybe do a second round pick swap if I don't know what picks Las Vegas has, right? Maybe they have 32 as well. It could be a situation where you send Pickens and 20 over for Max Crosby and 32 or 33 possibly. That could be a situation, but you're definitely not going to be giving up Pickens and just a first round pick for Crosby, I'd like to think. And I think if that was the case, they probably wouldn't do it. Because you want to restock your defense at the end of the day, and if your goal is to get rid of Pickens and then draft that wide receiver at 12 that you have your eyes on, well then you've limited yourself from your abilities to add secondary help on the back end at 20.
I don't love the idea, even though Lemon could be a great prospect at BSC. Do you like the idea of drafting a receiver with that first pick? Assuming you say
if
it's 12.
You get rid of Pickens, yeah.
Okay. See, I'm sitting here thinking you need to go just defense.
You do.
Like, you just need to fill the holes on your roster. I don't necessarily think you have a huge hole at receiver when you lose Pickens. You have like an extra commodity. It's like T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Good. Yeah, Florida, Ferguson,
yeah,
I think is definitely a serviceable tight end, right? And so you're looking at this, you can find value at receiver. I think you could find value in the 2nd, 3rd round, 4th round even at receiver. 12 right now, 20, some of these guys are going to be available on the defensive side of the ball that you need. Linebacker, safety, secondary help. I mean, edge, if there is an edge you really like at 12, I just feel like that's where the Cowboys need to go here and save some cash. Like, just don't do it, man. Like, it's not worth the $40 million price tag. I don't even think it's necessarily worth keeping him on a franchise tag.
Even the franchise tag is going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy. It's still going to be up there. And I just reading this list of receivers, I'm going to read the top 10, and we'll see how many made the playoffs.
Yep.
Now, I know that this is not necessarily like it's because the receivers, because you're paying that they didn't. Lots of problems with these teams still, but Jamar Chase and the Bengals didn't make the playoffs. Nope. Justin Jefferson, no. CeeDee Lamb, no. DK Metcalf made the playoffs, lost in the first round, but DK obviously had the suspension and stuff. Garrett Wilson with the Jets, no. You got A.J. Brown, yes. Amon-Ra St. Brown, no. Tyreek Hill, no. Brandon Ayuk didn't even play. He's a mess.
What a bad contract that was.
Terry McLaurin, no. And then T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle. You have to get all the way down to DJ Moore at 12.
Bears.
Of a guy. And he's not even really their number 1.
No, he wasn't the reason they made it. They made the playoffs because of a combination of Luther Burden and Colston Loveland and a running game that gets you 250 yards a game. That's why they made it. So And DJ Moore, another name to watch, he might be on the move this offseason as well, because I think there's some questions in Chicago whether they can win with him or if they're better off going the younger route as well.
And that's what you're seeing now across the league, I think. How can we just be creative at that position? Is if you've got the quarterback, which Chicago thinks they do with Caleb Williams, who definitely elevated this year, do we need to pay a DJ Moore what his total value on this contract, this $110 million, average per year, $27.5 million a year, $82 million guaranteed?
And they even got it when they signed DJ Moore. They signed him 2 years before his contract was up. They got ahead of it, and they gave him money like some other teams should do before the market inflated. And they're still running into this issue where it's like, is the money even worth it?
Yeah. And from the 201, and this is a great point too, that the cap hit would only be like 8 to 10 if he signs his deal. Obviously, you can restructure different caps and future caps and signing bonuses, and you can get creative with the salary cap in the NFL. But I still just am not sure long-term future if you can even put some of that money towards what you need right now. I feel like that's what Dallas should do.
Just a hell of an edition of Baxter Class here from Brennan Baxter. It's always fun to do this segment. But coming up next, we're going to get into some college hoops talks. Our Texas Tech Red Raiders, they've got a big game today in Tempe, taking on the #1 team in the country. Could they be in trouble? And which conference has the best freshman class? That's next on the College Kegger on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed.
to give out. So if you want to go check him out and get some roses for your special lady, if you waited too long, flowers can be a stressful thing because, you don't want to buy them too soon because they're going to die, and then you don't want to buy them too late because then you can't find any good ones, and it's a sticky situation. What is your approach to the rose game, Brennan? Or do you even go with roses?
I don't actually go with roses. I was at Central Market yesterday, and I saw a lot of dudes doing last-minute rose shopping, and it's great. It's a good... I think it's a sweet gesture, but you might as well go for the whole bouquet, man. I'm like one of those guys, I walk in and I see the nice glass, flowers that have been really well done, and I'm like, yeah, I'll spend $80 on that because... One, they last.
You'll go the expensive route.
If I'm going flowers, I'm going expensive.
I got a little tip for you. So what I like to do, and I think they have it at pretty much any grocery store. If it's a Kroger, Trader Joe's, even at HEB, I think they have it. Find out what flowers your lady likes. Have her give you like a top 3, right? And buy, like my girlfriend, she likes carnations. She likes lilies.
Okay.
And probably some other ones that I'm forgetting. But I always I get those 2. I get a nice white flower, whatever they're called, the white ones with the white petals and the yellow in the middle, just to kind of brighten up the bouquet, and then get some greens in there. Take it home, put it together myself.
Wow. Now that is commitment.
Dude, it ends up being like $25, and you got a really nice bouquet there that you don't have to pay somebody else to put together.
Nah, I'm just going to pay someone else to do it.
It's a steal.
I don't want to do it myself. I'll mess it up.
That's fair enough. And you know what? That's enough Valentine's Day talk. Because
can we get off this?
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Sick of the Valentine's Day
so much
talk.
pressure on you. I'm sorry.
Now I'm second guessing everything.
All right. Let's go, Jet. Let's do a college basketball kegger.
Did you forget to study up on Saturday's action? Well, it's time for a cram session, baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
I'm not Choppy, and it's not college football. I'm Jacob, and we're going to talk some college basketball here. And I found this list, Brennan Baxter. This is from Twitter on SC Next, Sports Center Next. And they had a comparison between the Big 12 and the ACC on who has the better freshmen. I think you and I could probably agree this has got to be one of the best freshman classes, if not the best freshman college basketball class, at least I've ever watched. I don't know about you, but a couple names here for the Big 12. We've got Kingston Fleming, projected top 5 pick, the Houston point guard. Absolute stud. Darren Peterson, projected number 1 overall pick. AJ DeBonsa.
When he chooses to play.
Yeah, when he chooses to play. They're playing Iowa State this week.
This afternoon.
I think it's today, right?
Yeah, I think it's at noon.
Over on. What do you think the money line is that he'll actually play?
I think he's going to go today. I think he's going to play today. That's what I've seen so far. But he could end up getting a cold like 5 minutes before tip, so we'll see. This has been a weird story. It has been a very peculiar situation. It's fishy. It is fishy. It's rare we've seen a load management type situation with a true freshman, best player in the country when he's on the court, but doesn't seem to want to play. Like when they played in Lubbock a week and a half ago, or almost 2 weeks ago, I mean, he was the reason they won that game. Had 2 threes in the last couple minutes, played the full game. We didn't think he was going to play the full game. So if you're not familiar with Darren Peterson, go on X, look it up. The memes are really funny, it's kind of this situation at Kansas where Bill Self is a little surprised on how to handle it. I'm not sure he's even given all the information.
And it's weird because he's one of, dude, college hoopers, man, he's one of the purest scorers I've ever seen play in college basketball. So he's fun to watch, and it's a shame because that Darren Peterson versus an undefeated Arizona team, I think would have been the game of the year if it was a close game. And it might not even been a close game. Now, credit to Melvin Council Jr. He was balling that game. Took 26 shots in that game, which is kind of crazy for a point guard. But anyways, hopefully he's in action today against Iowa State. We'll be able to watch him take on another top 10 ranked team. At small forward, we got AJ DeBonsa from Brigham Young, projected to be the number 2 overall pick. And then a guy that I think is flying under the radar, Tunde Yesufu, the guard out of Baylor. He's got a sneaky good game. He's a big physical guard. He's stocky. He's very strong going to the basket. But we saw it when they played against who did they play this past? Against BYU. Him and AJ DeBonsa, Man, there was a point in that second half they were going bucket for bucket, and he's got a nice jumper from 3 that I did not know he had in the bag.
Yeah, it's unfortunate with Baylor basketball because you're used to seeing them right at the top of the Big 12 competing for championships. So it is to see them at 3-9 in the Big 12 now, 13-11 overall. That's why we're not seeing this kid get a lot of love because they're just not that good this year.
Yeah, he's probably going to be a first-round pick, and that is one thing that even if they're not great, I think Baylor's going to do is usually pump out a first-round pick. And oddly enough, Bill Self knows how to probably develop guards. I mean, we need to start having a conversation. Now, I know they don't necessarily materialize in the NBA like the Kentucky guard.
Like Frank Mason Jr., remember him from Kansas? It's like that kid was a stud.
Like we thought LJ Cryer was going to be really good. And granted, he did go to Houston and balled out there, but he hasn't really amounted to anything really. I mean, even Jared Butler, like that 3 guards that they had when they won the national championship. The best one, Davion Mitchell. Yeah,
Davion Mitchell. Yeah, Donovan.
He's the best one that's come out of that class, and he's more of a 3-and-D guy for the Miami Heat. So yeah, they've always had loaded teams, but it is odd to see a Scott Drew team that's bad.
I will say, when you're looking at the Big 12, it's kind of crazy seeing this list that you see. If you gave me a starting lineup of Kingston Flemings, Darren Peterson, and AJ Dabansta, I would say those guys could go toe to toe with with the Utah Jazz right now.
Oh yeah, dude,
on a roster,
they'd beat the Sun. They'd beat the
Jazz.
They beat the Kings by 20.
Yeah,
man.
especially if you could add a Bediako or someone that's already played in the NBA to join this college roster.
Doesn't have to play; just sit there and give them advice.
The individual talent in the Big 12, I would say, is second to none right now. And now you've got the ACC, and you've got a Cam Boozer at Duke or a Caleb Wilson at North Carolina that are playing great, and Duke's had a great year.
Caleb Wilson's injured now, unfortunately.
Yeah, he is hurt. And then like a Michael Brown from Louisville has been fantastic this season, but
45 last game. 45.
Yeah, right. And that's the individual skill. This is what we're talking about with the NBA and college basketball. And Jay Williams mentioned this on, I believe it was First Take or Get Up this week, that right now the college basketball game is better than the NBA, the product itself. And I would agree with that take. I think that's true. These guys have individual skill where when they need to take over a game, they can, but they're still playing within a system, and they're playing hard. Maybe not Darren Peterson every game, but on the defensive side of the ball, too, like we're getting 40 minutes of tough basketball. We're not getting that in the NBA right now. But watching Kingston Flemings, he dropped 40 in Lubbock against Tech a couple weeks ago. What Darren Peterson and Dabansta, these guys are going to be great NBA players, and they're all in the same conference right now, which is crazy. We get these matchups week in and week out in the Big 12 for basketball. So if you're not a college basketball fan, I know it's not football. Football's king. It's so much fun to watch these kids go at it every week.
And you hit the nail on the head right there. Everybody's playing hard, and I think that's the best thing is like we don't necessarily have – you're not seeing those star players who are making business decisions on the defensive end. Kingston Flemings is one of the best on-ball defenders in college basketball at the guard position. Darren Peterson sure can get the job done. AJ Dabansta is long and lengthy. I know when the game gets close, I mean, he'll post up and block some shots, and then – Yesufu and even Koa Pete, who's the last guy on this list for the Big 12, 6'10 body. He's more of a mid-range and drive to the basket specialist, but I mean, all these guys play such tough defense, and I think that's just a testament to what the Big 12 has turned into as a league where like you really need to fight for every bucket, and it's really nice to see these freshmen who have NBA aspirations and know where they're going after the season buying into that idea.
Yeah, and talking about the Big 12, too, I want to sit on this. We're both Texas Tech graduates, if you're listening.
We didn't even mention JT Toppin and Christian Anderson.
Right, and they're not true freshmen, so I know that's kind of this conversation, but the number one team in the country, 3, 5, 9, 16, 22 all reside in the Big 12. So you've got 4 teams in the top 10 in this conference, and all of those teams, Iowa State is probably the one that flies under the radar the most because it's Iowa State. Still a dang good basketball team.
We had a text earlier that said that our take about the Big 12 rising up in football was the worst take of the weekend. They're rising up in basketball. We've got basketball.
They've been risen in basketball. Yeah. The SEC had an historically good year last year in basketball. I will give them that. And Florida did win the championship. But the consistency at which the Big 12 has is... It's second to none right now in the game, and the amount of star power they have, the future NBA skill that's in this league. I'm telling you, on a Monday night, on a Wednesday night, you get to watch it. You know, would you rather watch that, or would you rather watch the Pelicans and the Kings?
I would much rather watch a gritty college basketball game that may end 75-73 as opposed to an NBA game that's 132-120, but it's no defense and it's never really that close of a game.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Because there's a part of college basketball that's so much fun is like whenever a team in college basketball, like the NBA, like a team can just get their butt kicked. And like the Nuggets can lose to a team like the Jazz on a night and they just never look alive. In college basketball, when you're like you saw Arizona go up by 11 on Kansas. But you're sitting there, you're watching that game, and you're like, Kansas is going to make a run. Kansas is going to make a run. Like, you know what's coming.
Right.
And then it happened, and it's so electric.
You can feel the momentum more, I think, in college basketball. And you mentioned that, like, Allen Fieldhouse, the Fog.
It was rocking.
Some of these, you think of Cameron Indoor at Duke. You don't need to fill a 30,000-seat stadium or arena to make these games feel like it's the Super Bowl. Like, it matters. It's huge. It's just so much fun. Like, I would encourage anyone that hasn't been to a premier college basketball game. We've been blessed to do it because we have been at Tech while they've been in the top 10 and had game day there and all that.
My first ever Tech game was actually when Baylor came to town when they were number 1, and I got to watch Tech beat them. That was my first Tech basketball game.
That's cool. That's awesome, man.
That was super fun. But, like, you hit it on the head, right? Nobody
go to the game. Like, just go to a top 10 matchup college basketball if you have the chance. It is so much fun.
And Scott Van Pelt, it was really cool. After Kansas beat Arizona on Big Monday, Scott Van Pelt did a live interview with Bill Self from the Fog, and he mentioned, like, there's times where Allen Fieldhouse will just not let you lose.
Yeah.
Like, that arena will just simply... Like, you're just not going to lose.
So true.
And Monday night felt like one of those games when it's sold out, the crowd's rocking. It's just a lot of fun. All right, let me get to the ACC. Now, it's not as loaded as the Big 12, as we've mentioned, but there are 3 names that you need to keep an eye out for, especially as a Dallas Mavericks fan, because you could fall in the range to draft any of these guys. So the first name is Michael Brown Jr., the point guard out of Louisville. Now, Louisville got off to a really good start this season, and then he got hurt. He had a lower back injury that kept him out for, I think, 7 games. And they were very poor. I think they went 3-4 in those 7 games that started conference play, and they looked really rough. Michael Brown comes back last week against NC State and kicks the crap out of Darian Williams. Suck it. Drops 45 points on NC State, and they go over the 100-point mark for the 7th time this season.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing something that's really special. And if you can drop 45, 40 in a college basketball game, because it's just not as long, there's not as many possessions, there's not as much opportunity, you're on a heater. And Brown's one of the best guards to watch. And that's why Louisville's scary in March.
Yes.
Because in March Madness, too, if you're looking for teams to put some value in to make a run in March Madness, a good guard can single-handedly take over a game. We've seen that happen in March. Walter Clayton for Florida last year did it like 2 or 3 times in the tournament alone.
Won them a national championship.
Pretty much. And so Brown's that kind of guy that if you're looking for, like, who's a team that not everyone's going to pick to the Final Four, but that's got a dude that can win you 2 to 3 games, Brown would be a very good pick with Louisville.
And I'm going to be homer here, Texas Tech. I mean, it's just so valuable in college basketball because he's not just a scoring guard. He'll go out there and get you 9 assists, 10 assists, 11 assists. Like, he's not just a scoring guard, which is just like what Christian Anderson is. He can go out there and get you 25, but we saw when they played without him against Kansas, you just don't have guys, and it's little things that you don't notice, like the ability to make that pocket pass to JT Toppin on the pick and roll, which Jalen Petty just wasn't able to do. He wasn't willing to risk that pass that is so menial for Christian Anderson.
Yeah, that's like the sixth sense when it comes to a point guard, just knowing where people are going to be on the floor, anticipating it. It's what Dallas loves so much about Luka. I mean, some of the passes Luka was able to make where you're just like, how did he see that? They just kind of know. And some of those pocket passes, some of the ability to drive baseline, know where the shooter is rotating to, that's what separates the very, very top talent at a point guard position from good point guards. Because Christian Anderson, a guy like him at Tech, can also go get a bucket whenever he wants. So it just helps. It makes it very hard to guard. Do you double team him? Do you blitz him? Do you let him dice you up if you don't double team him? And so there is a lot of good talent in college basketball. We keep talking about Texas Tech. From the 903, Tech baseball needs to do some work. He says he was at OU Tech yesterday in the straight-up beatdown. So
yeah, I saw a post from Tech baseball. It was like, I think they got out of a bases-loaded jam in the 3rd inning. It was a tie game, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I looked, they lost 9-3.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah, baseball, it's tough right now. But I will say that if you're interested in watching college basketball at all, the Tech-Arizona game tonight at 5:30 in Tucson is going to be a blast, and so tune into that
College
one.
Game Day is there right now. We'll get a little bit more. We'll break down that a little bit more in Jaking Off because we are kind of out of time. But I do want to give you two more names here. Caleb Wilson, we mentioned him from North Carolina. He's injured. He's a Player of the Year candidate to watch. If he comes back and North Carolina finds a way to sweep Duke on the season, keep your eyes out for Caleb Wilson. And then the current favorite right now to win Player of the Year, that's Cam Boozer. So we've got what? 1, 2, 3. We've got 6 guys between the ACC and the Big 12 that could go top 6.
Yeah, and Cam Boozer right now, I mean, this dude's averaging 23 and 10.
Which is so weird because he's 6'10" and he can do anything. You're seeing him get the ball at the top of the key and dribble all the way to the rack.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. Son of Carlos Boozer.
Bulls legend
as well too. Did you say Bulls legend?
Bulls legend.
I always think of him with the Utah Jazz, but I guess as a Bulls fan. And yeah, North Carolina ends the season at Duke. That's the last regular season game of the year. There on March 7th. So going to be a blast to see like who kind of battles down the stretch in that rivalry. See, and that's a good hated rivalry.
It
like,
is.
College basketball still has those. Another reason I think it's superior to the NBA.
I completely agree. And another thing I think we're going to completely agree on is some college football hot takes. We've got some Brennan Sorsby audio of our brand new shiny quarterback. We've got some Heisman odds as well who said quarterback may be appearing on that list. And I found a CBS way too early top 25 list and some hot takes going into the 2026 college football season. That and much more next right here on 105 through the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on.
University, your college football fix, in the wise words of Jake Rietma. It's time to get our college football on. And Brendan Baxter, FanDuel just does a hell of a job with everything. They're so good in the betting space, and they have everything so early. And they're probably my go-to website for betting odds during the offseason, just because they're so on top of it. And they provided me with a list here of the Heisman favorites for this upcoming season. Now, you may have seen this, but do you want to take a guess at who the top guy is?
Is it Arch Manning?
It's not.
Okay, that's surprising.
That is surprising.
I was expecting the hype train to follow Arch after how he finished last season. But Arch has got to be in the top 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go, you know who I think's getting a lot of love is former TCU quarterback Josh Hoover.
He's at number 3.
He's at 3, okay. CJ Carr from Notre Dame.
CJ Carr is number 1 at plus 800. Arch Manning is plus 950. He's number 2. And then Hoover's at number 3 at plus 1100.
Hoover at 3 is surprising. Now, that is probably just because of what Fernando Mendoza just did at Indiana.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that Hoover was bad by any means, but top 3 Heisman odds? Like, just expecting him to go in and be the best player in the country? Is that more of the Curt Cignetti effect? Is it because of what Mendoza was able to do? I don't know. I find Hoover in the top 3 probably the most surprising. But you had mentioned Brendan Sorsby. Where does our Texas Tech boy fall?
Let's see. This doesn't have numbers on it. So let me go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 10. He cracked the top 10.
Okay, see, like, would you say that Brendan Sorsby is better than Josh Hoover?
I would say that. I don't know. I mean, resident TCU fan Brendan Baxter, if you're watching on the Dallas fan cam, he's got a TCU flag right behind him. You tell me. I mean, I'm sure you watched him all season last year, right?
No. TCU, they finished 8-4 last year, I think.
Yeah, they were poor.
No, not a TCU fan here, but Hoover's good. Like, I like Josh Hoover a lot. He's big. I do think that he's got a great arm. Mm-hmm. It felt like he had to do too much at times with TCU to try to kind of force the ball. You know, they didn't have necessarily like the defense that Tech had. It wasn't like Baron Morton, for example.
Or the offense.
I think Josh Hoover's better than Baron Morton. I just think that Baron was able to have more on the defensive side of the ball. But I like the Hoover transition to Indiana. I think that's going to be great. Indiana still has a ton of talent on that roster, regardless of Mendoza being there or not. Jeremiah Smith from the 817 texted in. He is 4th in odds.
He is 4th at plus 1,300. He's tied with Julian Sayin and Dante Moore. That's kind of crazy. He's tied with his own quarterback.
Yeah, it's like they're going to be a byproduct of each other's success in a way, too. And like when Devontae Smith won, the last true wide receiver to win, I know people will say Travis Hunter. That's a hot debate on Fan University. But the last only position played was wide receiver, Devontae Smith. It's not like his quarterback at that time, was it Mac Jones when he won the Heisman?
Mac Jones, when they won the national championship as too, they beat Justin
Fields. So Mac wasn't
necessarily
in the top 5 or 6 of Heisman odds going into that year at all, right? So,
but he was plenty serviceable. I mean, he was the cog that made that wheel go. You know, they had a great defense, great offense. They had Najee Harris in the backfield. They had Jalen Waddle alongside Devontae Smith, even though he was hurt for the playoffs. But like, they had a really good team, like those Alabama teams always were, and they had a quarterback who was able to get the job done.
Yeah, and then we've got and that's a great point too, from the 940, good odds for a bet for Heisman is Darian Mensah, who transferred from Duke to Miami.
That's a guy to look out for.
That is a guy to look out for. Miami's going to have another really good team next year too. And then, some other, if you're looking for value, like Sam Levitt's kind of hovering right there. He's actually behind Darian Mensah there, the LSU transfer as he's in there, and coming over from Arizona State. Marcel Reed at A&M. Jaden Maviava from USC. You could get some. And then Lenoris Sellers is still there. Remember the hype from Lenoris Sellers coming into last year?
He was a projected number 1 overall pick.
Right, and that he stayed in college and he signed the deal in South Carolina, had a horrible year compared to what people were having them as a college football playoff potential team, and they just did not find it. So I need a big jump from Sellers if you're looking at Heisman odds there. I don't know if I saw it. The running ability is there, but just his pure passing, it wasn't there last year.
The pure passing and the ability to read the field, how weird of a time was it when going into last season, it was Lenoris Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, and Drew Aller were your consensus can't miss QB prospects that were going to go top 5 in this draft, and now they're nowhere near sniffing the first round, or they're back at college.
Yeah, I mean, you think of Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, right? Lenoris Sellers, Arch Manning came into the year, didn't have the year that was expected of him.
This was supposed to be like an all-time quarterback year with the amount of guys that were supposed to hit their peak.
Yeah, I know. And so that's why it's interesting, too. Dante Moore staying in college, he's going to have a lot of hype, but he's kind of there at 7 right now, the 7th highest odds, too. And so the quarterback production and what we expect some of these top quarterbacks to be, that's also been a hot debate, which is interesting. Like, why are quarterbacks not being developed like they used to be? Why don't we have 3, 4, 5 guys coming out this year that could go change a franchise? Mm-hmm. And even people are not that high on Mendoza, like in scouting circles. It's been interesting seeing the last couple of weeks. Like, I don't know about Mendoza as like a franchise changer.
Yeah. And the number 2 guy right now on a lot of draft boards is a guy that might not even be in the NFL, Trinidad Chambliss. A lot of people have him as number 2 quarterback in the class.
Yeah, Ty Simpson didn't really move the needle for anyone from Alabama. And so the group right here, if we're talking about like Gunnar Stockton as a guy at Georgia, that a lot of people have high expectations for him, and outside of the physicality that he brings, we haven't really seen that either. So I'm looking at these odds, and I don't know, maybe I'm biased because I'm a Tech guy, but Brendan Sorsby at 10th with Texas Tech in the Big 12. They're going to win a lot of games. The offense is going to be better. The defense will still be really good. Like, if he puts up numbers, if he can put up 35, 40 touchdowns, he'll have a really good chance of winning.
I completely agree, and it's so slept on the way his legs are, and we're obviously both buying tons of stock in Brendan Sorsby and what he can do for this offense, because we saw what the team could do with a mediocre at best quarterback in Baron Morton, right? We're super excited for what Brendan Sorsby can bring. Another guy that's super excited is On3's J.D. Pickle, and he sat down and he did a ranking of the top transfer quarterbacks of the latest transfer portal cycle, which, hey, I'm not going to hate the guy. We saw a couple different lists that had Brendan Sorsby way lower, and we talked about it. We think it's a Texas Tech tax, where as soon as you commit to Texas Tech, your stock just drops. We've seen that with a couple freshman recruits. But here's J.D. Pickle talking about why he wants to buy all the stock he can in Brendan Sorsby and why he's going to do numbers for Texas Tech in 2026.
I look at Brendan Sorsby, I just see a smooth criminal, dude. Just the way that he moves athletically in the pocket, the way that he's just elusive when he tucks the ball and runs. I think his motion is super smooth. Like, everything about Brendan Sorsby, I think, is going to fit really nicely in a dialed-up offense at Texas Tech. That's where I get excited. I think that what he had at Cincinnati was super solid. But, I mean, he was second-team All-Big 12 last year, and now he's playing in a roster that you would have to think is even more souped up, with an offensive coordinator you get probably even more fired up about with Mac Leftwich. I just think this is the Coke and Mentos of the portal right now. Brendan Sorsby, Texas Tech, think they're going to once again be a problem for the Big 12, and I cannot wait to see what he is in that system. That's going to be a little bit more wide open, and another year under his belt, too, starting in college football. Going to be a good thing. I think there's a reason now Brendan Sorsby's getting paid that smooth $5 million to be the guy in Lubbock next year, and I think we see that in a big way in 2026.
I maybe got the name wrong. I think Jet got my ear and said it's J.D. Pickle. That's
what I remember, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, been a minute since I watched it. But
Pickle, Pickle. It's all the same. He does a great job over there at On3. Now, the thing I found interesting about that statement from Pickle was, I think there's some interesting opinions surrounding the Texas Tech fan base about Mac Leftwich and his abilities as a play caller. And last year was his first year at Texas Tech. He, along with the other coordinators, they all signed 3-year extensions to stay in Lubbock. Now, Brendan Sorsby, he had 2,800 passing yards last season, 27 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and the biggest number that I look at, 7 sacks over 12 games.
Yeah, the argument for college coordinators is always fascinating to me, because what are you working with?
Yeah.
That's such a big conversation when it comes to play calling. And I think Tech scored over 40 points 8 times last year, 8 games right now. They put up a goose egg in the playoffs. But is that because of Baron Morton? Is that because of the offensive line being average? Is it because you had a receiver that couldn't win one-on-one on the outside? Like, what are you working with? And I think we saw what a Trinidad Chambliss can do when offenses break down, how he was able to go against Georgia and escape the pocket, make off-schedule plays. The off-schedule plays. Yeah. It was like what made Manziel so special in college. And those are the quarterbacks in college that can just completely change the game for you, regardless of who you've got blocking for you or catching your passes. And Brendan Sorsby seems to have that type of talent. So with the Leftwich conversation at Tech, I'm really not concerned with his play calling.
Because he doesn't have to be perfect anymore.
He doesn't have to be perfect, and I thought that Tech's defense set them up so well last year, where this is going to be a byproduct of how good the defense was, and that allowed Texas Tech to go score a lot. But at the same time, you've got your two running backs, young running backs returning, and Cam Dickey and Jacoby Williams. They're going to run through the Big 12.
And Quentin Joyner.
Quentin Joyner is coming back, the transfer from USC that was out all year with a knee injury. And so I am optimistic about what Leftwich can do. He's young. I mean, dude, the guy's my age. He's 29 years old. Like this, he's going to still develop and evolve. And I think Brendan Sorsby will help mitigate a lot of the risk that Baron Morton brought, which was he wasn't able to escape the pocket. He really couldn't make a lot of big-time throws down the field. He struggled making throws down the field. And they brought in a lot of wide receiver talent as well, too. They missed out on Cam Coleman, who goes to Texas. But they've got a lot of opportunities there to actually make the offense look a little more just like fluid, I think. At times it looked a little patchy. I think next year you'll see a Tech offense that looks smooth.
And Texas added a lot of under the radar wide receiver help. You've got a bunch of guys who averaged 18, 19 yards a catch last season. This is kind of what we've seen the last two seasons from the Red Raiders. Is last year they added Reggie Virgil, who wasn't greatly known across the country, ended up balling out for Tech. Now he's in the NFL Combine. The year before that, Caleb Douglas. Not a lot of people knew what he was because he was in the SEC and just kind of didn't perform. And then he comes to a Big 12 school and he balls out. Now he's headed to the NFL Combine too. So Tech's ability to find diamonds in the rough to help them on the offensive side of the ball when it comes to receivers, because they have a Terrence Carter, who you could argue is a top 5 tight end in the country. You have a Micah Hudson, who was your highest rated recruit when he committed to Texas Tech. You're hoping he can take a big step in year 3. You still got Coy Aiken, who was a big piece of this offense last year, and you have that run game that's going to help out so much. And now you have the quarterback who can elevate the play of everybody around him. So I'm super high on him, and I think the sky's the limit.
Tech is essentially hoping that Brendan Sorsby is what Fernando Mendoza was for Indiana.
Exactly.
Indiana gets to the playoff year 1 in Cignetti. They lose on the road to Notre Dame. They kind of put up a dud. They get the quarterback. They go undefeated. And so I do think that that's where Texas Tech is hoping. Is Brendan Sorsby our Mendoza? And are we going to be the team that now runs the table in the Big 12 and actually makes noise in the playoffs?
Another team that's making noise in college is the Texas Tech Red Raiders on the basketball side of the ball, because we've got Jaken off next. And what I got for you, Brennan, I had ChatGPT build me a 6-leg parlay for tonight's Arizona versus Texas Tech college basketball showdown, as well as some NFL MVP odds that I'd like to take a look at with the rookies. And I've got a fun little story for you on what happened to me this week. That's next in Jaken Off on 105 Through the Fan.
I know it's hard to take that first step when you're not feeling like you. But if you do take that step to optimize your total wellness with Men's T Clinic like I did, hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, they're all going to fall.
Noon to 2 p.m. Hey man, he's got a bunch of roses. He's got gift cards. These roses, they're everlasting, just like your love for your significant other. And if you don't have a significant other and you want Zach Wolchuk to be your Valentines, well, I don't know. He's got a wife and kids, so he'll probably still take you up on that. So go to Salina, bring Zach a Valentine's card, tell him you love him, and go buy some roses for that special lady in your life. Gentlemen, I've got a 6-leg parlay here tonight for the Texas Tech versus Arizona men's basketball game, a top 20 matchup in Tucson. And before we get into that, I've got a sports story for you guys because I made a big boy thing. I did a big boy thing this week, guys. I did a big boy thing. So, for those who don't know, talked about it a little bit on the air. I am in the process of moving out. Right, I'm getting out of the nest. I'm starting to look for an apartment.
Okay.
So with looking for an apartment,
congratulations.
Thank you, Brennan. You got to start looking to buy stuff, right? And the whole fire sale, you're throwing money at a bunch of random things you need, like a TV stand, a couch, all this fun stuff, right? Well, I did a big day on Thursday. So I've been in contact with this lady from Facebook Marketplace because I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a nice couch, nice broken-in leather couch from Facebook Marketplace, right? Found this one in Farmersville, 300 big ones. Pretty good deal. The couch was really nice. It's a 3-seat with the 2 outside seats, they're recliners. Super happy with it. Electric. It's awesome. That's not the fun part of the story. Everybody knows you need a TV in the living room, right? For football season, for the special times, to watch our Red Raiders go kick ass next season. And I've been looking at some Samsungs because my last TV was a Vizio, and it kind of sucks because Vizio doesn't have you get about the Fire Stick and all that stuff to get all your apps and all that fun stuff. So it just wasn't worth it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it the right way. I'm gonna get a Samsung that has everything I need. And I was looking at this Crystal UHD Samsung, 65 inches, and I realized that it had a 60 hertz refresh rate, which for those who don't know, 60 hertz means it can only run 60 FPS, which isn't bad if you're just watching like regular TV, but if you want to watch like high action sports, you want to play some video games on the TV, stuff like that, you need a really nice TV. So what did I do? I went and talked to the Geek Squad at Best Buy.
Nice.
Shout out to the Geek Squad.
Shout out, man.
They know what they're talking about.
Doing.
Yeah, they do a great job over there. Guys like, hey man, you watching a lot of sports? Check out this 120 hertz TV. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, it runs 120 FPS, and it's got QLED, which is quantum dot technology for picture. I was like, hey, now, I don't know what that means. Quantum sounds badass, though. Let me do that one. So I bought myself a 65-inch TV. I got a football TV for the living room.
Wait, did you get the couch, too?
I got the couch too.
So we're good to go.
I did. I got a nice leather couch and a 65-inch TV kept under $1,000.
Did you get the apartment?
Not yet, but I've picked out the building. I just need to go and pick out the actual unit. That's going to be
nice.
In the works in the next couple weeks.
There you go. Man. Congratulations. That's a big step for a 22-year-old Jacob Ray.
I appreciate it.
There.
I'm very excited. I feel like I'm taking big boy steps.
I wasn't doing that when I was 22. So you're way ahead of the game. Congratulations.
I try to think that. All right. I'm also way ahead of the game in another aspect, and that's gambling. Kind of, not really. I actually lose a lot. But a team that I think is going to be way ahead of the game tonight is the Texas Tech Red Raiders, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. And ChatGPT 100% agrees with me with these 6 parlays. Now, you've watched a lot of Tech basketball this season, Brennan Baxter, so you're kind of on the same wavelength as me with some of these props. Now, the first one they have is JT Toppin's over points. His points line is set at 20. Now, I was a little concerned because there's one thing Arizona does really well, that's protect the paint. They've got a big old 7-footer in there. I think his last name is Krivas. He's a very good player. Very, very good player. Tall, white guy. He's, I want to say 7 foot, 7'1". Little concerned of that. This was ChatGPT's reasoning behind the pick. It says Toppin leads Texas Tech in scoring and rebounding and is their primary offensive option. Highly likely to exceed his points line at 20 points Tonight, what do you think about that, Brennan?
I would go under on JT Toppin's 20. I would say that JT Toppin, yes, is one of the best players in the country and is probably the best player in the Big 12 if Darren Peterson is not playing. But he does struggle still to get to his right and against bigger bodies. And we saw that against Kansas and Lubbock.
Saw it against Florida
We saw it against Florida last year. We saw it against Purdue this year in the Bahamas. So as much as I love JT Toppin and what he can do, he could get you 30 pretty easily. But against bigger dudes, it can force him to have to expand his game outside of getting to his left on the block. He doesn't have a ton of diversity to his offensive skill set. So I would take the under there. I expect JT Toppin to struggle a little bit tonight.
I do as well. And I think the key to this game is if you can get Krivas in some foul trouble, their backup center is Toby Awaka. Now, he's about 6'10". He's more bulk than he is height. And he's gonna be a force down low, but that's a guy that JT Toppin can get to that left hook and he can get it over that defender. So if you're able to get Krivas in foul trouble and get them to bring in their smaller center, then you could see a little bit of success. But I don't know. Arizona's just so good on the defensive side of the ball, and Krivas has been mentioned in Defensive Player of the Year conversations, and we saw what happened when he faced against Flory Badunga against Kansas. One of my old roommates ran into JT Toppin at a Canes. He said, take my over, and then finished with single-digit points. So I'm a little hesitant on this game. But like you said, I'm going to also go under as well. The next one is JT Toppin over rebounds. The reasoning behind this is he also paces the Red Raiders on the glass, making an over on his rebounds a strong correlate to his minutes/usage. Now his rebounds is 10.5.
I could see this one. He does have a second gear, like his ability to jump. It almost like, I don't know what you'd call it, like the second jump.
Yeah,
you know how like you kind of
absolutely
can get to that level on the defensive glass. He's a phenomenal rebounder. He's just able to find the ball. So I would take the over.
I like that.
I would go like a 16-10 game for JT Toppin today.
I don't hate that. And I think tonight's going to be a quick pace, like a fast paced game. I think there's going to be a lot of shots up. Just going to be a matter of how many of those does Arizona make. And I think you can see JT Toppin in this game with 4 or 5 offensive rebounds easily. It just depends on what situations he gets himself into. Obviously, if he's not really getting too many paint touches, he's not going to be in the paint.
He had 18 boards on Wednesday against Colorado. So, like, the guy knows how to find the basketball.
They've got a tall center as well.
Yeah. So I would say give me a 16-12 game from Toppin tonight. So if you're looking to bet and parlay that, I would take the over on the 20 and the under on the 20, the over on the rebounds.
Love it. Pick number 3 is Christian Anderson over assists. Chad said, Anderson runs the Tech offense and ranks top nationally in assists. Great correlated prop with Toppin scoring. The line's at 7. I like this one. I like it a lot.
I do too. I think over 7 is very doable for Christian Anderson in this game.
And I think both of us, obviously rooting for Tech to win this game. Props number 1 and number 3. I think JT needs to hit his over points, and I think Christian Anderson needs to hit the over and assist if you want to win this game.
Yeah, you need a Christian Anderson game like he had against Duke in Madison Square Garden in December where the dude just took over. You're going to need that. Texas Tech is going to need Christian Anderson to be special if they're going to beat Arizona on the road.
Because an underrated rivalry in the Big 12 is Texas Tech and Arizona. They don't like each other. It's kind of like Texas Tech and Houston in basketball. A lot of casuals out there in the country don't know. These fan bases don't really like each other. They chirp at each other a lot on Twitter.
Yes, Texas Tech, Utah as well, football-wise on Twitter too. So... man, I'm loving all the Texas Tech conversation on Fan University today in Dallas, man. We're turning DFW red.
Let's go. Pick number 4. I think the best shooter in the country, and that's our lefty sniper, Donovan Atwell. They've got the over in 3-pointers made. It says Atwell is among Texas Tech's leading perimeter threats, shooting a high volume and percentage from deep. His line's 2.5 threes.
Over.
I would
100% over. Slam the over.
Because it feels like every game a team comes out and they want to play zone against Tech. They want to feel the game out a little bit. What does Donovan Atwell do? He gets you 2 quick threes.
He took 10 shots on Wednesday night. All 10 were 3-pointers. He went 6 of 10 from 3. The dude only shoots 3-pointers, and he shoots at about a 48% clip. So if you're talking about, he's just got to take 5 threes in the game to get over 2.
Which that's not going to be an issue.
He's going to do that.
Pick number 5, and this is a guy that kind of worries me because I've watched a lot of Arizona, and I watched him play when they played against Kansas, and this guy showed out. It's Braden Burries, the freshman guard out of Arizona. He's also projected to be a top 10 pick in next year's NBA draft. They said take the over in his points. It says Arizona's leading scorer this season and matchup focal point, a reasonable over if he's hot. Now, his line's at 16 points. Interesting to see that his line is this much lower than JT's because 16 feels like I feel like he's going to get there easily. Now, we did see Donovan Atwell somewhat neutralize Darren Peterson in Lubbock until for some reason with 2 minutes left in the game, they're like, no, let's let him shoot a couple threes. And you saw what happened there. So
the guard position, though, I will say Texas Tech has had some problems with that this year. You think of Braden Smith. Now, they've played some of the best guards in the country. Braden Smith at Purdue, Kingston Flemings there at Houston, but they've been able to get to the spot.
Kingston Flemings gave you 2 insane
It's
games.
not like Anderson and Petty are lockdown defenders. And so if you want to have Atwell just kind of follow Barry's the whole time, that's fine. But I do think that ultimately 16 from a guard against Texas Tech is very doable for Arizona. So I would hit that. Is that the 5th out of 6?
That's the 5th one, yeah.
All right, what's our last one?
Our last one is the team total over 157.5 combined points.
Over.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams need to score 80?
Yeah.
80 is 160.
Over. So what do we put in on this? Your new couch?
$300.
$300.
What do you think we could turn $300 into on this?
Oh, I think we could probably stop working in the radio. If we hit it.
Let me see if I can figure out what the odds are for this. But the thing that interests me, I think the over is going to hit easily because I think you're going to have a game down the stretch where hopefully Texas Tech has a sizable lead towards the end, and then Arizona's going to claw their way back. But this is going to be a high-scoring game. You've got two teams that are very good on offense, but they're very good at two different things. Like Tech is a very good shooting team. They're one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. Arizona doesn't shoot a lot of threes.
Right.
They have capable shooters, but they don't shoot a lot of volume threes. They're more of a in the paint, we're going to back you down, beat you at the free throw line, beat you in the mid-range, beat you in the paint kind of team. But they get it done nonetheless. So this should be a super fun game. I will punch the numbers and figure out how much money we could turn a sizable bet into with this. I'm going to say it's probably about plus 2,000, plus 3,000 odds. If I had to guess, that's usually what a six-legger sits at.
I like that. The line's 9.5 too. So if you're looking at just like if you wanted to bet the line, I would take the under on that as well.
Yeah, I think Tech covers.
I
think
agree.
they have enough offensive firepower. And even if they don't, Tech has shown an ability to just not get blown out. I mean, they fight in all of these games.
Outside of the Purdue game in the Bahamas where the team just wasn't really there yet, he rarely loses in blowout fashion. It just doesn't happen.
That game of the Bahamas, too, I mean, you had a lot of injuries.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Yeah.
I put money on Purdue in that game, by the way. That was an emotional hedge.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Smart. I mean, shows you know your ball. You're willing to drop your bias when you need to for cash.
See, I wasn't going to, but when I looked, it was like pretty 50-50. I was like, this game isn't 50-50. There's no way. And it was throughout like the first half of the game because Tech was just hitting these crazy threes, and then that just stopped happening. But it should be a really fun matchup in Tucson tonight between two top 20 teams in a premier college basketball Big 12 matchup. But you know what we don't have? We don't have a big-time NBA matchup this weekend because it's the All-Star Weekend. And the All-Star Weekend in the NBA sucks. And we're going to get into that next. And would you eat that? Would you drink that? Would you eat that? Would you watch that? Jeez. NBA All-Star Edition and a Valentines crossover. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
It's Hurtado, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, your go-to for the best Q around. Locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, Mansfield, and Dallas. 2 locations inside the globe, and now the Fort Worth location is serving and catering breakfast daily from 7 to 10:30 a.m. Pick up Brandon Hurtado's new book, Barbacoa, your go-to for everything Tex-Mex barbecue, now available at Buc-ee's and Amazon for all your catering needs or private events. Visit HurtadoBBQ.com. That's HurtadoBBQ.com. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow.
going out there. And then if you want to go reach out and see G-Bag's one and only Zach Wolchuk, he's going to be at the Lowe's in Salina, 3540 South Preston Road from noon to 2 p.m. He's got Lowe's gift cards and 24 everlasting roses for your everlasting love if you want to go check him out, or just wish him a happy Valentine's Day and say what's up, because it's always fun to support people. But Brennan, it's time for this segment that I've never run before, but it seems to have a lot of fun whenever I produce it. So it's time for Would You Eat That? Would You Watch That? And the subject of this one this weekend is NBA All-Star Weekend and how boring it is and how much nobody cares about it. I would love to find a way to get the TV ratings from this. I don't think it's posted yet.
Yeah, what you mean? What was yesterday? The celebrity game?
Celebrity All-Star game. And I think they did something new. Actually, I don't know if it was new, but at the end, and granted, Homer, raise my hand right here, I'm a Homer. I tuned in because I wanted to watch Caleb Williams do the celebrity three-point contest. That's the only reason I tuned in any of this. I didn't know when it was, so I was like, hey, I'll throw it on, and hopefully I catch some of it, or at least I catch some of the three-point contest so I can go back and watch him go. He ended up getting outscored by Drewski. It was a very pathetic performance by him. It was a tough look. But after the Rising Stars Challenge, what they did was they kicked it over to an HBCU Classic game, which I don't know if it was Division II, Division III. It was an okay game. I didn't know where they were going with it. It was North Carolina A&T.
AT&T?
AT&T, yeah, North Carolina AT&T.
Shout out.
And then some other team, but didn't watch much of that. I feel like it's died so much, and I feel like we've reached a point now where it used to be you used to be so excited to see your favorite young players playing this, and now it's like Mavs fans are like, oh, Cooper's not playing. Deep breath.
Yeah, if you don't have like a favorite player that you want to watch throw a ball off a backboard or shoot a 40-foot three-pointer, it's completely irrelevant. And the NBA knows that. That's why they've tried. Like, how can we get these guys to play a glorified pickup game that's entertaining? Let's do the melee finish. Let's go USA versus World this year. Let's have Steph Curry and LeBron James draft the teams. Like, let's try switch it up. Let's get away from East versus West. And just nothing has worked. This is, again, I think Adam Silver is the worst commissioner in sports, in my opinion. And
yeah, man,
I think
him and Rob Manfred.
But at least Manfred, credit to Manfred for at least in the last couple years adapting to change and understanding we might need to change how we're doing things to fit the modern era of how sports is viewed and watched. And baseball is always going to have your classic traditionalist fans. It's baseball at its core, and I don't want baseball to completely overly change. But I do think that ultimately what Adam Silver has done for All-Star Weekend, what he's tried to do in the regular season, it just hasn't worked. And no one wants to watch this. And the fact that the NBA players don't care. Like, there's not enough pride for these guys. They don't want to risk getting hurt, but they're also sitting out regular season games. They're also load managing, and we're going to load manage. This is for the fans. They don't care about the fans. The NBA players do not care about the fans, and I think that's why this weekend has become such a dud.
Yeah, just too much managing of the load of the NBA. I don't know. It was tough because there was just nothing appealing about last night. Like, usually at least you have something. Like, it used to be the Rising Stars Challenge used to be like that was your thing to watch on the Friday night, right? Because it wasn't you didn't have the 3-point contest yet. You didn't have the dunk contest, which at a time was great. And at least the Rising Stars game was like you have two teams, and the score was going to be 270 to 260, and it was like, okay, this is going to be fun to watch. But now it's this format where you've got three teams that fight it out and somehow determine a champion, and the score limit is 25.
Yeah. Exactly. And
like, what are we doing?
And think about the dunk contests, like Blake Griffin jumping over cars, Michael Jordan, Dr. J. Like, you think of these guys that were at the pinnacle of their career when they were, or Jordan was young still, but they were top names in the sport. Mm-hmm. Mac McClung is your 3-time dunk defending champion. Who's Mac McClung? Now, we know who he is. We know who he is. The average fan doesn't know who Mac McClung is. Mm. And so they can't even get these guys. They have no control over them. And I'm not saying you should control your players completely, but hey, listen, you should be an all-star. Like, the all-stars should be competing in the dunk contest. You're not going to get hurt dunking a basketball. Like, when is the last time we saw an injury in the dunk contest?
I don't know if ever.
Ever. Right? I mean,
at least not that I've seen.
Not that I've seen. And so
maybe you tweak something. Maybe you have I don't know. Maybe you come down wrong a little bit. But like, you never see somebody tear an ACL.
Right. Like, you're having G League guys compete in what is supposed to be your premier weekend event, and then you can't get. you can't get any of your top players to play an ounce of defense for a quarter, for a half. It's not that tiring. Basketball is not that.
It's
not that big a deal. You're not getting hit over the middle. You're not getting sacked. A 330-pounder is not laying his big belly on you.
Yeah.
You're fine. That's why I've lost so much respect for this weekend.
And the only ounce of defense you'll get at any point is if somehow you're lucky enough to where they're about to reach the target score and it's a close game. That's like, okay, now we want to win. But other than that, it's just bad. Now, I don't know who this is. You might know who this is. You know who Rome Flynn is?
No.
Okay, he's the back-to-back Celebrity Game MVP. I've never heard of this guy in my life. I could be a casual and I might just not. I might not be. I don't know. I might not be dialed into society, but I don't know who Rome Flynn is. Two-time back-to-back MVP. He had 16 points last night. Now, Taco Fall did make an appearance. He was fun to watch. He had 20 and 20, like you mentioned. So at least we had that, right? It's always fun watching a 7'3" giant, or what is he?
7'6", I think.
7'6" giant play.
But you didn't watch it.
I mean, I had it on the background.
Oh, you had it on TV
in the background. Yeah.
Okay. I see.
I wasn't dialed into it.
I don't think. I would rather watch almost anything than that game. From the 817 spring training baseball. Maybe talk about that. Guess what? We've got that segment coming up here in 13 minutes.
Around
the Diamond's actually
segment.
coming up. So just hold on. We'll get to that here in a second.
Plenty of Rangers audio. We've got Skip Shoemaker talking, and we've got Jordan Montgomery talking, the newest returning Ranger. So stick around
to tease what would make a successful season for the Rangers, and I'll wait for the segment. I think I've got a pretty hot take on that one.
Ooh, I probably do too. I've got some fun predictions for the Rangers season. So 817, we got you covered, man. That's coming up next.
That's why you got to turn it on and leave it on.
That's exactly why you turn it on and leave it on. Now, that was the Would You Watch That segment of the segment. I think we'd agree we wouldn't watch
the segment of the segment.
And this was like a Would You Watch That / Did You Watch That? Because I technically did watch it, and no, I won't be watching any more of it.
Yeah, same. I'm ready to see what would we eat, because I would not watch NBA All-Star Weekend.
I think you did all these things, Brendan Baxter, because we've got the top 10 Valentine's Day foods. Now, these aren't just main dishes, right? These are everything from pasta to chocolates-covered strawberries to heart-shaped things to all sorts of fun goodies for the romantic day of the year. Number 10, charcuterie board.
Oh, 100%.
And it says, curated with heart-shaped cheeses, berries, and chocolates for a fun, shareable experience.
Easy. Feed it to me. Put it in my belly.
Mark that.
Inject it to me. I'm ready.
You can normally find them like pre-packaged too.
I'm a big charcuterie board guy.
I am too.
I really have turned into one. Like, if they've got it on the menu, I'll probably order it for the table.
Now, what's your method to taking down a charcuterie board? Are you a cracker? Wow. Are you a cheese and a meat on top of the cracker kind of guy, or do you take it one piece at a time?
You got to spread the jam on the cracker. You got to load it up like it's a Lunchable. you've got to really load up the cracker, dude. I'm telling you, you've got to spread the jam all over it. Yeah.
You guys ever done the sandwich method?
Oh, yeah. Sandwich method is like
your ham and then your cheese and then double up that cheese.
It's instilled in you as a kid when you start with the Lunchables. That's like Lunchables is a charcuterie board like
kiddie version.
Yeah, it's like a training course is what it is.
Yeah, so okay, yes, I would eat that.
All right, number 9 is champagne or sparkling wine, a bubbly celebratory drink that pairs well with seafood and desserts. Hey, charcuterie board and some wine.
What are you reading this off of?
I don't know. This is AI generated from Google.
Okay, it's like it's defining what champagne is.
Not a culinary expert.
Yeah.
Well, for those who don't know,
maybe you don't know what champagne is. That's fair. I'm not a big champagne guy.
I'm not either.
So
do you like mimosas?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got to get on that train.
I love mimosas.
No, just give me a good bourbon.
No,
even at 10 a.m. I don't. Yeah, orange juice and champagne. It's just, I don't know, upsets my stomach.
What's your go-to bourbon?
Dude, I really like Elijah Craig. I've been drinking that. Recently, E.H. Taylor, I've got a good bottle of. But
my girlfriend's dad bought me 2 bottles of scotch that are about $150 a bottle.
What, Macallan 12 year or what?
Macallan's one of them.
Okay, nice.
And I forget the name of the other one. I'll send you a picture.
22 years old, just sipping on some scotch, man. Good.
And there was a point when I
you.
first got it, I was like drinking a glass every night. I was like, whoa. I was like, we need to save this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That's not something you just pour every night.
Yeah, special occasion. I was a rookie. We're making our ways.
Yeah.
But that's a special occasion drink now. Number 8 is red velvet cupcakes / cake. I love red velvet cake.
I would have a red velvet cupcake.
You would?
I would eat that. Yep. Now, is this all in one sitting? Like, is this a Valentine's Day?
I mean, it could be.
This is just throwing out ideas for you.
Okay. Like, if you're looking to see what do I need to go pick up today to, like, treat my lady to something nice, or man, if you're a woman listening, then go get a packaged charcuterie board and a red velvet cupcake.
Well, we got this from the 972. Seems simple to me to get NBA players engaged at the All-Star game. Just make the East and West winner get some sort of big advantage. Have they tried giving the winner automatic home court advantage in the finals? That was what the MLB All-Star game was. The winner of the All-Star game got home field advantage in the World Series.
Which people hated that.
Yeah.
Like, people did not like that going on. And so I feel like the NBA would get a lot of pushback, but I actually enjoyed the MLB. Now that once they made it universal on pitchers not hitting, I actually would like the competition aspect of the game. I get like, we're going to have DeGrom pitch 1 inning and like, what if, you're not going to throw out the best of the best to like have a game 7 decided and because, you went to 13 innings in an All-Star game. But the NBA, I actually would really like that idea.
I did too. And I like the fact that I think they did a great job with the overtime format. The little home run derby at the end to decide a winner is awesome. Now, if we were still playing for like home field, imagine a home run derby determines home field advantage in the World Series.
Like that's hard. And baseball is so much different. I mean, you've got so much going on when it comes to pitching and that sort of thing because you've got all these pitchers you want to get into the game. It's difficult. Basketball, it's like, put it on the court and like the winner, East-West, you get home court. I like that idea.
All right, let's get back to the list. Number 7 is creamy risotto. If you don't know, it's a luxurious, comforting, and special yet manageable dinner option.
I've never heard of that.
I haven't either.
Risotto is basically rice, isn't it?
I think so.
That's what I've always thought it was. I think it's just being a little lazy on Valentine's Day. Hot take.
Okay, well then we're not here to be lazy on that.
We're not.
So
We're
throw
ready to
the
go all
rosette.
out.
Throw the what is it?
Skip the risotto.
Yeah. Throw the risotto out the window.
No, thank you. Number 6 is pasta, and it says carbonara or a heart-shaped ravioli. Comforting, classic, and easily styled for a romantic Italian theme.
I do like
there
carbonara.
We go.
Yeah, I'm a carbonara guy.
I am too. I'm also a ravioli guy. I'd love some heart-shaped ravioli.
Okay, maybe tonight. Maybe 4:30. Your dinner reservation. See if they got it on the menu.
What they have. I haven't even looked at the menu. Is that bad?
No.
That I made it with dinner reservation without looking at the. What if it sucks though?
It
probably won't.
It's a thought that matters. Man. You made reservations for your girl.
What are you guys' thoughts on a prefixed menu?
It's just already
like a course,
set?
like it's set, like you know what you're getting. I like it. I think it's going to be a fun date.
I do like my options though.
Yeah. I mean, I like having options. So sometimes they'll give you like 3 choices for each course.
Oh, you're talking like Babe's Chicken.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Okay, like you either get this entree or this side, or like Joe T's.
Exactly. All right, number 5. Let's kind of get this thing going. We're kind of up against it. Number 5 is seafood. It says salmon or sea bass.
Yep.
Love seafood. Love me a salmon Caesar. Those are great. Can't really go wrong with a good salmon. Number 4, chocolate fondue.
Oh yeah. With some strawberries.
With anything.
With anything. Just dip it in.
Dip anything
Cover me in chocolate.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Number 3 is steak. It says filet mignon or a ribeye. Hey man, that was my plan next year for Super Bowl. It's a couple steaks, Super Bowl, bottle of wine. Let's get this thing going.
Now that we're reading this menu off, I'm becoming more and more of a Valentine's Day guy. I'm starting to really like. I'm starting to really like this idea.
Little tummy rumble.
All right, number 2, chocolate covered strawberries. We knew it was coming.
Easy.
It's a quintessential, easy to make romantic dessert. Easy peasy. Number 1, chocolate truffles. A top tier, rich and customizable gift, often in heart shaped boxes.
Very cute. I would go strawberries over truffles.
I would too.
Truffles, in my opinion.
I would too. It's the freshness.
Yes. Good.
And I don't have to unwrap them.
It's a good fresh strawberry.
I don't have to undress the strawberry.
Dripped in chocolate. I love it.
Jet, what are your thoughts on that?
I've actually tried making the strawberries, and what ended up happening is, you have to let that chocolate dry. so it sits there for a little bit in the fridge, and that just ended up cooking my strawberries.
That is the key.
They went weird in the middle.
Yeah,
there's a scientific technique. Yeah, I don't know what that is exactly.
There's a science behind it.
Jet knows ball. Well, that was Would You Eat That? Would You Watch That? We have total texting in. Hey, fellas, what Lowe's location will Zach be at? I'm glad you asked. It's the Lowe's in Salina, 3540 South Preston Road from noon to 2 p.m. Go check him out. But coming up next, we teased a little bit in this segment. We're going to go around the bases. We're going to talk some baseball. We've got some audio from Skip Shoemaker. And we've got some audio from Jordan Montgomery, your newest returning Ranger. How would you classify a successful Rangers season? And is Wyatt Langford must-watch baseball? That's next on 105 Through the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build.
Texas Rangers spring training baseball. Let's do this thing. Now, we have a lot of new faces around the Rangers this season, and it's been interesting to see how, Skip Shoemaker, he's been around the Rangers as an advisory role in the front office, and he moves down to become your manager now after Bruce Bochy steps away. And we've talked a lot about the young guys on this team stepping up, and I think the key to having a successful Rangers season, here's one of my points actually, is you need your young guys to have a good season. And earlier this week, Skip Shoemaker was asked if he think Wyatt Langford is must-watch baseball, and whether it's with the bat, whether it's the speed on the bases, whether it's him being electric in the outfield, it's so he brings you so many aspects, and he truly is a 5-tool player. Here's what Skip Shoemaker had to say on whether or not Wyatt Langford is considered must-watch baseball.
Skip, getting back to the outfield and what potentially that alignment could look like, you've got some options and potentially some flexibility there. Do you have a sense of what it could look like?
Yeah, we have some options for sure. Wyatt Langford, he's, it's so easy for a manager to pull back and not to push. And Wyatt Langford is a player that you want your kids to come watch and play. And he's that type of player. He plays hard every single play, never takes a play off. And so you have him potentially in center field. You have Evan Carter, when healthy, is a dynamic center fielder, one of the best defenders in the game. And if we can keep him healthy, he's going to help us win a lot of baseball games. Obviously, Nimmo is probably going to play right field. That's still in discussion, and so he'll move over to right field. And then, Wyatt, and Evan will be battling out and trying to figure out exactly what the right move is in center field to keep these guys healthy. I think is the goal for 162, because when they're on the field, we're a much better team.
I think, and it's interesting he said that. It's interesting how he talks about how he wants to attack the center field position while keeping guys healthy. And obviously we've had a lot of issues with Evan Carter in the back, and whether or not you want him out there. Do you want him patrolling center field and running and taking up that much ground and tracking down that many fly balls when you arguably have a guy with maybe the same or similar fielding abilities and similar speed as Wyatt Langford, who could do the same thing in center?
Yeah, well, we saw this from MLB.com, I think it was 2 weeks ago, where they had Wyatt Langford listed as the second best center fielder in baseball, behind, I believe it was Julio Rodriguez for the Mariners. It was some. Did you see this?
Was this American League?
In all of baseball. Like, I think it was MLB.com released their top 10 positions, list across both leagues, and it might not have been MLB.com, but so don't hold me to that. But it was and they had Wyatt Langford as the second best center fielder in baseball, which I thought that was interesting considering this discussion of we don't even know if the dude's going to play center field. I think you're right. Evan Carter has shown pretty much since 2023 that he can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
You need to protect Evan Carter because he is still a part of your young core. And you have to feel really excited about bringing Nimmo from New York, having Langford and Carter healthy. You feel like you've got a really good outfield, a great trio there, but they've got to stay on the field. And I think Skip is correct there that he said they've got to be there for 162. It's a long season. And this lineup, unfortunately, cannot afford a lot of devastating injuries this year. And we're hoping they kind of regress back to the mean of being good. I mean, they were historically bad last year. Peter, you got nothing from Berger and Peterson at all last year. You have them both back. You need them to step up, and you need Carter to stay healthy.
I found the list from MLB.com. Number 1, Julio Rodriguez. Number 2, Wyatt Langford.
Okay, so it was MLB.com.
Number 3 is Buxton. 4 is Jackson Merrill. And number 5 is Pete Carl Armstrong. So, I mean, homer again. Pete Carl Armstrong's the best fielding center fielder in baseball. But yeah, I mean, everything that Wyatt Langford brings you, he's a 5-tool player. He could easily get you a 30-30 season this upcoming season, I'd like to think. If he's healthy and he's swinging a good bat, 30 home runs is absolutely in the conversation for him. 40 home runs might be in the conversation for him.
I think that's doable, and I do think that he adds a little more athleticism to the center field position than Carter does. Mm-hmm. So I don't mind Wyatt. I just feel like he's such a beast. He's such a physical specimen. I'm not that concerned about him getting beat up.
I'm not either.
I don't have a lot of injury concern with Wyatt Langford the way I do with Evan Carter. I feel like Evan Carter is one warning ball track away from kind of nudging the wall to like breaking his back. That's how I sometimes feel with Evan Carter, because he just has not been able to stay. Then I feel for the kid. Like, that sucks. You can't control the back injury that much. It's not like, he's got a bad tight hamstring or something. Like, the dude just has a bad back, and that's very hard to overcome.
Which then raises the point, because I know we talk so much about Corey Seager and his health, and how a lot of Rangers fans on a hit down the line, like, they don't even want to see Corey Seager around in first. Like, just stay with your single, man. We don't want to see you trying to push for 2. At what point do we get to a point where Evan Carter loses some of his value in his ability to steal bases, his ability to track down tough balls in the outfield, his ability to stretch a double to a triple, a single to a double? At some point, if he continues with these injuries, when do you get to the point where you're like, okay, dude, like, calm down. Like, we just need you to play baseball. We don't need any of the extra stuff, because, hey, we don't have an option at right field right now. I mean, unless you want to stick Ezekiel Duran out there. Like, right now, you don't have a speed option out there.
That's the problem. Like, with trading Simeon, you've got Josh Smith now starting at second base, and he was kind of your utility guy. You could have snuck him into left field. He played some third base, some obviously, if you needed to. Duran, you mentioned, but there's just not a lot of depth this year. So you need Carter to be on the field and to produce, mainly at the plate. Like, I'm not as concerned with his steals or like his double or triple production. I'm just more concerned with, like, can you get on base? Like, can you hit a curveball? We've just seen a lot of regression from him really since he came onto the scene and helped you win a World Series, and we all got really excited, and rightfully so, with what we saw in 2023. But this year needs to be a leap for him. Like, we need him to produce, because this offense has just not been what we saw when you won the World Series.
And what are your thoughts about this team and how they've addressed free agency when it comes to, do you feel like they're not beating a dead horse, but do you feel like they're putting too many assets into the pitching staff and specifically into starting pitching, when you could be putting those assets into bullpen or offense as they add Jordan Montgomery?
I think that Chris Young, being your GM and being a pitcher, it feels natural that he would want to make sure that position group is as solid as it can be, and that does help you win. If you're able to have a healthy DeGrom and Uvalde, who you had to shut down last year as well too, you bring in Montgomery, mainly as an insurance policy, but he's still very much there.
Like, he could also be a bullpen guy who's long relief.
Yeah, then you trade for Mackenzie Gore, and you're thinking, okay, if we can get 5, and you're also hoping that Leader continues to make the jump. If we can just have 3 of those guys healthy all year, obviously you want DeGrom to be one of those 3, but we can keep a consistent rotation. The bullpen isn't that strong. You were tied with the worst amount of blown saves, 29 last season. And I know Shoemaker talked about, well, you need to have, Chris Martin potentially is going to be the closer. We'll see. Maybe Garcia. I think Young is understanding we don't have a ton of bullpen depth. We need our starting rotation to be dynamic, and Montgomery helps out an insurance policy to that. I mean, that dude was great for you 3 years ago, and so you're hoping you get that back.
Well, I've got this for you. Jeff Wilson, who covers the Texas Rangers at DLLS Sports, he's reported Rangers manager Skip Shoemaker said Robert Garcia and Chris Martin are the front runners to handle closing duties for Texas to open the 2026 season. So, as some of us thought, it may be Alexis Diaz because he has skins on the wall and he's been an all-star caliber closer. He does not get the nod as one of the front runners for this position.
But you also just hope, if it's whether he's the closer or the setup guy, you just hope the 8th and 9th innings are covered this year.
That's all you need.
But you've got to score runs.
You do.
Like, you just have to score runs this season.
And I think it wasn't talked about enough last year about the amount of high-stress pitches these starting pitchers had. The amount of pitches that Jacob deGrom had to pitch down 1, up 1, like in a super, super close game, like the 3rd inning.
And even through all of that, at one point, with 13 games to go, you were 79-70, and you were a game and a half out of the playoffs. So even through the struggles of last season, like, think about that: 29 blown saves. Let's just say it's 15 blown saves. You're now a 94-win team, or a 95-win team, right? So, like, this team was there even in the midst of all that struggle. They had the opportunity to win some games, and that's why. If you mind me teasing my expectations for this year,
I was just about to throw it to you.
I would say this season, I expect the Texas Rangers, what defines a successful season is winning the AL West, taking that back, and getting to the ALCS. I think with DeGrom, you invested so much money in DeGrom and Seager for a reason. Now, you capitalized off of it. You won a World Series. Now, DeGrom wasn't pitching that year. But the AL West, the Athletics aren't there yet.
Yeah.
The Angels, we just never know what we're going to
Athletics
get.
are coming, though.
They're coming, but they're not there yet.
Yeah.
And the Mariners, for as good as they were last season, I still don't necessarily trust them as like a dominant force in your division. So I like the idea, and then Houston is falling back a little bit. I like the idea of what you could do with this roster healthy and winning your division. And that would be a successful season in my mind. You can't miss the playoffs again.
No, you can't. And the only bright side, and we talk about this with the Cowboys too, the only bright side of you missing the playoffs is maybe that gets ownership to be like, okay, let's dip into that luxury tax a little bit. Let's maybe cross that threshold and start spending a little bit of money. But who knows? I mean, I think success for the Rangers this season, you know what you have with the pitching staff, right? You know it's going to be, if healthy, a top 5 unit
in baseball,
probably at the worst in baseball with the additions that you've made, and you've got guys like the fact that Jack Leiter could be your 4th best pitcher is beautiful. He was a top pick a couple years ago, and with the stuff he's got, if you can have him as your 4 guy because Mackenzie Gore and everybody else stays healthy, that's beautiful. You know what you have there. You just need the bats to wake up. You need guys like Josh Young. You need guys like Jake Berger. I know we have a text here from the 469. I think Berger will be much better this year. Imagine the stress with his daughter got to him a bit. Absolutely.
Yeah, and maybe so. And you just never know in baseball. That's why I love the volatility of this sport, because one year doesn't necessarily define the next. Like football, the New York Jets, we know they're going to suck next year. There's just not much you can do about it.
No doubt.
Baseball, you just need Corey Seager to be Corey Seager. You need Jake Berger to have an average year, not one of the worst years of his career. You need Jock Peterson to not hit 109 or whatever it was.
Hey, man, it's only up from here with Jock.
It's only up from here, and so it's like if you get that back, and that's why I say like regress to the mean. They would regress back to being good because it was so bad.
Mm-hmm.
If Gore, you get the all-star level production that you had from him at times last season, you know what you're getting in DeGrom. He's a world-class talent, and then Uvalde's a gamer. So you've got 3 different style of starting pitchers leading your rotation to help with the young guy like Jack and a veteran like Montgomery. I love what Chris Young has done in this rotation. Just can you support them?
Yeah, and I think the thing we saw the most last year, and this is my last point before we get out of here, is the whole team felt like they were pressing the whole season. It was because nobody could get anything going. Everybody was pressing. Everybody wanted to be that guy to give you the big hit. And it just never happened. How many times did we see, and Jed, I know you and I did a lot of Rangers games last year that went into extra innings. How many times did we see the bullpen step up and you get through the 10th inning, you don't let that ghost runner on second score, and then it started the bottom of the 10th inning, and it was just strikeout, because everybody wanted to hit a walk-off home run. It was like, dude, why can't we play some small ball? Why can't you bunt the guy over to third and then sack fly? Let's get, by any means, I mean, the team just needs wins. They just need runs. They need any amount of offense that can complement this pitching staff, and we just didn't see it last year. So if a couple people can get the thing going, if you can see some remnants of the elite Rangers offense that we've seen in years past, if that can kind of show its face again, it takes some stress off your big hitters. Nobody's pressing. They're letting the game come to them, which is just something you didn't see last season. All right, well, hopefully that was a sufficient amount of baseball talk here for the 817. Hopefully we scratched that itch for him. But coming up next, you guessed it, another college football segment, because we are the College Football Fix here on Fan University. We're going to get into ESPN's All-American team prediction for next season and the CBS way too early top 25 that I teased earlier. That and more next on 105.3 The Fan.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to...
draft coverage is? It's right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, your college football fix. And we've got another college football segment to bring to you here. And the headline of this one is CBS's way too early top 25 predictions for the 2026 college football season. And they've got bold predictions too. It's not just team rankings. They've got some notes on some players and stuff like that. So let's dive right into this thing, shall we? Brennan, I know this is going to be a shocker to you. Do you want to guess who the #1 overall team is that they're predicting?
I literally just opened it up on my computer, so I don't want to guess because then I'd be giving it away, but I'm just going to say it's Ohio State.
Oh, my God. What a good guess by you. Now, their bold prediction here.
Not much of a guess when it just is right in front of your face, unfortunately.
That's okay. That's okay. Nobody's surprised by that, right? Nobody's shocked. I'm not blowing anybody away with that one. Their bold prediction, however, is that the Buckeyes will lose 3 games.
This is crazy to me.
Well, okay, if you think about it, there's a possibility they run into Indiana and Oregon in the regular season, and they play Texas again. This time it's in Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is in Austin. They did keep that game on the schedule.
There's 3 right there, that could possibly happen. But Julian's saying going into year 2,
there's so much talent on that roster. And I haven't looked at their home away schedule yet. So if they do have Texas, Oregon, and Indiana, sure, they could lose all 3 of those games. And then Michigan too, if Michigan's better next season. But I'm not seeing them lose 3 of those 4.
No, I don't think so either. And
not with the talent on this roster.
And yeah, you're losing Carnell Tate, who's going to the draft. But you've got Chris Henry Jr. coming in, who's about as Jeremiah Smith of this freshman class as Jeremiah Smith was in his last freshman class. Maybe not as good, but the kid's a freak athlete. So they're restocking with absolutely no issues. So I think they're going to be just fine. I think three losses is crazy. #2 is the Texas Longhorns. Now their bold prediction is that Arch Manning will break Colt McCoy's single-season passing touchdown record.
Yeah, Cam Coleman, you get one of the best wide receiver talents in the sport to join you
Ryan Wingo
this year. Wingo's there, which is actually crazy that it's only 34. You think of that era of college football where the air raid and Mike Leach from Tech kind of brought that in and everyone started throwing the ball like crazy. Some quarterbacks were throwing 50, 60 touchdown passes. I think Case Keenum at Houston, threw 61?
I think how many Joe Burrow have?
Joe Burrow was right after the playoff. I think he was right around that too. So to see that it's only 34 with Colt McCoy, that is crazy to me. I would say that Arch Manning could break that.
I do too. I wouldn't be shocked if Brennan Sorsby throws for 35 this year.
Yeah, it has gone down. We're not in the era anymore where everyone's throwing for 5,000 passing yards and 50-plus touchdowns. It felt like every quarterback in the Big 12 was doing that, 10, 15 years ago. But I think 34 is very doable for Arch Manning. But I don't think he's going to win the Heisman.
I agree.
I just don't see that.
Do you want to pivot this into an overreaction or reality?
Yeah.
With all these bold takes?
I would love to.
I love it too. #3, Georgia. Overreaction or reality? Georgia wins their 3rd consecutive SEC championship game.
Dude, it's hard to bet against Kirby Smart. Lane Kiffin going to LSU. What does their team look like? Alabama in year 3 of Kalen DeBoer. Ole Miss, are they going to be as good with Pete Golding? What's Florida going to be with the new coach? So when you look at some of the competition around them, Vanderbilt loses Pavia. I'm trying to think of those teams they face. And then Texas with Arch Manning, you would say probably, I think they have an A&M with Marcel Reed being back. I like Georgia still out of those teams. So I do feel like Georgia, this is a reality for me that Georgia gets back to the SEC championship game and they would be the odds-on favorite. They just have to be. Kirby Smart owns the SEC still.
Gunnar Stockton, it's the 2nd full year under the offense. Back. He's taken over. So
the defense is going to be better. So
they're absolutely the preseason favorite. I'm going to say a reality for that one as well. #4, overreaction reality, Oregon Ducks. And it says the Ducks finally win their first ever national championship. Dante Moore returning. They just got Coy Parrish, the star safety out of Minnesota. They've had a really good class. They've got a stacked defense and a stacked amount of players on that defense returning. They're the number 4 team. I'm going to go overreaction on this one, though.
I am too. You lose both of your coordinators. I understand that Dante Moore has a lot of hype, and rightfully so. Young quarterback, chose to stay at Oregon. But right now, if I'm looking at them as like the national title favorites, I wouldn't say. I think that's a stretch right now.
I completely agree. And you also have the aspect of like, how much are they going to be tested in the regular season when we don't know who they're going to play entirely? I don't know. And I have a hard time because, man, Dante Moore turned into a pumpkin against Indiana. And I'm a little concerned of them making it to the playoff again and having the same situation. So,
from the 214, I do see this text. Why do y'all speak like Arch Manning wasn't terrible last year? You're not going to find me defending Arch Manning very often.
Me neither.
I will just say that with the weapons around him, like a guy like Cam Coleman, another year in the system, I think that Arch Manning is going to produce. I don't think he's necessarily. That's why I said I don't think he will win the Heisman. I don't think Arch Manning is going to be the best player in football. I just think he's going to be productive.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a situation that we kind of talked about with Mac Jones. It's like, does Texas have a talented enough roster where Arch Manning just needs to like make it go? Do they just need a
game manager? Exactly.
That's all he needs. And last year he came in with all the expectations of the Heisman and just didn't live up to it. I think he's a fresh slate this year and a lot of talent on that team. I think they can go places, but yeah, I don't think he wins Heisman. Number 5 is Notre Dame. Overreaction or reality, Notre Dame will lose in the quarterfinals of the college football playoff.
Reality. I can see this being a reality. They're going to make it. They're going to make the playoff.
Oh, yeah.
Because the committee won't leave them out. I think all they have to do is finish in the top 12 next year to make the playoff. They've gifted Notre Dame that. Just be ranked in the top 12, and you're essentially like a group of 5 automatic qualifier. So Notre Dame will be in the playoff, but I can see them, like, if they get the 10 seed and they have to go on the road to 7 or a 9, if they're not a top 5 team, then I see them losing on the road.
No more Jeremiah Love. Number 6, the Texas A&M Aggies. And their overreaction or reality, Aggies will lose 3 games in November and miss the college football playoff.
Okay, so here's their schedule. At South Carolina, Tennessee, at Oklahoma, and then the finale against rival Texas. At home, I believe.
See, I think they beat Texas at home.
Okay.
Can you give me the other ones again? Is Oklahoma on the road?
Oklahoma and South Carolina on the road with Tennessee sandwiched in between. 3 out of 4.
I could see you losing 2 of them. I don't think you lose 3.
It's hard for me to really know.
You got a veteran quarterback too.
It's hard for me to understand. Like, well, what is South Carolina going to be? You do have Lenore Sellers coming back, but he didn't make the jump we thought he would last year. So I do think that game on the road will be tough. Tennessee, not sure what they're going to be. I thought they had a pretty good year last year, all things considered. They had a lot of turnover, a lot of change. And then Oklahoma, they won 10 games this year. They seem to have turned the corner with Venables there. So I could see. I'm going to go reality. I'll say reality. Early hot take, I think A&M will be 9-3. They'll go 9-0 to start the year, and then everyone will be on the hype train. They'll be ranked in the top 5, then they'll drop 3 or 4.
I love it. Number 7, Texas Tech. Overreaction reality, quarterback Brendan Sorsby becomes Heisman Trophy finalist for the Red Raiders.
Hard reality.
Yeah.
Just this, I'm hammering this one. And it's not because I'm wearing a Texas Tech hat.
Not at all.
Not at all.
It's a TCU
it has
flag
nothing to do
you.
with me being an alumni of Texas Tech University. It has to do with the fact that you're going to win games in the Big 12. And Texas Tech's schedule next year is not that difficult. So he can put up numbers. He can look very attractive. And then if you're 11-0, 12-1, winning the Big 12, and Sorsby's sitting there, like last year, he had 27 total touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Let's say he gets to 35, 40 total touchdowns and keeps the interception number under 5 and throws for 3,300 yards. I think he'll be a Heisman. I mean, you had Jacob Rodriguez this year, who was the best linebacker in the country, finished 5th in Heisman voting. So Texas Tech got respect from a player that's playing lights out football on a national landscape. Quarterback's only going to elevate that more. I think Brendan Sorsby will have that opportunity. Do I necessarily think that he is a top 2-3 quarterback in the sport? Maybe not. Maybe not right now.
Yeah.
But just because of who he's going to be able to play and what he's going to be able to do, I think that he will be in the conversation come December.
And the fact that he's already in the top 10 in voting, he doesn't have a huge jump to make to be a finalist. I think he's going to help him out as well. All right, last one here. Indiana. Overreaction or reality, Indiana produces back-to-back number 1 overall draft picks with quarterback Josh Hoover.
The overreaction. This is an overreaction.
Because who do we have coming out next year? We got Arch. Arch is probably going to be number one pick if he plays remotely well.
Yeah, I mean, just the hype behind Arch is going to continue. Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, CJ Carr to Notre Dame. The quarterback, Lenora Sellers, will still continue to have his name in the conversation. Mm-hmm. I mean, Brendan Sorsby will be there. John Mateer will be there. Right? John Mateer is still there.
I think so. Oh, yeah, he's still at school.
Yeah, for some reason, I just blanked on that. Yeah, so you're going to have a much more love in the quarterback class in 2027. Hoover, he just got to show it to me. Like, he didn't do enough at TCU to show me that he's going to be a top quarterback in the sport next year. Mm-hmm. And it's tougher competition. Like, Indiana's schedule next year, that's not easy. I mean, this team is going to have a target on their back. They're defending champs. They're 16-0. Like, he's going to have to play really, really well. If he does good, I just think he's got to prove it. I'm not going to give him that here in February.
I completely agree. We got text coming in from the 972. Arch Manning wasn't terrible the second half of last year. Look at the stats. He was good to end the season last year. He did get on a roll a little bit and build some momentum for this season, but the fact of the matter is they were the number one team in the country coming into the season and finished without making the college football playoff because he played poor at the start of the season, and I mean, they just didn't look good at the start of the season. And in this league, if you want to make the college football playoff, you need to be good from start to finish.
Yeah, I totally agree. From the 214, Texas isn't playing Oklahoma at home. I think we said Texas A&M. Apologize if it was Texas, but to clarify, that was Texas A&M we're talking about. And then from the 469, y'all goofy, acting like Arch is a game manager, but yet, ride Texas Tech QB. What do you expect? 2 Texas Tech alumni right here.
We weren't saying Arch was a game manager. We said he failed to be a game manager last year. He wasn't even a game manager last year.
If he is a game manager, that team can go 11-1. Yeah. They've got talent.
But you could absolutely be more than a game manager next year. You could take them to a national championship potentially. Nobody's questioning Arch Manning's potential at all.
I might be.
Okay, I'm not.
I was getting crucified on this show in the fall for saying that I don't think Arch Manning is very good. Like week 1, and I was getting crucified. I mean, Carter was going after me. Jake was going after me. Everyone on the text line was calling me an idiot. About 6 weeks in, I said the same thing about Marcel Reed, by the way.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, oh, Marcel Reed's a Heisman finalist. It's like, okay, talk to me in December.
It's pumpkin.
So I was 2 for 2 there. I'm going to go 3 for 3 on Brendan Sorsby.
I love it. Well, there's your overreaction reality college football edition. But coming up next, it's top of the hour, and we've got around the NFL, and I've got MVP odds for you for next season, and we received the highest graded rookies according to PFF. We'll go over those 2 lists and more NFL talk next on 105 Through the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of...
that people don't like.
People that think that college football isn't a year-round sport anymore are wrong.
They are wrong.
Nothing gets someone
Especially
more
with the
heated
transfer portal.
than you going after their alma mater or just the team they love, like Texas right now. From the 682, I believe, what did they say? That this is a Longhorn station. People, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't feel like it today.
Yeah, I don't see any Longhorns here on the air.
You realize eventually this is a Longhorn station. Not today. I've got a TCU flag right behind me.
Yeah, I've got a Texas UNT flag behind me.
I'm not seeing much Longhorn stuff here in this studio.
It's okay. Someday we'll realize it.
We love all the Longhorn fans out there, though.
We do. We love all college football fans.
All Tolo football fans. All 105.3 fans. All Tolos.
Yeah.
All college football fans. We love it here on FanU.
We're a college football family here at the end of the day, and we talked about the fact that in other sports we need good rivalries. This is a rivalry right here.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you need rivalries so you have something to talk about.
We could talk. As much as I wouldn't want to, we could talk A&M in Texas probably for 3 hours.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just there. It gets the emotions high, it gets the blood flowing. That's what college football does. So, hey, we'll talk other stuff. We'll talk MLB hot stove. We can talk baseball. We can show our diversity in sports, but we love college football here.
We love college football. It's your college football fix. And, you mentioned getting your blood flowing. What else will get your blood flowing is if you go and see Zach Wolchuk at Lowe's in Salina. He's there right now from noon to 2 p.m., He's got Lowe's gift cards. He's got 24 everlasting roses for your girlfriend, boyfriend, significant other, whoever you want to get roses for.
He's there. Zach's there to provide them, man. Good for Zach.
Show up with a Valentines card. If you don't have anybody for Valentine's, show up. Wooly Bully will give you a big old hug. He'll take your card. He'll be your Valentine's for the day. So go check him out. And then we got coming up at 12:40, we got Crosstalk with CA and Kevin Walker. They are live from the Dallas Open in Frisco, Texas, over at the Star. So if you want to go check them out as well, I know it's a rainy day, so be careful out on those roads. But go check them out. They're going to have a great 4-hour show of Radio Gold, as always. But Brennan, it's time that we get into some NFL.
Before the NFL, did you want to address the guy that said 817 talking crap about the Texas Tech football team right here? I don't know.
Let's see. Oh,
you guys tried to buy a championship and still came up short. Guns down. Shots fired.
At least we made the playoff.
Made the playoff? Won the Big 12?
I don't know how much money they're paying Arch Manning, but I think it's more than $5 million, right?
Yeah. His Warby Parker endorsement's got to be pretty high, too.
Gotta be. I mean,
looks good in glasses.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
needs him apparently.
I see a lot of people talking about negatives about Arch Manning and his stats and all that, but I don't see anybody coming at Brennan Sorsby, so it's okay. We got this one from the 682. Can't respect y'all's opinion because your bias reeks through the speakers.
Ooh.
You won't ever be Texas or even A&M. It's been like this for day one, and it's going to remain that way. Brennan, what are your thoughts on that?
I never said we would be. Yeah. You're always going to be the little brother. If you're a Texas Tech fan or a TCU fan or Baylor for that matter too, yeah, sure, in the state you won't compete with Texas or Texas A&M.
Yeah. Which is the really weird thing because
in terms of perception.
Yeah.
In terms of perception.
But last year, I mean, Tech was 4th in football, A&M was 7th, and Texas didn't make the playoff. I mean, right now in basketball, Tech is top 20, and I don't see any of the other teams sniffing the top 25. And in softball, I mean, Tech's the number 1 team in the country, and I mean, I don't know. So, and I think they just beat A&M.
And to pretend like no one else is out there trying. I hate the stigma when schools like Tech or Indiana go into the portal and pull this off and people get so pissed. And it's like, you're doing it too. Just because you have a Longhorn on your helmet, or just because your name is Georgia or Alabama or A&M, you're still doing the same thing. You're playing the same game. And it doesn't change the fact that because a smaller school like Tech is doing it, means that they can't be in the same ballpark now. It's just changed.
We can change and the conversation needs to switch to everybody's spending money. It shouldn't be who's buying a championship. It should be who is most effective with their money, right? And who is going out there and who's getting the guys. Like, nobody would say Indiana you could say Indiana bought a championship because the majority of the team were transfers, but they went out and they got those guys that have come from these D2 schools, these non-Power 4 teams,
Correct.
and Curt Cignetti turned them into a really good football team. So it's all about the way you use your money. Now, granted, a lot of people can say maybe paying Brennan Sorsby $5 million was too much. Well, when you lose in the college football playoff because you have a national championship caliber roster everywhere but quarterback, I'm okay with you spending $5 million for a quarterback.
Yeah, you go fix that problem.
So
I also think, too, bias is part of the game, man, especially in college sports.
It's human nature.
It's the one thing where you should show your bias. If you went to the school, if you love the school, or if you buy the T-shirt at Walmart and you just want to be a fan, that's fine. Like, own it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to own the fact that I went to Texas Tech. I'm going to go compete with A&M in Texas, in my opinion. That's what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely. I'm a proud Red Raider here from the 940. A&M is the true lil bro. Okay, I think A&M and Texas would say Tech is the overwhelming consensus from the text line is that Tech is the lil bro.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
That's totally fair.
They haven't been established. This is our first year in stardom.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sitting here defending that Texas Tech on a perception level as is equal footing with Texas A&M and Texas across the state. I don't think anyone would say that.
One more before we get into some NFL talk. Tech football was overrated. They were good, not great. Aggies in Texas beat them last year. Now, Brennan sparked my memory. I don't think they played.
I got the 469 is obviously saying that if we played on a neutral field, that Texas Tech would lose to A&M in Texas. And as unbiased as I can make, and I did graduate, by the way.
I did too.
Thank you. But as non-biased, I could say this. Texas Tech's defense, I think, proved they could compete with anyone.
Yeah.
Put them against Marcel Reed and Arch Manning last year, who did struggle against top defenses across the sport.
Yeah.
I would say that Texas Tech would be able to compete with them.
Absolutely. Well, keep those texts rolling in. You guys are killing it, blowing up the text line. We love this conversation. Love talking ball with you guys. But we're going to move and pivot to some NFL because I've got the NFL MVP odds for next season, and we've got a couple rookies, 3 to be exact, that have cracked the list of God knows how many people are on this list. It's a long list, Brennan. It's a long list. But we've got some rookies on here that I want to get your opinion over because I just think it's interesting. And we all know the favorites, right? We know that Josh Allen's going to be the favorite. Then you got Lamar, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. Like, nobody's surprised. Maybe I'm a little surprised that it's all 6 AFC quarterbacks. Maybe that's a little bit. But nobody's gonna argue and debate those top 6. We know who the best quarterbacks in the NFL are.
Go ahead and bring up Caleb Williams.
It's not Caleb Williams.
I'm waiting for the Caleb Williams
I will
talk.
say the reason I found this ad or this website was because FanDuel did put out an article that Caleb Williams is the most bet player to win MVP. So the most volume of bets are going on him to win MVP, which
I can see that.
Yeah, fair enough. He's a young rising player who had a really good second half of the year. I will say this. You know who else went into their 3rd year of their quarterback season and received the most volume of MVP votes as a Chicago Bear?
As a Chicago Bear in their 3rd season.
Going into their 3rd year.
Quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are we talking about? Rex Grossman here?
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields
led all quarterbacks in the offseason in the volume of MVP
going into
votes.
his 3rd year in the league.
Going into his 3rd year. Because his 2nd year in the league was the year where he did all those long runs and he was showing that, maybe he was figuring it out. And then just a complete total dud.
See, that's how far Justin Fields is from my memory as a Chicago Bear quarterback that I went all the way back to Rex Grossman.
That's a good, I thought you were going to go to
Play to the Super Bowl. Play to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So he's great, but I want to point your attention to this. Fernando Mendoza is coming in at plus 15,000 odds. MVP.
Okay.
As a rookie, don't even know what team he's going for. He doesn't even have a helmet next to his name because he's not on a team. He's a rookie. Now, do you think it's valid that Fernando Mendoza has better odds to win the MVP than guys like Jonathan Taylor, Myles Garrett, Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achane, and Saquon Barkley?
Considering that the MVP is essentially who is the best quarterback or who is the best quarterback for that year, not necessarily the best quarterback total, but just like who had the best year as a quarterback, I would say, yeah, it's probably fair. Considering that they're not going to give the MVP to Myles Garrett or Jonathan Taylor or Christian McCaffrey.
I mean, Myles Garrett just broke a record that stood for a while, and then he didn't even sniff MVP.
And he was on what did the Browns finish with? 5 wins? Were they 5-12, 6-11?
Maybe.
So it's not like he, even with the dominant year he had, the team wasn't any good. You look at the top 3 finishers this year with Stafford, May, and Allen, and what they do and mean for their teams. Let's just hypothetically say that Mendoza comes in to the Raiders, new coach, and they go 10-7. Like, they go from number 1 pick to maybe they miss the playoffs. They're in a really tough division in the AFC West. And Mendoza has like 27, has a Drake May year.
Yeah.
Let's just say he has a Drake May season, and they increase their win total by 9 games. Odds are that dude could be in the top 5 in the MVP voting.
Absolutely.
Do I think that's going to happen? No. But if it did happen, he would have better MVP odds than a Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, or Myles Garrett.
The 214 Caleb Williams is unreal. Shout out to you, man.
The 214 with a number ending in 8 has been all over the text line.
He's been killing it.
Yeah,
that guy's been unreal. 2 more rookies that have been cracking the list here. Jeremiah Love, he comes in at plus 50,000, and then Ty Simpson plus 50,000 as well.
Yeah, you're not.
Hey man, Ty Simpson could take over the Jets franchise, lead him to the Super Bowl. You don't know.
You always have to take a risk at quarterback if you need one, because you don't want to be the team that missed on the quarterback, and we see this a lot.
Question for you.
Okay.
If Trinidad Chambliss is drafted ahead of Ty Simpson, do you think he would jump Simpson in MVP odds? Probably, right?
Is Trinidad Chambliss now the injunction? Okay, so the injunction was passed where he is able to get reinstated, but the NCAA can appeal it. So he hasn't confirmed if he's going pro or staying in college yet. Trinidad Chambliss, to me, based off what he did in the playoffs, would have a higher upside, in my opinion, than Ty Simpson. So
I would agree with that 100%.
I would say
I liked what I saw from Trinidad last season more than what I saw from Ty Simpson.
I think I agree. Both are a little undersized. Ty, to me, started now the game against Florida State where he was just getting mauled and they couldn't block anybody. Then he had some really good games and great game at Georgia, but then it kind of fizzled towards the end of the year. And especially against Indiana, it just looked like he was a little over his skis. So I do feel like right now you're jumping. Outside of Mendoza, you are taking a risk. If you're the Jets at 2, or you're someone in the top 5, and you're drafting any quarterback not named Mendoza, you are taking a risk. Like, there's no, and even Mendoza, some scouts have been saying, is nothing guaranteed to be like the next generation. So I do think I don't know, Ty Simpson, he's going to get drafted, but I don't know if he should be a first-round pick.
I don't know either. That'll be interesting story to monitor. Now, speaking of first-round picks, I've got the PFF grades for all the rookies in the first and the second round draft of last season. Now, in the first round, obviously, the Dallas Cowboys, they drafted Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama. Do you want to guess, amongst first-round rookies, where do you think he ranked with his PFF grade? I know PFF grade's not like the end-all, be-all. But this is just a fun little exercise.
First-round rookies, just offensive linemen.
No, all first-round rookies.
Oh, gosh. I mean,
so out of 32,
somewhere in that 15 to 20 range.
He came in 10.
Okay,
came in at 10. His rating was a 72.7. The highest rated rookie in the first round was Colston Loveland at 85.3.
Ah, your boy.
Yep. Teteroa McMillan, he has 79.3. And Omarion Hampton at 77.3. Those are your top 3. So Tyler Booker cracked the top 10, which I'm not sure how PFF values positional, like grades positional value. I'm not sure what their algorithm is. But I thought I don't think it's a stretch at all to say Tyler Booker was one of the top 10 picks in the first round last year.
Yeah, which is good news for Dallas, and you're hoping he can continue to grow. And remember the teams with Ezekiel. I mean, it feels like this was yesterday, but it has been 10 years. Like your offensive line was what guided you so long, and so I do think that Tyler Booker being a serviceable rookie and hopefully being a future 10-year starter for you is huge for the Cowboys. But again, the offensive side of the ball is not the problem right now. The Cowboys need to figure out what to do in the draft on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I agree. Now we move to the second round. Do you have a guess on who was the highest rated rookie from the second round?
I have no idea.
It was Luther Burden.
Another Chicago Bear, of course.
You can see why my eyes gravitated towards this list. Now, Donovan Ezeraku, he was a second-round pick for the Cowboys. He came in at 73.1. Now, he was just behind number 4, who was Ozzie Trapillo. He was at a 73.5. So, So Donovan Izaraku, arguably a top 5 pick in the second round.
Yeah, and I think what is so exciting to me about the NFL draft, it's really not the first round players. I love rounds like 2 through 5, where you really see value. And that's where a lot of these teams hit on guys like Cooper DeJean. For the Eagles, for example, you see high-level production in these rounds. You just got to find the right guy. And that's what excites me about the draft so much, is like, what rookies are you seeing make impact that were drafted round 3, round 4?
Yeah, because then you have the whole charade in the second round, and as you get further in the draft of, do you draft the best player available? Do you draft for value? And it's kind of just, you don't know who's going to fall to you. You don't know who's going to be there, and that's why there's no way to like really predict what you're going to do in each scenario, and it's fun to see because some teams don't need a star wide receiver, but sometimes
he's there.
A guy will just drop to you, and it's like, how did this guy land to me at 72? He was supposed to be a fringe first-round pick. Let's take him. And then you're not drafting for need.
Yeah, the game of, is it team need or best player available when a certain guy drops or is there that you wouldn't expect him to? That's always so much fun to watch, like how those teams manage that. Oh, we really need a D-tackle, but like that Luther Burden just fell to us. Do we take Luther Burden to help Caleb Williams?
All right, that was more rookie talk and more 2025 draft talk. But what I got coming up next is a mock draft from Field Yates. He's got a 2026 mock draft and how the Dallas Cowboys overhaul their defense in the first round of this upcoming draft. You'll want to stick around for that. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
What is up, my friends? I am out here celebrating the brand new lows of Salina at 3540 South Preston.
case you didn't know, it does bleed into the draft, and college football players are drafted in the NFL draft, so it's only right that we do an NFL mock draft. And Field Yates is kind of widely understood as one of the better mock drafters in ESPN's system. I feel like he's always done a good job. Him and who's his co-host? Brennan. Who's the other? Mel Kiper. Him and Mel Kiper will do mock drafts all the time. They'll do YouTube videos about it. Those are always fun to watch if you're a draft guru like we are. But here's his mock draft for the first round of the NFL draft, where he has the Cowboys slated at 20 and slated at 12. So no trades here. He usually doesn't incorporate trades.
Is he just going if it stays chalk?
Yeah, he's just if it's a stock draft, no trades, nothing. This is what he's got so far. So number 1, shocker. Las Vegas Raiders, they draft Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. Nobody's really surprised there, right? Number 2, now this is where it gets interesting because the New York Jets can go in a lot of different directions because you could argue they have holes at all 22 positions on the field. And it's been mocked to them a lot that they're going to go with an edge rusher, which poses the question. You've got 3 really good edge rushers. You got Arvell Reese, you got Reuben Bain Jr., you've got David Bailey. Where would you go in this situation, Brendan Baxter?
Yeah, I mean, Arvell Reese deserves the hype. Mm-hmm. All 3 of them deserve the hype, quite frankly. You can't go wrong here. I think David Bailey, with what he did at Tech on the national level when people got to see him play, like when they played BYU and had game day, when they played against Oregon, I feel like his stock rose like crazy because people weren't necessarily talking about David Bailey in October like this guy's going to be a top 5 pick, right? So you're maybe taking a little bit of a risk with the David Bailey draft just because he wasn't there. Like Arvell Reese, we've been talking about this dude since August, right? Like we know he's top 5.
And Reuben Bain,
and Reuben Bain from Miami. So I think you can't go wrong with either of the 3. They're all tremendous athletes. They all have so much upside. They're fast. They're quick off the line. I think Reese probably offers you more of a dynamic athlete where he could play multiple positions. Like he can probably slide back, drop in coverage a little bit. I mean, dude's just a freak. Mm-hmm. So I like the Jet. You mentioned it. Like what? The Jets going to draft Ty Simpson here? No. You know, you're not taking a quarterback at 2. You can't go. There's so many needs for the Jets. Truly, all 22 positions. It feels like maybe outside a receiver with Garrett Wilson, who you're paying a bunch of money to. Yeah. But I like Reese at 2 for New York. But it's not. They're years away, man.
Yeah, it's not a foregone conclusion. Yeah. They can probably go anywhere with that pick. Now, Tolos text in 877-881-1053. Text in who you want the Cowboys to go at 12 and 20, or if you want them to trade. Because we got a couple picks here before we get to the Cowboys. I want you guys to get your text in so we can discuss those when we make our way to the Cowboys. Number 3 is the Arizona Cardinals. They take Francis Mauigoa, the offensive tackle out of Miami. Number 4, there goes David Bailey, the edge out of Texas Tech. He goes to the Tennessee Titans. And number 5, this is going to break some Cowboys fans' hearts, but the New York Giants, they select Caleb Downs, a safety out of Ohio State, arguably the best player in the draft. And a lot of people are saying he's the best safety prospect. A number of scouts are saying he's the best safety prospect they've ever scouted, and they probably scouted Kyle Hamilton as well. So, big pick for the New York Giants.
Yeah, the Giants have a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball, too. And so adding Caleb Downs. Loaded D-line. And so that would help. Where does Harbaugh want to go here? I mean, you got Jackson Dart. Neighbors is coming off an ACL injury. So do you want to maybe try to add depth to the receiver room?
Yeah, because you could go with the Jordan Tyson. You could go with the Cornell Tate. They do have Wan'Dale Robinson. So you have a little bit of depth there.
He could walk in free agency. And so I think that, but look, Harbaugh's played with a lot of great talent on the defense side of the ball. He's coached a lot of legendary defenders. Ed Reed comes to mind at safety. Kyle Hamilton was obviously really good with Baltimore. Does he find his next guy like that and want to take Caleb Downs? I wouldn't be shocked by it.
From the 214, Cowboys should trade Dak for the number 1 pick. Let's get my guy Mendoza. That's a take. And from the 940, I will probably be wrong, but I think Romello Height will have a better pro career than David Bailey. Interesting take as well. I don't think...
and Romello has a lot of opportunity as well, too.
A lot of bend.
Yes, that dude is a freak athlete as well, too.
All right, number 6, the Cleveland Browns. They select Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle out of Utah. At 7, Commanders take Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State. So Tate is the first wide receiver off the board in this mock draft. At number 8, the Saints, they take another wide receiver, Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State. That'd be a fun pairing with him and Olave, I feel like.
Yes, yeah. Jordan Tyson, to me, I mean, I get Carnell Tate, and he's great, but I think Jordan Tyson offers the most upside here at the position. 6'2", like 200 pounds, and I mean his ability in open space is dynamic as well too. So yeah, and then you got Tyler Shuck, who provided some optimistic thoughts, I think, for New Orleans. I'm not very high on Tyler Shuck, but he ended up winning Rookie of the Year in New Orleans. Ended up on a winning streak to end the season there. So get Tyler some weapons and see what you can do in a weak division.
At number 9, the Kansas City Chiefs, they go with the running back Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. That'd be nasty to add to that offense. Number 10, and I'm surprised he fell this far, Reuben Bain Jr. to the Bengals at 10. Man, I'd got to think, if Reuben Bain Jr. is sitting there at 10, I got to think the Cowboys move up and get him. 2 spots to get arguably a top 5 pick.
If he drops to 10, that is an interesting... Because you're kind of thinking maybe you go edge at 12, or linebacker. I don't want to, ruin the pick here, but I think a lot of people can guess where you're going with the 12th pick. And so, but Bain, that becomes a question though. Do you feel like the bigger need is at edge specifically, or do you feel like you have a guy that you love at 12 that will be there because Bain fell? So I don't know. I guess we might as well just get to it and we can debate the players.
At 11, the Miami Dolphins, they take Mansour Delane. I want to get to a couple texts before we move on here. So the 214, they said, I want Styles at 12 and Howell at 20. The 817 said trade 12 for Crosby. Let's see. Linebacker and defensive back, best available at 12 and 20 from the 847. Well, you got your pick. At 12, the Dallas Cowboys, they select Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of Ohio State. Probably the best linebacker in the draft if you're considering Arvell Reese a defensive end.
Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of getting out with the Reuben Bain thing. Bain's a physical specimen, but he's not super athletic. David Bailey is a lot more athletic, I think, than Reuben Bain is. But Styles just offers you exactly what you need. I just think it's a great fit, fills a hole. Just don't overthink this. I feel like if you're staying at 12, if you're not making a trade for Crosby, if you're not trading back to accumulate more picks later in the first and second round, whatever it is, I think Sonny Styles just fits. He is the modern NFL linebacker, and he's able to blitz. He's able to go sideline to sideline very well. And just reading this list too, I just find it funny. Carnell to Ohio State, Reese Ohio State, Styles Ohio State,
it's ridiculous.
Caleb Downs Ohio State.
It's ridiculous.
We're 4 Ohio State players into the 12th pick, but and what does Christian Parker want to? New defensive coach. How does he want to mesh his defense? What types of pieces does he feel will help him the most? But I like Sonny Styles a lot.
I do too. And I think it's a good pick because you can pair him with DeMarvion Overshown, and you can have a lot of intelligence at the linebacker spot to make sure all your guys are in the right spot. All right, 13, the Rams, they go Jermod McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee. At 14, Ravens, they go Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC. 15, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cassius Howell, the edge out of Texas A&M. 16, the New York Jets, they select Caleb Banks as a defensive tackle from Florida. 17, the Lions select Monroe Freeling, an offensive tackle out of Georgia. 18, Brandon Cisse, the quarterback of South Carolina, goes to Minnesota. And 19, a player I think the Cowboys had their eye on a lot to maybe fall to them even at 39 if they ended up doing a mock trade with the Browns to move up and pick up picks 39 and 6. That's Akeem Mesidor, the edge out of Miami, a big star in the college football playoff.
Yes, he had in his 4 CFP games, he had 5.5 sacks and 16 pressures. So elevated his stock a lot in their run to the national championship game. But then you got the Cowboys at 20 with another edge from Auburn in Keldrick Falk. And this is another type of situation. If you're the Cowboys and you're coming into this saying, we're gonna stay at 12 and 20 and we're gonna address our needs. We're gonna just bolster our defense. And then you're comparing a Mesidor or a Falk. Does it, you're going to have probably good grades on both of them if they're going 19-20. And according to Yates' mock draft, right? In mock drafts, to be fair, this thing could be totally blown up and look completely different in a month. It could look totally different come April. It probably will, right? So a lot could change, but I like the Cowboys just staying to what you need. Get an edge, get a linebacker. Let's not overthink this. Address some of the secondary concerns maybe in free agency. And let's get younger. Also, with Falk, he is one of the youngest players in the draft. Dude doesn't even turn 21 until September. Wow. So you're getting a very young,
very raw prospect,
but with a lot of potential.
I love it. I think it could add to this defense, and like you say, you're banking on potential. Now, whether or not you want to go with a more proven prospect because you think the Cowboys' window is now, that's up for discussion. But I don't know how fast he can develop. I'm sure he can develop in time to be a key piece of this defense.
And defensive guys too. Like this is just first round, right? Like there's going to be guys that were coming up in the second, third, fourth round. You're going, whoa! Like I'd love to get this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you could get a Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech in round 2, in round maybe 3. Like I think J-Rod's going to move up to the second round personally. But if you could get J-Rod in round 3, and like that helps your linebacker position. That's the best linebacker in the country coming out, just a little undersized. Doesn't necessarily have the physical tools that a Sonny Styles might have, but still a lot of value there. Like there's ways for the Cowboys to address their defensive needs rounds 2 through 6 as well.
Absolutely. So the Cowboys double dip on defense. They go with linebacker and edge. Linebacker at 12 was Sonny Styles. Edge at 20 is Keldrick Falk. At 21, the Steelers, they go with Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama. 22, the Los Angeles Chargers, they select Olaviaga Ione, guard from Penn State.
Very nice.
I definitely didn't get that right.
Ola Ivavagaga.
You're probably closer than I was. At 23, the Eagles, they select Max Ian Anchor, offensive tackle from Arizona State. That one was probably a bit closer.
Man, these names are crazy.
Here's an easy one. 24, Cleveland Browns, they go with Denzel Boston, the wide receiver out of Washington. At 25, the Chicago Bears go with Zion Young, the edge from Missouri. 26, the Buffalo Bills go Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson. Number 27, San Francisco 49ers, they go with A&M wide receiver, Casey Concepcion. 28, Houston goes Caden Proctor. Now they do need to defend C.J. Stroud's blind side, so I don't blame them for that. 29, the Rams make their second pick of the first round. They select Colton Hood, the cornerback out of Tennessee. At 30, the Denver Broncos get a really good value steal here. They get Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, arguably the best tight end in college football. Number 31, the Patriots go with Caleb Lamu, offensive tackle / guard out of Utah. Yeah, if you watched Will Campbell play, that's not a surprising pick there. And 32, the Seattle Seahawks go with Chait Bisontis, guard from Texas A&M.
Yeah, when you get down to the 30 to 32 range, the teams that kind of made the championship games and then the Super Bowl, they're just trying to fill a need, and they don't have a ton. There's a reason they're playing in February, right? And I mean, Seattle doesn't have a lot of holes, and they're young. I mean, John Schneider's done a phenomenal job in Seattle, and so yeah, just help beef up the offensive line there at 32. But that's where I think it starts to get interesting. Do they trade back? Like we've seen that happen. Does someone try to trade into the first round and get someone they really like? And there's so many moving parts, which makes the draft fun, but unfortunately we're still 2 months away from it.
Yeah, and this from the 940. Y'all know the Cowboys don't have a second or a third. Yes, but in theory, if you want to trade back, you can pick up a pick like that. That's why we were referencing
accumulating picks.
Yeah, that you can get players from those. You can get really good value players from those rounds 2 to 6, like you mentioned. So the Cowboys double dip. They go Keldrick Falk and Sonny Styles. Text in 877-881-1053. Does that move the needle for you on defense this upcoming season? And does this possibly change your thoughts in a pro or con way if you want to get Max Crosby or if you want to make a trade for Max Crosby? But coming up next, it's a segment that's been lighting the world on fire. It's Who Said It? And we're going to be joined by Kevin and CA live from the Dallas Open in Frisco. Crosstalk and Who Said It next on 105 through the Fan.
What is up, my friends? I am out here celebrating the brand new Lowe's of Salina at 3540 South Preston Road. So come on out. I want you to hang out with me, Willie Bully. I'm out here until 2 p.m. Join the fun with giveaways. They got free food. They got
Bucky's 105.3 The Fan.
This final segment of Fan University is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tolos, it's raining outside, and due to the rain, we have a little bit of a programming update for you. So, as CA and Kevin Walker get relocated at the Dallas Open as they head inside, they will be getting set up shortly. We will have you covered until they are ready to go, so crosstalk with them. That one's on standby, but that does not mean we can't do Who Said It. And we've got the GOAT of producers, Dylan Moore, joining us in studio for Who Said It, because here's the situation. I was originally producing this show, guys. So throughout the week, I grabbed all the Who Said It clips.
You know.
So I know who said it. So if we didn't have a third voice in here, it would just be, hey, Brennan.
It'd be Brennan versus
take
Brennan.
a guess. Yeah.
Which wouldn't go well. That would not go well for me, I can promise you that.
So how it's going to go today is we're going to run Who Said It. We've got 7 clips, right, Jet?
Yes, we do.
7 clips. Jet and I are on a team. We are the producer team. So if we stump you guys, we get 1 point, and then you guys are going against each other for 2 points. I will keep score. Jet, what is the first?
And the Tolos get to play, right?
The Tolos
get to play too.
Tolos got to send their texts and guesses into 877-881-1053.
Yes, Jacob, will you be in charge of the Tolos?
This is a lot to manage. I think I can do it, though. If Jake can do it, I can do it.
So our first one, we have It Was Stuck. Just It Was Stuck. So go ahead and play it.
No, we got to guess first.
He can play it, then we know the answer.
How are you supposed to
Breaking
know?
news, guys. I just saw a lightning strike outside. So.
How are you supposed to know this? This is what I don't like about this game is if I'm driving, like at Tolo, that I am myself and I'm listening, but a lot of times I'm waiting for the take. You know, like It Was Stuck.
Like that could be said at like 9:23 on a Tuesday.
Yes.
Or it could be said at 10:27 on a
let's
Friday.
see. Maybe they're talking about a car, right? Maybe they're talking about getting stuck. Did anyone? I mean, I'm gonna say Wolchuk.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna go with. You were producing. Well, they did nosebleeds though during KNC one day.
I'm going Wolchuk.
I'm still going with Kevin Hagelin. What do the Tolos say?
Play it first.
Oh, we don't have any text.
We don't have any text.
Wow, the Tolos don't know.
So they don't want to participate. Apparently, it must have been the lack of other. It must have been too much football, Brennan. That's probably what it was. Too much college football fix. They didn't want to participate in
your college football fix here.
It'll start rolling.
Here we go. Here's one from the 214. Gavin Dawson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think it is Dawson.
Good guess. Jet, roll the clip.
It was stuck.
Brian Broaddus.
Brian
Broaddus. So, Ofer. No surprise there.
1 point to the producers, no points to the Tolos. I wasn't even keeping score for the Tolos.
We had Gavin, Corey coming in. No Brian's, though.
Gavin's poop is a good guess.
RJ.
Yeah. Is that G-Back? Has that won 5 times yet, or is it still 4?
Oh, I don't know if it's 5 yet.
I thought it was 4.
It's
Yeah.
the reigning champ, though, for sure. Did you hear about that?
No.
Gavin pooped his pants.
On air?
No, it was...
Didn't he say he went to the trampoline to try to get it to go?
Yeah, I don't...
What are we talking about here?
It's a weird situation.
I was left out of this
Listen to G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah. All right, Jet, what do we have next?
Let's go put your pants back on.
Gavin, I mean, if he's pooping his pants, are we talking to Gavin here in this one?
Is that your guess?
I'm gonna say, yeah.
Put your pants back on.
Let me think.
No, sorry. I'm gonna say someone's saying that to Gavin, like Eric or somebody. Giafalo.
Okay.
See, this could be like some beef between Sean and RJ. Just kind of going at each other.
I could see that.
I wouldn't be shocked one bit. I'm going to say it was Chop. I'm going to say Choppy.
Put your pants back on.
Well, who, by the way, you can see at Lowe's in Salina from
another hour.
From noon to 2 p.m. You got about an hour left. I know it's raining outside, but could be nice. I had a Wolchuk.
And a Tolo said Wolchuk. A 214 said Wolchuk. So
okay, so that's
right.
a point for Tolos.
Was that during nosebleeds on?
No,
yesterday?
it was that was Gavin was talking about how he doesn't like big crowds at stadiums because sometimes he'll just be next to somebody peeing, and then Wolchuk was like, "Yeah, put your pants back on."
We had a lot of Kevin Hagelin's there on that one.
We did. So right now, Tolos have 2 points. Producers have 2 points. You guys have 0 points.
Not a great look.
I'm not surprised.
All right, Jet, what do we have next?
You stuck this thing in my face. Here's $1.
Kevin Hageland.
What are you laughing at?
Kevin?
I love the way Jet reads these.
Read it again.
You stuck this thing in my face. Here's $1.
Jet's got a great voice.
He does have a great voice.
He's got a really good voice.
You haven't gone
career field.
You haven't gone to the morning show yet, but I guess he hasn't gone to KNC or Fan After Dark. He's just on all G-Bag.
Yeah, I'm off the G-Bag train here. I'm going Kevin.
Okay.
Just to try and get a point for us, I'll go Corey. Hopefully it's from KNC.
Okay.
So I'll go Corey.
Let's see if we get anything from the Tolos. All right. Nothing. Jet, play the clip.
You stuck this thing in my face. I'm giving you $1.
Fred Davis making an appearance on Who Said It.
I almost thought I gave it away with how I read it.
From the 214.
Oh, someone got Fred. Someone did get Fred.
I thought I kind of read it like Fred at the beginning. You stuck it in my face. Here's $1.
There's another 214 saying every answer is going to be Kevin until I get it right. I think I'm jumping on that train, too.
Not a bad
I think
strategy.
I'm sticking with him. I think I'm just going to keep saying Kevin.
That's a good call.
All right, what's next?
Let's go trying to burn my throat.
Kevin. I'm sticking with 214.
I know Wolchuk's voice hasn't been great, I guess, but that was last week, so it had to be this week.
Someone did Kevin an exclamation point, so I'm writing K. It's got to be KNC.
Wow, you almost said something.
We've done enough. We've done enough.
Writing who? Kevin?
We've done enough G-Bag, and we just did Fred. It's got to be KNC.
I was like, keep in mind,
you produce KNC sometimes. Like that, I'm shocked we haven't had KNC.
I did produce KNC twice this week. Yeah.
I'll go Corey. Again.
Come on, Jet.
We got a Corey and a Hagee?
Yeah.
I'm trying to burn my throat.
Yeah. All right. At least
there
we got
we go.
the show.
Teamwork.
Dylan and I are on the board. No, I'm in that. That counts. That counts.
What do you mean?
I'm in the KNC, voting registry.
Okay.
KNC National Committee.
I'm part of the KNC National Committee here. I'm with Dylan. Give me half a point.
I'll give you a pity point.
Thank you. I needed that. Thanks.
What do we have next, Jet?
We have they're fighting over who's going to blow it.
Okay, have we had a Sean or RJ?
You guys have to remember.
No, we haven't.
And take this how you will. Do you guys think I'm awake for most of Sean and RJ's show?
See, but now I think
now he's trying
doing
to throw
it on
us off.
purpose. I'm going RJ. He's trying to throw us off.
I think I'm going to go Fan After Dark because they're talking about some game that's happening. But it could be the Olympics.
We're getting Broadus here.
We got a Corey. We got two Broadus guesses.
I'm just gonna ride with the morning show. We haven't had it yet.
He's riding the morning show.
I'm gonna go with Blake.
All three of them.
I'm gonna go with Blake because I think it's some basketball game the Mavs are trying to blow and the other team's trying to blow it too. So
they're fighting over who's gonna blow it.
Eric Chiafalo.
Man, a lot of G-bag here. This is not fair. I will say I'm not in my car very often from 2 to 7. I have a hard time getting to that show sometimes. So that's showing here.
The 214 sounds like Chief to me. All right, the Tolos, they get a point.
Tolos get a point. Nice.
So the Tolos have 4. Producers have 4. Dylan's got 2. Brennan's got a measly single point.
I have 2.
I've got a pity
point. You get a point.
I've got
you get 2 points for picking it right.
Oh, I do?
You got the last one right. Yeah. All right, Jet, what do we have next?
Dong after dong after dong.
Blake.
Tolos are going to get this one. Your guess is Blake?
Dylan, you got a better idea?
You still haven't gone to Sean and RJ in the morning.
Are you going to be like this guy who's just guessing Kevin every time, except this is going to be a rotation of the 3 Sean and RJ guys? Somebody said speed skating, Broadus. Somebody said it was Bobby, Blake.
I'll go Bobby Belt.
Go Bobby Belt. I'm just gonna. I know the texts are gonna come rolling in here in a second. I think everybody knows what this one is. How long should we give them? Because I know we're running on the delay.
Yeah, well, I think we just go ahead and send it since, dude, the show's almost over, unfortunately. We've got a Gavin, a Fred coming in, so they're coming in now.
After this.
30 minutes?
Yeah, we're going long because they're not set up yet.
I didn't Oh.
Bonus.
Wait, that's awesome.
Bonus Jake
University.
Bonus Jake and Brennan.
Someone's saying RJ. We got Choppy. We've got Gavin coming in. Zach. The Tolos are all over the place here.
A lot of Choppy. All right. Play the clip.
Dong after dong after dong.
It's the General.
Dude, you guys
grabbing every G-back clip we can find.
What are we doing here?
It's the General.
This is unfair, man.
Hey, man,
there's multiple shows on this channel.
I know. This is
Are we a channel or are we a station?
This is what I happen to be listening to this week.
My mind is in flux right now.
Keep in mind.
That'd be cool. We need a TV channel.
Yeah. We've got the YouTube channel.
We do have the YouTube channel.
We got 3 out of 5, said Gavin. So I'll give the Tolos a point there. We are not at 5 with the Tolos. See, you got to keep in mind, on Wednesdays, I'm here from like 2 p.m. to midnight.
All right, good.
Oh, yeah, the TSN and producing.
and Fan After Dark.
Good to know for next week.
I did KNC Thursday and Friday.
Well, next week gets weird because Monday's President's Day. We're all doing a bunch of different stuff.
Oh, we don't even have Fan U next week.
We don't.
No.
Oh, because it's Rangers, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
The Rangers are back, baby.
We're back. Baseball's back.
Baseball's back.
All right, Jet, how many more do we have?
I think we're down to the final one.
Oh, give it to me.
They're making them finish uphill.
This is obviously about
This has
the
to be some
Olympics.
Olympics.
Yeah. The speed skater, or the guys that climb with the skis.
Yeah.
They're like sprinting.
There was this dude. Did you see the guy on skis? He was running uphill on
Yes.
skis. A sub 6-minute mile pace.
Insane. Yeah, where was he from? Was it Norway?
Probably.
Yeah, one of those countries where they do that every day.
They probably like ski to school and stuff.
I'm going morning show. We have to.
Person on the morning show.
Give me Sean.
I'm gonna go with Brian Broaddus because I don't know. He seems like an Olympics guy.
They're making them like finish uphill.
Yep.
Well,
Look
this
at
was all
Dylan
G.
go.
This was not
Look
fair.
at
He's an
Dylan
Olympic
go.
guy. He got 2 TVs right here on either side.
It's not fair. This isn't a fair fight, man. But
That wraps up who said it.
that the Tolos got it. We got Broaddus coming in like crazy here. So good for the Tolos win that one.
Tolos were killing it. We'll give the win to the Tolos in because they've been lighting up the text line all day. But we got bonus Jake and Brennan. I don't know when Kevin and CA are on.
I didn't know this.
They are moving their stanchion from outside to inside, so we will crosstalk with them at some point.
Sometime.
Yeah, at some time. Allegedly is what I'm hearing. Maybe not. Maybe we just go 4 more hours.
I'm going to need someone to send me some food if that's the case.
I'm going to need, I have a dinner reservation.
You've got a Valentine's Day date.
I do, yeah. That was Who Said It. We'll be back with more
whatever
sports, anything. I don't know. We can get into some more college football.
Let us know what we should talk about. Let us know next on the Fan.
Yeah, text in 877-881-1053. What we should talk about next segment. Don't go anywhere.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Bonus Fan University, Bonus Fan University. It's Jake, it's Brennan, it's Dylan. Fan University, I don't know how long we're going to go, but we're here, man. We're here for a good time, not a long time. We are still waiting to get word from Kevin Walker and CA, who are live from the Dallas Open. Dylan, take it away.
Yeah, it's the semifinals round at the Nexo Dallas Open. They started, probably early this week, I would say. Some great talent there, and you're down to the final four. You have two Americans in there. I don't know how big you are in tennis, but we'll get there. We have Taylor Fritz, the number 1 overall seed.
I know who Taylor is.
Okay, there you go. And he's playing Marin Cilic.
Oh.
From Herzegovina.
That guy sounds real good.
Yeah, he does.
So that will go on after. There's a doubles match playing right now. That'll happen after there. Maybe around 2 o'clock or so. They kind of just go in order, so that's an approximate time. In the other semifinal, you have the Canadian, Shapovalov, Denis Shapovalov. He will play Ben Shelton, and that will follow the Fritz and Cilic match. So lots of great matches there at the Dallas Open. Yeah. That's at the Star in Frisco. You still have time to head out there because Shelton and Shapovalov probably won't get going till on their website, not before 5 o'clock.
No.
So you have plenty of time.
You know where else you have time to head out to? That's to go see Zach Wolchuk at the Lowe's in Salina, 3540 South Preston Road from noon to 2 p.m. He's got Lowe's gift cards and 2 dozen everlasting roses for your everlasting love with your significant other. If you waited until, 1 p.m. to get flowers,
that would be me.
That's, you're probably not in a great spot right now, but hey, Zach Wolchuk can bail you out.
Well, unfortunately, I can't make it to Salina by 2.
Oh, man. Okay.
Not from here. But I'm going to figure it out. I will say Shelton and Fritz are taking American tennis to a new level.
They sure
I'm
are.
excited about them. I mean, they're still a step below Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz.
Everybody is, though.
But what is it about tennis, man? It's so top-heavy.
Yeah.
Like, it's either Djokovic, Sinner,
I like the Big 12.
Alcaraz. it's a modern-day Big 12. Or
I believe we're going to be
the Nadal Federer era. It's always been like 1 or 2 guys. Like there's not a lot of, I don't know. It just seems like so top-heavy amongst the top players in the sport. I have a hard time understanding why.
It appears we're going to have John Isner join the show, so maybe that's something we could ask him on why it appears to be top-heavy, as there was the big 3. Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, and now we've had Alcaraz and Sinner.
Yeah, like
in the mix.
I don't know. You just think like Andy Roddick. He was considered one of the best tennis players in America for a while, and he could never touch those guys.
I mean, talk about top heavy. John Isner, the guy's 6'10".
Yeah, what was that 11-hour game he played at Wimbledon in 2010?
In 2010, he holds the record for the longest tennis match of all time. It went I think it was 11 hours and 5 minutes. Spanned over 2 days. They had to delay the whole entire Wimbledon because of it.
Man.
And part of it is because of his 6'10" stature. Is he had I'm sure he still has.
I wish I was 6'10".
But he has an incredible serve. So every time he's on service, it is very hard to break him. And whenever you hit tiebreakers, someone has to break in order for there to be a winner.
Yeah, I will say Wimbledon, if we're talking like sporting events, like top events in the world that I'd love to go to, Wimbledon's probably in my top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of putting on some cool shades, wearing a blazer, sipping a cocktail.
And like the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, the Derby's up there too. Like I would honestly rather go, if my team is not playing in the Super Bowl, I'd probably rather go enjoy like a day at Wimbledon than go to the Super Bowl.
That's a hot take.
I think I'll die on that hill.
What if the Super Bowl was in Buffalo?
That's what I'm saying. If my team is not in the Super Bowl, like if you were said, "Hey, you could go,"
what if it was at AT&T Stadium?
No,
and you got press pass.
No.
Wow.
I really think that if you gave me the opportunity to go for free to the Seahawks or the Seahawks or, oh my gosh, who'd they just play?
Patriots
in the Super Bowl, or go sit like in a box at center court in Wimbledon and watch like Alcaraz and Sinner, I would pick that.
It'd be fun, and you'd be. The thing with some of those big time matches, like you're witnessing history. You know, like when you have two elite tennis players, it feels like every time they square off is like a piece of history. It's like you're witnessing a classic match. There's never going to be it's never really going to be a blowout when it's two elite tennis players. I feel like. I mean, even Alcaraz or
like Djokovic hung in there for a little bit with Alcaraz.
And Djokovic is. That dude's a freak. With how old he is and how good he still is.
That's the thing. Like, he's still clearly the third best player in the world. He's 37? Like, the dude's the winningest male tennis player of all time, and he's still in there competing in championships in the Australian Open against Alcaraz. But I don't know. There's something about the romanticizing like Europe and America, right? In terms of like sporting events, like a Premier League soccer game would be really cool to go to.
Yeah.
I went to the Open Championship for golf a couple summers ago.
I'd love to go to one of
at
those,
Royal Liverpool. That was really cool.
We need to try to get out to one of these World Cup games.
Yeah, but like a World Cup game here, like that would be sick. I think.
I just want to witness. I want to witness the culture of a World Cup game. I want to witness the fans.
I agree. I think the amount of pride that you'll see in some of the stadiums across North America this summer is going to be fantastic. And it's cool that we finally get it. Like, I'm so used to, Qatar, Russia. Like, think about where the World Cup's been the last couple
show some love, man.
Days. Like Brazil, I think it was 2014. I think it's great that North America gets, and we don't have to build all these stadiums. Like, we already have them. You know, like, I think, what was it, Qatar had to put up like 3 or 4 different arenas.
Yeah, and they never use them again.
Never use them again. Like, you have the infrastructure here. It's going to be a fantastic event.
And Dallas has, I think 9 matches, I believe.
Yeah,
including a semifinal.
Gonna be crazy. From the 9-4, I've been in my top 4. World Cup final was my number 1. Masters was number 2.
Oh, I'd kill to go to the Masters. I'd kill.
See, yeah, like that's. Oh, so would you rather go to, let's say, the final round of the Masters or the Super Bowl?
Oh, final round of the Masters, easy.
Yeah, I would agree.
Especially if Bryson was playing, if Bryson was in the fold like last year, or imagine getting to see Rory win his first Masters.
Yeah, like last year's final round was crazy.
Yeah,
you know, so it's like that. Just to be on the grounds, to hear the roars, to hear, like, to feel the anxiety.
And there's always something fun, right? Because you reach a point at the end where there's really only 2 or 3 guys that are in it, right? That are still playing, and it's so fun to be following a leader when you know he's getting, when somebody's catching up to him and you're sitting there and like right before he hits a shot, you just hear a roar because somebody knocked down a 60-foot putt to cut the lead to 1 or something.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it.
From the 903, I went to a Mexico game at the Cotton Bowl. That's cool. That's
really cool. Yeah.
What about so I've been to a national championship game for college basketball. I've been to a college football playoff game. I've been to the Open.
I don't know. What about Game 7 of the World Series?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've been to a World Series game. Like, I'm trying to feel like what's the most electric atmosphere, like in the moment. Like, what puts you on the edge of your seat? What sport? Like, out of all those, like premier, you could do a winner go home game. You could do a playoff game. I'm trying to think about like
gotta be a home
and let us know.
game.
Yeah, like a home playoff game.
Gotta be. You know what I would have done to go see the Bears play the Packers in the playoffs?
Like, that looked crazy, dude. You know, it's just like that. I mean, it's cold. And
yeah. Everybody's just miserable, but you're miserable together watching your favorite team.
Oh,
hold on. What about the Olympics? We haven't even mentioned that.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
What event, I guess, would be the... Like 2008, wouldn't you want to see Michael Phelps?
I was going to say, swimming or track to me would be the most attractive option. Like, I'm not a huge figure skater guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a shocker.
Like backflips?
You would think, but I'm not. That would be up there, depending on the country where it's at too. Like, I think if it'll
be in LA in 2 years.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's obviously coming here, and that's going to be fantastic. But like, I think if I'm going to go to the Olympics, like, I would love to go to like, I'd say Milan now, but like Rome. You know, it was in Rome.
That'd be awesome.
That's sick. Like, that's really cool. Floor seats to a huge UFC card.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be really cool. Like to go see a guy like Israel Adesanya, or like see Conor McGregor, or see John Jones maybe.
Some of these texts are great, dude. From the 940, I met my wife at the 2010 World Cup. If you're single, out there, World Cup is unreal. Beautiful people everywhere. All right.
I went to the ALCS game when Nelly hit the walk-off grand slam. That's from the 903.
Oh, that's legendary.
Yeah, can't beat that.
Again from the a different 903. NCAA Final Four in St. Louis years ago. Best experience in sports I've been to in person. Oh, man, they just reset. I lost my place. Oh, there it is. My team wasn't in it, but I didn't care. Yeah, it's not even just that. It's like sometimes you just want to be there for the environment, and you want to be there when, like, I feel like there's something so great about being in a team sport. Like, golf is great because golfers have a lot of followers. Like, that's the thing I feel like the Olympics would lack, is I don't necessarily know if you have that giant mass of fans following one person.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I also think that golf, like if you're at whether you're a golf fan or not, but if you're at a major, like the Open, I was following on a Friday, it might have been Jordan Spieth or someone, but like Rory McIlroy was on the other side of the course. But like when I think Rory birdied hole 6 or 7 or something, and you could feel it, like you could hear it, like you knew, oh, that's a roar for that guy, right? And this is over in Europe. Like if Tiger was playing, you just know, like, like if you're at the event, you can sense it. I like the fact that in one moment your entire, like, the nerves can pop up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can feel it. And I think baseball does a great job of this too. Like Corey Seager's home run in the World Series. Like if you were at that game, like that's a top 5 moment in your life. Like that's electric. You never feel like ground shaking moment, right? And
I might be wrong, but I think Zach Wolchuk was at that game and left before the home run.
Yes, that's brutal. I believe that's correct.
Yeah,
what is he thinking?
Yeah,
but
that's crazy.
That's what makes sports so great, man. Not just as like an entertainment, but you just feel it. Like you feel a part of it. Mm-hmm. And when you're at a game, when you're at a moment, I think you sense the moment. You understand, like, this is big. And it makes your life feel, I don't know, at least in my opinion, it makes it feel important. Like, oh, I'm at this event. Like, this is cool. Only 40,000 people are here, but millions are watching. But, like, I'm one of whoever that's actually here. Like, you don't get that in a concert, in my opinion. You know, I feel like it means more.
I agree. It's a story to tell.
It is.
For the future, like, my dad tells the story. He was at Nolan Ryan's 5,000 strikeout game.
Was it the Bloody Lip game?
No.
Yeah, you remember that.
Game?
You just remember
and it's so cool. He has his little ticket stub, commemorative.
Yeah. Dude, and
super cool.
This is crazy from the 817. And I didn't know people were still, I mean, this guy's got to be 112 years old, but he was at the game that Babe Ruth called his home run.
817 Texan, how old are you?
Yeah, 117.
I mean, what year is that?
From the 469, I got a signed home run derby ball for Salvador Perez at Rocky Stadium. Now, side tangent here. I think the home run derby should always be at Coors Field.
Okay, Babe Ruth called this shot in 1932.
Wow.
Oh, so if he's there, he could be 101?
Yeah.
Still kicking, right?
You want to bring this full circle, Brendan?
What, with the Arch Manning take? I don't know, man. Do we want to just automatically go right back to, is this the same guy?
I don't know. Let's see.
No, it's a different 817. I was about to say, man, we were just helping you out, and now you're going to come and blast our opinion.
To, yeah.
It is a little bit of a delay. Yeah, that was about an hour, 2 hours ago. The Olympics, you follow. Yeah, from the 682, you're following not a certain player. It's part of the country.
Part of the country, yeah. Part of just being American. As I see on the TV, they're showing Amber Glenn. She's from Texas, I believe Plano, if I'm correct. She helped Team USA win gold in the team figure skating event. Hannah Bilka is on the Team USA hockey team. They're 2-0 after, listen, get this, they beat Italy 6-0.
I got an update from Zach Wolchuk.
Italy, shots on goal, 6.
Wow.
That's crazy.
The United States put 51 shots on goal.
That's insane.
On the women's hockey team. They play in the semifinals. Most likely, I believe, is against Czechia.
I mean, dominance on the ice, kind of like our girl Femke Koch. I mean, just pure ice dominance.
Hey, I have breaking news. From the 817, he was kidding. He said that he wasn't actually at the Babe Ruth call.
I mean, I guess someone's alive, surely.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, maybe.
We appreciate it nonetheless, though. That would be a cool moment to be at.
I got a text from Zach Wolchuk live from the Lowe's in Salina. He said, no, I didn't want to leave the game. I drove with Brian, and he asked me to leave.
Oh, it's Brian's fault.
Brian's fault.
But couldn't Walter just say no?
Could have, but That's not being a great. We're team players around here, guys.
Then he's losing his ride,
Yeah.
I would have called him an Uber.
HOV lane, you got to have two people in there to top in the HOV lane. So I don't blame him one bit. All right, we're going to continue this sports talk coming up next. Maybe we'll touch base on some Arch Manning stuff and get the text line fired up again.
And we might crosstalk.
We may crosstalk at some point.
Let's get to the Arch Manning. There's been a lot of text about Arch Manning.
Okay, so the 817 said saying the Arch was terrible is laughably out of touch, but enjoy your narrative.
Yeah, so we'll get to that after the break.
Yep, we'll bounce back with that. That's next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on.
alongside Jacob Ray. Dylan is now with us in the studio. We're waiting on CA and Kevin Walker out at the Dallas Open there at the Star. If you got time, go out to Frisco, hang out. We got some good Americans playing this afternoon.
Yeah, you got Fritz first.
Fritz and Shelton.
Shelton to follow the championships tomorrow.
Maybe we'll get an All-American championship here in Dallas with Shelton and Fritz. But we're here with you. We're talking Fan University College Football Fix, usually. It's the off-season edition. But we got into some pretty heated debate earlier, Dylan. You weren't with us at this time. But Arch Manning got brought up. And this was a hot topic discussion on the text line. Let us know your thoughts, 877-881-1053. But we were talking about Arch Manning in Texas. We read over a wild prediction for 2026. Arch Manning's bold prediction was that he would overtake Colt McCoy as the all-time single-season touchdown passing record holder for Texas. Dylan, that number was 34, set by Colt McCoy in 2008. Not as high as you would have thought, not as high as I thought.
Yeah, not that high.
And I think what Jacob and I had discussed was that Arch Manning showed a level of growth towards the end of the season where I wouldn't be shocked to see him throw 35 touchdowns in 2026.
That would be what, a little less than 3 a game?
Yeah, a little less than 3 a game. You've got Cam Coleman coming in from Auburn, the best recruit, best transfer portal wide receiver. Wingo's returning, but it brought up a debate on, well, is it Arch Manning? Is it the team? Is it the receivers?
It's Arch Manning.
And we took, I think, the stand on saying that we think Arch Manning is a game manager, that he's serviceable, that he could be productive, but he's not going to go out and win the Heisman or run away with being the overall best player in the sport.
We didn't even say that. We kind of just said that's all he needs to be.
That's all he needs to be.
A system quarterback is what he needs to be.
Yes. And so then we've got people texting in, even already here from the 865. I think Arch is good, not great, but the problem is often the play calling, and I think Sark thinks he's the smartest person on the field.
Okay, but how much of Sark's play calling is hindered by the fact that he doesn't have and you saw it in the beginning of the season where Arch starts a game with 3 screen passes. If Arch has, when did Sark do that with Quinn Ewers? A quarterback who has proven that he could throw down the field. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't trust Arch, because Arch did improve. We had a text earlier that said Arch improved tenfold throughout the season, and that we were ignoring that. We weren't ignoring that. We're not saying he can't take a jump in the next season, but the abilities of your players is definitely affects your play calling. And if Sark feels like Arch can't see the field over the middle of the field, what do you want him to do? Call a mesh route where he's throwing directly at linebackers? No.
I just think a big part of the story with Arch Manning, let's go back to last fall. 2025 coming in, Texas preseason #1 team, Arch Manning, Heisman favorite, Heisman front runner. And we just didn't see that growth. So the expectation was astronomically high for Arch Manning.
It was too high.
It was maybe too high. And so all of our thoughts and expectations were, well, because Arch Manning is not performing at a top-tier level, then he's a bum. He's a bust. It's like, what are we going to do with this? Because everyone else in the media is telling us, well, Arch Manning this, Arch Manning that, and then we see him against Ohio State. We see him against I remember the game against Kentucky. There were just some bad performances from Arch Manning last year.
He played bad at the start. And I want to get your honest opinion. If his last time wasn't Manning and he didn't play for Texas, would he have been a Heisman favorite?
And that's where I was going.
No.
That's where I was going. How much
I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback. I don't think he's a bad quarterback, but I don't think he should be a Heisman favorite.
Bad quarterback is Baron Morton in the first round of the college football playoff, or the quarterfinal of the college football playoff.
But how much of this is that it's a byproduct of who Arch Manning is, who his family is, where he's from?
And how much did he destroy his confidence last year?
Yeah, and remember, we had people, I remember watching Chase Daniel, former Mizzou quarterback. He did a video on Arch Manning's throwing motion, and he wouldn't call it the yips, but he said something's off, it looks different.
He was bouncing the ball.
He was bouncing balls in, and I do think that ultimately this year, if last year was top tier Heisman favorite, this year with what they're bringing back, with Cam Coleman coming in, Texas is going to have that expectation. They're going to be ranked in the top 3 again to start the year, and he's going to be odds 2 to 3. Top 5 to win the Heisman. It's
second
there
right now,
again.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting to me is that we're going to be able to tell early. We're going to be able to see the film of last season and watch against Ohio State again, be like, how does he perform against Ohio State week 1? What type of progress are we going to see quick? And I'm excited for that. From the 817, is Arch better than Shedeur?
Man, at least Shedeur was completing almost 80% of his passes. It's not even, and you can talk about a player's development all you want with his ability to see the field, right? And we had a text from the 214. How can he be 6'4" and not see over the O-line? That's not what I was talking about. I mean, like seeing the field, like being able to see coverage and diagnose coverage. That was more what I was referring to.
Now, are we talking about Colorado Shedeur or current
Colorado
Shedeur?
No, Colorado Shedeur is better.
I think so, but
if Texas has Colorado Shedeur last year, I think they're in the national championship conversation.
I don't think they're in the national championship. Shedeur also had an easier schedule.
Arch Manning's the Bronny James of college football.
And I will say it is unfair to Arch that he has to be compared to Peyton Eli.
Well, yeah, it also, right. His uncles clearly had legendary college careers.
Yeah.
Like, they were at the top of their class and coming out of college, #1 picks and top NFL draft picks, like, for a reason. I don't know, man. I just see this, and what I saw last year is going to be hard for me to unless we see it quickly, like a completely different player. Like, as you mentioned, seeing the field, getting through his reads, progressing, and then his throwing motion, too, just like looking like an NFL quarterback, looking like a top 5 pick. I feel like if we don't see that against Ohio State week 1, it's gonna kind of have the same storyline, especially if they lose.
It's like when the Cowboys. It's when the Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs and they go down early. It's like, oh boy, here we go.
And Dylan, here's a question too. Like, going into next season from the 940, great question here. Are you taking Arch or Marcel? And I was talking earlier on the show how when we started Fan University in the fall, I was on here week 1 saying I don't believe that Marcel Reed or Arch Manning can take you to an SEC championship or a national championship for that matter. And Jake and Carter were just giving it to me. People on the text line were giving it to me. And I still don't think I trust either of these guys right now to go deliver for you. Like, we saw Marcel Reed against South Carolina, looked awful for a half, then came on and found a way to come back and win. And then Miami, credit to Miami's defense, but still, like, that guy didn't look to me like a first-round draft pick or a guy that's going to go win you a championship. And I think I would still say the same thing about Arch Manning. Now, it's February. We've got 6 months, 7 months till August, but still, right now, I don't know if I'm taking either of those guys.
I need to see him start ripping the ball with confidence, man. I'm tired of him. Like you were the #1 recruit out of high school. Now, yep, he didn't play against competition, and his last name's Manning. Okay, how much does that play into it? I'll take that into account, right? But like, if you genuinely, like, he's not the #1 prospect in the NFL because of his last name. Like, he's still, without the last name, he would still probably be an NFL caliber prospect because of the size and speed he has, and the faith that NFL scouts have that he can develop the passing part of his game. I need to see him rip the ball with some confidence. I'm done with him trying to throw the ball where only the receiver can catch it or bounce the balls into receivers. You just can't do that.
To add on top of that, I do want to see that. He doesn't have to be like great, perfect Josh Allen ripping the ball downfield. If he is good at the deep balls, that opens up the field that he can use his legs to run. He had, I think it was 10 rushing touchdowns. What was it? 600-700 yards on the ground?
Well, so who's his comp? Is it Trevor Lawrence?
No.
Like, when you're talking athlete, quarterback, coming out. I mean, Trevor Lawrence looked like a perfect prospect coming out. There's a reason he was #1. And it really wasn't until this year that we saw Trevor show a glimpse of, like, being worth that pick. But who in your mind is an NFL comp for Arch Manning?
Okay, it was 400 rushing yards for Manning this last season with 10 touchdowns on the ground.
Could Justin Herbert be that guy? Like, rips the ball
Justin
really
Herbert
quickly?
with less arm strength, probably.
Right. Still
and he's
runs
not 6'6".
aggressively.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from the 4.69, did y'all not see the progress at the end of the season? Yeah.
Well, he did have progress.
But the progress happened when they were already out of the conversation.
Yeah, I think to the Mississippi State game. I think to the Kentucky game. So less talent than in Ohio State, than in A&M, and how he looked in those games. Granted, they were on the road, but still, like, those are the type of teams that a top-tier quarterback, you should just be handling them. And he didn't, and that's why I just feel like it's hard for me. It's not watching him against Ohio State. It's not watching him against A&M. It's watching him against far less competition and him not looking to me like an NFL prospect.
I mean, here are his last 5 games. So against Vanderbilt in the bowl game, they won. The Michigan in the bowl game. He had 61.8% completion percentage. Against Texas A&M, he had 48.3% completion percentage for 179 yards. Against Arkansas, 60% completion. Against Georgia, 62% completion. Against Vanderbilt, 75% completion. Now, his touchdown to interception ratio was great. So He was hitting big throws. His passing yards were good. But if you want teams to respect you and not, because the middle of the field for the Longhorns last year was cloudy the whole season because they were running slants, they were running deep balls. It felt like very rarely were they able to get a really good run game going where they were able to open up the pass game all the way. And I'm not saying that can't happen. They got what's the name of their running back they just got?
Oh, the transfer
Smothers?
that they brought in. Yeah,
Hollywood Smothers.
They lost C.J. Baxter, right?
They did lose C.J. Baxter.
And I'm mistaken. It's not the Mississippi State game that I'm thinking about. This is his stat lines that concerned me from a year ago. This is against UTEP. 11 of 25.
Under 50%.
114 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. At Florida was the game I was thinking about. Yep. 16 of 29, 263 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. And then the Kentucky game that I referenced, 12 of 27 for 132 yards. Like, I'm sorry, but those teams were not good. You can say that it was a bad O-line. You can say he didn't have the skill players. It's Texas. You're preseason ranked number 1.
He's got the physical
Your whole
attributes.
team's 5 stars. 5 and 4 stars.
Yeah.
He's got the physical attributes to counter a bad O-line, though. That's why he's big and fast.
Right.
That was the whole point.
Yeah, and that's... And
from the way too many drops.
From the 2-1-4, and this could be true. Like, he has Coleman now. We'll be eating crow, this time next year when Arch maybe is a national champion and is the Heisman Trophy winner, maybe. But
we're not talking about. We expect him to. We expect Texas to be good next year. I think we can all agree on that, right?
I agree.
We're just talking about last year.
I think they'll be in the SEC championship game.
I think they're going to be in the playoff. I think Arch Manning will be in the conversation for Heisman next season.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
But you can't discount the fact that he sucked last year.
Okay, as much as I don't want to say this, I don't like Texas. I don't like Texas football. He didn't suck. Like, was he?
He did to start the season.
Yeah, I mean, I just read some of the...
When Texas was relevant, he sucked.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Dylan?
Was he good? At the end of the season, he was good. In the middle of the season...
12 of 27 against Kentucky. I will say that's bad. No matter what your O-line is, that's bad. And they should have lost that game.
You see the steady improvement throughout the season, so I guess my question is, can he continue that trend into this next season? If he does, he might be a Heisman candidate.
Yeah, absolutely.
But where's his peak? He played 12 games. How many of them were good? 4?
Maybe 5.
5?
That's why I'm just asking.
And I think that more on par. I wouldn't say good. I'd say on par with how an SEC caliber quarterback should play.
Okay, so let's rank the SEC quarterbacks for next year. I don't have them all in front of me, so I'm not going to have them all down. But, you're losing Pavia.
Number 1's Chambliss, if he comes back.
If Chambliss comes back, then you've got Sam Levitt at LSU.
Yep.
You've got Marcel Reed at A&M, Manning at Texas. I'm trying to think of returners. Like who's Lenore Sellers at South Carolina.
We kind of already did. I mean, we already decided that he's really
John Mateer
at OU. So is Arch Manning the number 1 quarterback in the SEC going into next season? Gunnar Stockton at Georgia.
No, I'd put Chambliss, Levitt, and Stockton ahead of him.
Yeah. Where's Mateer rank?
I don't
know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of out on. It's better than Tech a QB last year. I wouldn't say that. I don't think Arch Manning was better than Barron Morton last year.
Oof. Man. How Barron looked against Oregon, that's
really bad.
Really bad.
Yeah,
very bad.
Their offense looked terrible.
How would Arch have looked against Texas or against Miami though? I don't think you can definitively say that Arch Manning was better than Barron Morton.
I cannot wait for the text
throughout the season.
I know it's. I know we're on a little bit of delay on the text line.
Texas Tech was good because their defense.
Oh, absolutely.
But
Jake,
Morton wasn't
Arch Manning,
bad.
There were times where Arch Manning lost them games last year. Barron Morton did not lose you a game.
Did he lose
Oregon.
you the game in the playoffs?
In Oregon, yeah.
When it mattered the most, the offense lost the game.
No, yeah. When in the biggest game, no, Barron Morton was terrible. I will 100% stand on that.
Dude, from the 214, who let y'all on the radio?
I don't know. We've been on for 4.5 hours now. They even let us go long.
It has been a while. We're 4.5 hours into an overrun show, so maybe give a little bit of grace here that we're just spitballing thoughts and ideas.
I'll stand on that Baron Morton take. I will.
Let's go and write that one down. What's today? Valentine's Day, February 14th?
I'll get stat comparison. Hold on.
It's not even a stat comparison thing. Like, look, I went to Texas Tech.
He looked better in the eye test, too.
Texas Tech's defense set up our offense so much last year where, like, Barron never had to go win you a football game. And in the game that you had to go win in the fourth quarter was Will Hammond against Utah. So I don't know. I can't defend that Baron Morton was better than Arch Manning. Like that, I'm wearing a Texas Tech hat.
Yeah.
I'm a Red Raider. I can't defend that.
You think Brendan Sorsby will be better next season than Arch Manning?
I think that Brendan Sorsby has the overall makeup to compete with Arch Manning, 100%.
Yeah.
Not Baron Morton.
From the 214, Arch Manning is the reason Texas wasn't good.
See, and that's why this is such an interesting conversation. I did not know there were so many hot opinions on Arch Manning.
The Tolos are pretty much mixed.
It's mixed. It's 50-50 split, which I find interesting. I mean, people are calling us idiots. People are saying we're geniuses. I mean, Arch Manning wasn't good. Who let us on the radio? No respect to you, Jake. I mean, Jake, someone just said that we're a joke. You're a joke.
When it comes to Texas,
do some research before getting on the radio.
I guess
Come
so.
on, man.
I guess so. I guess watching every college football game last year isn't enough research. My bad.
It doesn't matter what you say about Texas. You're going to love it or hate it. That's just what Texas is, and that's what people have to live with. We can never say anything where everyone's going to agree about Texas ever.
I agree with that.
Someone's saying the 817 Tech doesn't make the playoffs next year, and Texas will.
Why can't they both make it?
Yeah. What's it come? Yeah, I don't know.
Tech lost to ASU, without their quarterback.
Yeah, Baron Morton wasn't playing then. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is interesting. Marcel Reed or Arch Manning, I would take Arch Manning.
I was high on Reed,
Degenerate Jake. It's Valentine's Day. Let's get it jaking off. I'll give you a timestamp if you want to go back and listen to it. That was at 10:40.
Oh, yeah, that feels like a
Odyssey
app.
Go check it out.
I don't know how long. We might end up doing it next segment. Who knows?
Yeah, do we have a next segment or
we have a next segment until they tell us to stop?
We're going, man. We're going. Okay, so
940 Arch Poopy.
If I gave you Arch Manning, Marcel Reed, or Lenora Sellers to go win.
Don't give me Lenora Sellers, dude.
I'm just okay.
Give me somebody else.
Okay, Gunner Stock
to go win a game.
It's the fourth quarter, 2 minutes to go, tie ball game, or you're down 4. You got to go score a touchdown.
Okay,
who are you taking?
Between Sam Levitt.
Oh yeah, both those. Okay, so Sam Levitt, Gunnar Stockton, Arch Manning, and Marcel Reed.
That's a tough one because immediately I want to go to Gunnar Stockton just because he's done it. He's won games with Georgia. Now you could also say it's because of their defense as well because they had a great defense.
They struggled against Ole Miss.
I will if. Which version of Arch Manning am I getting?
No,
that's the thing.
You're getting Arch Manning. Like
you don't know who you're
getting the totality of the guy.
Could he lead you down and win the game? Yes. Could he throw an interception or just throw it at the feet of his receivers 4 times?
Exactly what it is. I would go. I go Sam Levitt.
Really?
I go Sam Levitt.
See, now the thing about
that could be because I haven't seen him play in a while.
The thing about Levitt that's interesting to me is that he did go beat his Super Bowl last year was the home game against Tech, right? I mean, they pretty much had to juice him up and just get him ready for that game.
Whatever they gave Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, then he goes and he does orchestrate a game-winning drive.
Yeah.
To go win, and I was really impressed with that. I mean, he by far had the best performance against Texas Tech's defense, which is legit, by the way.
940 said without Arch, Texas is a 5-win team last year.
No.
Yeah, Arch is going to skip it, and Reed will throw it to the wrong team.
So how would you rather lose? Throw it at the feet 4 times or just turn it over?
How do you want to see your team fall?
Who's the fastest one? Reed option, not letting any of them throw the
ball. Okay, Dylan, what was your answer?
Yeah, I might go Levitt.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if he's going to lose you the game. He might not win it, but he's not going to go lose it.
Jet?
Oh, sorry, trying to get this stuff all connected.
Jet.
What was the question?
You're taking Sam Levitt, Arch Manning, Marcel Reed, or Gunnar Stockton to go win you a game on the final drive in the SEC?
So it's really about clutch factor. Might go Gunnar Stockton. I just kind of think that, you know, it kind of goes with Kirby Smart's coaching ability, but just time management, able to lead his offense. I think I'm going Gunnar Stockton.
I mean, and that's the thing, right, is because these quarterbacks aren't put in the same positions, right? Like Arch Manning is put in positions, we could argue whether it's because of his own wrongdoing of not leading them down the field during the game, but Arch is put in positions where he has to make throws at the end of the game to get them where they want to be. I feel like Gunnar Stockton never has to make a throw, right? And my brain immediately goes to the one that he threw in the playoff where it's like thrown off his back foot and just gets
destroyed. Yeah.
Like, that's who I want in a game-winning situation.
Well, we'll table this debate, and we'll keep it going all spring, all fall up until August. But that was the Arch Manning debate here on The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get around the NFL.
Wooly Bully with you, and we are out here celebrating the brand new Lowe's of Salina at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by now until 2 p.m., okay? From now until 2 p.m. Join the fun with giveaways. We got free food, in-store promos, tons more. It's the perfect time to get out. Come on out, say hello, check out your new neighborhood Lowe's, all right? If you're getting ready for spring, Lowe's of Salina has you covered. They got great deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. So whether you're tackling yard projects, upgrading your kitchen, or refreshing your space, now's the time to stock up and save. Plus, you can join My Lowe's Rewards for free and start earning points on eligible purchases. It's an easy way to save even more and every time you shop. And don't miss the giveaways. We got some Lowe's gift cards. We got beautiful Lowe's arrangements as it's Valentine's Day. I'm hanging out here until 2 p.m. I want to see you. That's Lowe's of Salina, 35.
coverage it's right here on The Fan.
It's back to 105.3 The Fan. This next segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The time has come. It's the final segment of Fan University, a little 5-hour session with me and Brennan Baxter. Jet Nelson's been doing a hell of a job back there holding it down for us as we try and maneuver through some technical difficulties as we get connected with Kevin and Chris Arnold live from the Dallas Open. Guys, can you hear me? Oh, I hear noise.
We're so close.
We're so close.
We are almost there.
Okay, there we go.
Can
you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Right, there we go.
Great.
Did y'all enjoy a little bit of overtime y'all got today?
We loved it. Are you guys staying warm and dry?
We had a lot of fun. It's been raining all day. we were in a tent outside of the Ford Center here at the Star, and it was pouring rain everywhere. And it started getting kind of wet. So they said, let's move the location inside the Ford Center. We're basically on the Cowboys practice field that is now covered with tennis stuff. In other words, a tennis court where they have the Dallas Open, the next Dallas Open, but they have all these different people and stands and kiosks and practice courts. You would not think this was a football stadium for a practice field of the Cowboys or for ISD and small college championships and stuff. It looks just like a tennis center.
Speaking of football, and I'd love to get both of your guys' opinion on this because Brennan and I have been fighting an uphill battle all show, and it's really gotten bad over the past hour. We had a conversation about whether or not Arch Manning's a good quarterback and whether he can take that jump into next season. My take is that he was bad last year. We've got Tolos texting in saying that we didn't watch the second half of the season, and which I would counter. You didn't watch the first half of the season. So, Kevin, I know you digested the full season. So I want to get your take on this because I do believe that he can take a big step this next season. Right now, he's second highest odds to win the Heisman. I think it's absolutely possible with the weapons that they have and the way they fixed that offensive line. But I wanted to hear your thoughts. I mean, what do you expect from Arch Manning next season?
I expect all those jitters that he had to get through last year. You talked about the beginning first half of the season, all those jitters. He should be over those now, right? And don't worry, I heard you and Brennan talking mess about Arch Manning and how I heard all that. And to a degree it's warranted, but I do have to remind you that his receivers are dropping footballs that just straight up should not be dropped by 4 or 5-star caliber athletes on the football field. So you bring in a guy like him, Cam Coleman. I feel better about the receiving corps and the team around Arch Manning going into this year. Like I said, he'll be over those pregame jitters, or hopefully anyway. I don't, like you said, it's not out of the realm of possibility for him to win a Heisman. But baby, I'm focused on a national championship. Let's be honest, I'm focused on a Natty more than a Heisman.
Put it like this: he had a terrible offensive line too. Most of the guys. The year before, when they went to the college football playoff, they went to the pros. So he didn't have not let alone much to work with, who to throw it to, who to hand the ball off to. But the offensive line was not going to be healthy for them or available to do the major blocking and what they normally do for Texas.
Yeah, I hear you guys. Well, we brought up this debate then. We brought up Marcel Reed or Arch Manning. Game on the line. You got to go score a touchdown. 2 minutes left. Kevin's laughing. Who are you taking?
I mean, being the Texas fan, I'm taking anybody affiliated with Texas over A&M any day of the week. So I'm just going to say that. And look, I am full-blood Texas fan, but I mean, we can't lie and say that A&M looked as strong to end the year as they did how strong they were to start the year. And I heard y'all were talking about it earlier, if they could overreact in reality, will they lose 3 games in November? And they most certainly can. And we've seen it before. So we thought last year was the year for A&M. We thought last year was the year for Marcel Reed. We talked about, he can't throw the football. And then, never mind. Now he actually can throw the football. So, I mean, look, we'll see what another year under with A&M does for Marcel Reed. But I'm taking Arch Manning every day of the week. So that's just me, biased or not.
Take the pedigree, Arch Manning.
Well, Kevin, CA, you guys are going to be the best guys in radio here at 1 o'clock because everyone's going to agree with you. Jacob and I, we had to sit here and just take it all afternoon, but you guys are now the more popular, smart brains here on 105.3 The Fan. So congratulations. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah,
we set you guys up well.
I mean, talk about an alley-oop going from show to show. I mean, we pretty much
by the way,
tanked the text line for the last hour.
Yeah.
And by the way, thanks for going the extended hours.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
The weather played havoc with us. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. What do you guys got coming up on the show?
Well, we're going to talk about what hopefully some people watched of the All-Star festivities last night, the celebrity game. I've got a couple of rants that I want to get off my chest regarding the celebrity game. We'll talk about the Cowboys and what they need to do this offseason and maybe the draft capital that we could or maybe cannot get for George Pickens. And, of course, we're here at the Dallas Open, so we'll talk about all the great things that are going on here and, everything else. And I do believe that we are going to have a Khakis kick, so we'll stay tuned for that.
And, of course, we got a CA Stories Confidential. We got to get into a little baseball and talk some hockey. No, not necessarily Dallas Stars hockey, but how about those Stars hockey players who are playing for Finley, what they did today, which was absolutely amazing. I'm not going to say what it was, but it's absolutely amazing. We'll break it down. And here in Frisco at the Dallas Open, my eyes are on my favorite American player. His name is Ben Shelton. And if you're not familiar with his fine work, he's 23 years old. He's the #1 American player in the world. He just came back from Australia. And his girlfriend is Trinity Rodman, the best soccer player in the world for the United States.
That's cool.
And, of course, she is the daughter of Dennis Rodman.
Love to hear it. We'll be listening to you guys. One more text. Preseason #1 to swimming in Cheez-Its. So you guys have a good rest of your night. They will take you into your Valentine's Day night. Thank you so much, Cholos, for sitting with us throughout this longer show as we take you through your Valentine's Day. For Brennan Baxter, for Jet Nelson, for Dylan Moore hopping on with us for the final hour, I'm Jacob Ray. We will talk to you guys next week. Good night. God bless.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
a lot of hoops and a lot of hurdles. We are live broadcasting from the Dallas Open, and it is a beautiful scene, I must admit.
It's an amazing scene. In fact, I don't feel like I'm in Texas or Frisco or the United States. I feel like I'm in an international environment.
Yeah.
Doesn't it seem like that?
Yeah.
For those who don't know, if you've ever been to the Ford Center, let's say you came to a high school football playoff game, you went to a NAIA football championship game, or even watched the Cowboys practice one special occasion, right? They've turned this Ford Center, which is in the Star, right connected to all the Cowboys headquarters, they've turned it into a stadium within a stadium. You see that big wall right over there, Kevin?
I do, yeah.
That's not a wall. That's tennis seats. And on this side of it, you've got like a bar, you've got rich people, you've got a clothes shop, you got merchandise, you got Boss like a boss. Anybody that knows about fashion, Boss is the big boss around here.
Yeah.
And then you got these practice courts over there. They got everything laid out on top of the Cowboys practice field. So if you can hear some of the ambiance in the background, people are cheering. It is like so different. And I was here last year for this same Dallas Open event, but I wasn't inside. I was outside of the tent. And that's where we were going to be today. Yep. And what happened?
Well, you see, we showed up, and our lovely engineer Ross had everything set up, ready to go. And then he was like, hey, we got a little bit of problem. There's some rain seeking in here. We got a little bit of a flood issue. So all the powers that be got everything moved over here. They did a fantastic job, and now we're here broadcasting. And I must say, no disrespect to where we were, but this is a gorgeous layout, and I can't help but think we got a little bit of an upgrade.
We did, and ironically, they had to shut down the tent because of all the weather.
Yeah.
We weren't the only ones in this big.
No.
This is big sponsor tent. I mean, imagine. Put it like this. Anybody ever been to the Byron Nelson?
Yeah.
Then you kind of know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's like rare air. 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on today, and if you've made it through this crazy weather. As you know, I'm minored in meteorology, Kevin, and therefore I'm going to let everybody know what's up. But right now, it's 60 degrees.
Yep.
60 degrees. It's going to get a little bit cooler. Tomorrow, sunny skies.
Yeah.
Monday, not a cloud in the sky. Highs tomorrow is going to be like 68. Highs on Monday, 70 degrees. It's almost like this one day didn't happen unless you're in the middle of it. And all I know is my drive up here from Waxahachie to Frisco, it was dicey. Everybody on the tollway was on skates in their car.
And I drove up here from Fort Worth, so I'm right there with you. I get it. It was a bit of a dicey drive. And how could we forget? It is Valentine's Day. So, again, 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney Test line. What you have going on for Valentine's Day. If you celebrated before the 14th, if you're celebrating after the 15th, whatever it is that you got going on, we're going to talk a little bit about Valentine's Day because later on the show, I don't know if you know this, CA, but this time next year, it's going to look a lot different because there's a certain particular football game that a lot of people really care about that's happening this time next year.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's going to throw a wrinkle into a couple of plans, I might imagine.
I'm trying to figure this out. Wait a minute. So this year, Valentine's weekend was in between Friday the 13th and this Monday is President's Day, the holiday.
Yep.
So next year at this time, Valentine's Day is sharing the spotlight with
the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God.
So I went ahead and put together a list so that way you don't have to freak out, Tolos.
People do love lists.
I got this figured out for you. We put together a list of how you can incorporate Valentine's and Super Bowl. It's compromise. Everybody wins, so we'll talk about that. We do have some audio from Nick Harris on the Cross Chop podcast talking about the draft capital that the Cowboys may or may not receive for George Pickens. We'll definitely talk about that. And then the Olympic coverage. Got to talk about everything that's going on in the Olympics.
Let me say this about the Olympics. And I was teasing this in the crosstalk. The Finnish Mafia, who plays for the Dallas Stars, we're talking about Moose and them, we're talking about Mikko. They put on a stunning show today. We'll get into that and what went down. But you had mentioned about Nick Harris.
Yeah.
Fort Worth Star-Telegram's own beat writer for the Dallas Cowboys.
Correct.
For those who are not familiar with his fine work, he's constantly on the stage and giving us great audio and updates and giving us things about the Cowboys because we are here at the home of the Cowboys as well.
We are.
So We got to hear what he said about this Pickens situation.
Of course.
But also, another good buddy is longtime beat writer for the Dallas Cowboys with the Dallas Morning News. Calvin Watkins has put together a Cowboys offseason primer. Oh, and we're going to dive into this of what the Cowboys should be doing, what to look forward to, the certain order of events.
Right.
To get ready. I mean,
it's a big offseason.
It's the offseason. Put it like this: if they're actually going to try to get back into the playoffs, I'm not even saying get into the NFC Championship.
Right.
Just get back to the playoffs. These are the things they're going to have to. This is the gauntlet they're going to have to run.
Correct.
So this primer, props to Calvin. See what you got it done quickly. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, Tolo's texting in.
Yeah, I was going to say 682 said they haven't seen you in a while. You were just on yesterday, CA.
Last night on with Fan After Dark with Blake. And also with, who's on the ones and twos? He was on the ones and twos just a little while ago. Jet was on the ones and twos. And Trevor was with us as well. He and Blake went out last night.
Oh.
I'm going to save it till Monday to let them tell you what they wound up doing or not doing.
I'm
was trying to get a girl.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to hear how that went. 972 delivering from Amazon. I'm totally soaked. Socks are wet, but I'm a Tolo ride or die. We appreciate you, 972. From the 817, me and my wife decided our present to each other was buying tickets to WWE SmackDown at the AAC last night, and it was an awesome show.
Shout out.
So that's really cool. From the
wait a minute. So that was y'all's Valentine's present to each other. I think that's a win-win for both of y'all.
I like that. And you know what? Me and my girlfriend kind of did something similar because I got her one big gift. I got her an espresso coffee machine. And then her gift to me / us is we're going to the Trevor Wallace show tomorrow at Grand Prairie. So he's a comedian that that a lot of people really enjoy. So we're going to the show tomorrow. So we kind of did one big gift each instead of doing something on Valentine's Day. So, I mean, we're still going to hang out and everything.
From the 469, give a shout out to us servers and what we're going through today. Pray for us and our mentals and our feet. And wish us random food for our bellies despite all of the odds. Hey, for all the servers, I always say this anytime. Anyway, this is a gig economy.
Yep.
Everybody's got something going on. Some people have 2 or 3 jobs. It's not even about a necessity. Sometimes it's just about, you know what? I don't want to have a 9 to 5.
You're right.
I want to be able to be flexible to travel if I want
Exactly.
to. But we do know that people work not just Monday through Friday.
Correct.
So shout out to all the people in the gig economy listening to the show and turning it on, leaving it on, and toloing. So appreciate y'all. Oh, wait, another one. 94 says, making some of the best cinnamon rolls you'll ever eat. And I'm doing it with my daughters.
That sounds like a good time.
I like a plan.
469, I do want to ask, since you are a server, we're going to talk about all things Valentine's Day throughout the program. I wanted to ask, and I'll ask you, CA, you are a seasoned veteran at this point at the Valentine's Day game. Have we started to move into a new kind of setting where Valentine's dinners are now more 4:30, 5 o'clock? Maybe we're not going out to dinner at 7:30, 8 o'clock anymore. Do you kind of get the sense that that's kind of a change now?
Yes, and I'll take it another step further. There's a lot of people who order their Valentine's dinner, and it's brought up to the house. So shout out to take care of whoever's delivering it, Uber Eats or DoorDash, whoever, and they'll set up the little thing at the house. They might have some Netflix on later on, but wherever it is, it's not necessarily going to a restaurant. And I was talking about this last night on Fan After Dark. And you can comment if you want, Tolos, because it's a fact. Valentine's Day is not just for couples to get together or celebrate.
Lovey-dovey.
It's the biggest day where people break up. Yes, just Google it up. It's facts. They say Valentine's Day itself, they might have that dinner and say, you know, it's not you. It's really me.
Yeah.
Or leading up to Valentine's Day, they're going to break it off because, you know what, I can tell this isn't what I thought it was going to be. Or right after Valentine's Day, you know what, I'm tired of this S.
Yeah.
And they break up.
Joke.
So this is the time of the year, the analytics prove it, and Tolos were texting in last night, the fatties that listen at night, with Fred and Blake, 877-881-1053. Have you ever broken up on Valentine's Day? Have you ever been the one who delivered the news? Were you the victim? We had a Tolo last night said, it happened to me the last 2 years in a row on Valentine's Day. And what makes me so mad is I told my girl that's what happened to me last year. And she did it to me anyway.
Oh, that's just the worst.
Two in a row.
For those that are going to be committed to a relationship, again, 877-881-1053. You can text it. We're going to be doing Valentine's Day shout-out. So if you want to text in and say, hey, I want you to shout out so-and-so for Valentine's Day, shout out my girl, shout out your boyfriend. It doesn't matter. We're going to be doing Valentine's Day shout-outs the entire show, and y'all are doing an incredible job blowing up the text line.
We got a Tolo that's adding one more to the occasion. We were talking about breakups. We're talking about couples going out and doing something special for Valentine's Day. 940 says, no, man, Valentine's Day is the best day for singles. We get to see all the money and time we're saving by eating pizza in our underwear while we watch all the All-Star games over the weekend. So, hey, if you ain't got nobody, he's saying don't be lonely.
And this one's a really good idea from the 832. Says, my wife and I found a recipe in her cookbook that we were going to make together.
There you go.
And then just have a nice romantic night at home. Says they're also going to do a hand mold and watch movies. So you can also have a night in, kind of date night for Valentine's Day.
Okay, so you mentioned, I'm OG at this Valentine's game. Been at it for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and tell the truth. And guys know this. Today's Valentine's Day. Half of you probably really hadn't even thought about it. So let me tell you what you do. You go to the store, Kroger, Walmart, Tom Thumb, H-E-B, it don't matter. You're going right to the freezer section. You're going to see those flowers in there, and you get you a couple of flowers. It doesn't have to be a dozen roses. You just get some flowers, and then if you can afford it, because these Valentine cards cost a lot of money nowadays, you either get the Valentine card or you swerve and get a gift card. And it can be a generic American Express or a Visa gift card. And then you go over to where you meet her. By the way, you sign in and say lovely, whatever. And then she'll say, oh, you remembered. It's the thought that counts. It's not how much you spend. It's the fact that you remembered it's Valentine's Day and you at least brought some flowers. Just a tip.
I mean, you got to take
pro tip.
You got
the cheat code. This is the cheat code on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, you need all the tips. You need all the tricks you can get from Valentine's Day. And why not get it from an OG? But we'll get to the text line. But I did want to talk a little bit about the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game in CAA. I know you were on with Blake last night for Fan After Dark, but it was the All-Star Game, and then they also had the Rising Stars game.
It wasn't an All-Star game. It was
Celebrity All-Star Game.
Don't let that be the All-Star game.
That's fair.
And who are these celebrities anyway?
I mean, there's a lot of them out there. I do have a couple of rants that I want to get off my chest, but like I said,
is that why your fist is balled up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little white-knuckled over here. I'm a little white-knuckled over here. And then, of course, we are the home of the Texas Rangers. They are in spring training. The newest piece to the Rangers via trade, Brandon Nimmo, he just reported today. I wonder if Rangers fans are going to come at him for having a Mets bag. I actually haven't seen if he has a Mets bag or not, but I know that that's kind of been one of the things that baseball fans have been talking about, is being upset with players who have, for no fault of their own, having their old team's bag. So, I mean, whatever have you.
They had nothing else to talk about.
From 945, I do DoorDash and just delivered to an apartment, dropped off at the door, and they were doing things and walked away laughing. So that one's from the 945. Hey, look, everybody's celebrating Valentine's Day a little bit.
Oh, listen to this. 214 says, shout out to Costco for restocking the baby oil just in time for Valentine's Day. No diddy.
Oh, boy. 254, can I get a shout out to my beautiful wife of 11 years? Want to live this life with anyone else? If you want to text in her name to 254, that's completely up to you.
817 says, I'm spending Valentine's Day at the Single Moms Fundraiser. Good for you. A worthy cause. And another 832 is listening to my advice. I'm headed to Walmart right now. That's right. Oh, one more about the DoorDash. 943 says, 945 says, I do DoorDash, just delivered to an apartment, dropped off at the door. They were smashing. Girl was loud, walked away laughing, had to go to another door, just listening to the fan.
Hey, look, everybody celebrates Valentine's.
It's a long day for some people.
A little different ways, right? And I do want to say this, and this is probably a little weird to jump from that to this part of Valentine's Day. don't be afraid. Call your family. If you have the ability to call your parents or call your loved ones in your family, just hey, wish them a happy Valentine's Day. It's nothing. There's nothing negative that can come from that. I called my mom, and I was able. I called my mom, called my dad. I don't really know how my dad felt about it, but I called my mom, wished her a happy Valentine's Day. So if you've got the ability to call your family, obviously call your family.
Oh, and by the way,
or text
469. Don't take it wrong. He said, you guys do realize that people in the service industry are a career. It's not always a side gig. It's just so degrading when you act like it's a side gig. No. I just want to make sure everybody gets their tip.
Yeah.
Because, and again, when I say gig economy, it's not about side gig. It's like the way you want it. And as far as the service industry is concerned, I know a lot of people in the service industry, and I have mad respect for them because you're doing what you love to do. It's not degrading. It's what you love to do.
All right, well, we are going to jump into the sports talk, but we will keep it Valentine's Day
For real?
close. So this time next year, it will look a lot different, but don't worry because we are here to help. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I was going to pay the IRS eventually, but we had to have enough to live on. Now the IRS threatens my paycheck and my...
fan. That's basepowercompany.com/the fan.
It's back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
365 days from today, your afternoon will look a lot different, and me and CA are here to help you out with that. It's 105.3 The Fan. My name's Kevin Walker. I am alongside the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. Dylan Moore holding it all together from the Pimp Cup on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Ross Levinsky being the fantastic engineer, as we had to jump through a couple of hurdles and hoops to get it going, but all the powers that be helped us get here. But like we talked about at the top of the hour, today is Valentine's Day, and this time next year, Valentine's Day falls on the Super Bowl.
Wow. And you gave props to everybody helping us get on the air. Tell everybody where we are.
We are here at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open at the Star in Frisco, where all the top players are here. You got guys like Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz facing off. So we're going to be talking about all those things going on throughout the show.
And you know what's amazing?
All the big names.
There's a lot of people here.
A lot of people here.
In this weather. And when Shelton plays tonight at 6 o'clock, you know it's going to be really packed. Fritz is about to play a little bit later here.
Yeah, so we'll definitely keep everybody posted on that. But I went ahead and put together a list.
And people do love lists.
Everybody loves a list. Everybody loves a list. And I think this is a list that, I'm going to say the guys particularly, they're going to need this list here in about a year. It's the best compromise that you can make to celebrate your Valentine's Day with your lady, but also enjoy your Super Bowl afternoon. I've got 8 things here. I won't lie. I did use AI, but I do like these. I do like these ideas. It's a tool. We got to use it. All we can do is fact check it, right?
Right.
So let's start with number 8 here.
Well, wait just a second here. Slow down. I'm trying to keep up with you.
Okay.
So you said this last segment that the Super Bowl weekend is Valentine's Day weekend as well.
Correct.
And you already know a lot of people are going to be torn.
I would imagine there's already been fights. There's already been fights over it. You talked about Valentine's Day being a day that people, like National Breakup Day, pretty much.
They do.
I guarantee you there's a percentage out there, they're like, what do you mean you don't want to celebrate Valentine's Day next year? Well, we're done.
We'll put it like this. This weekend is actually a precursor for that because the Olympics are going on, and some people really like the Olympics. And then some people are saying, wait a minute, Friday the 13th, that's kind of not a holiday, but it's, I'm scared to do anything on Friday, whatever. And then you have the NBA All-Star Weekend. So it's like this, but the Super Bowl is bigger than all of that.
Oh, yeah.
At least in the United States.
It's a should-be national holiday, as most people like to refer to the Super Bowl. But I've got 8 things here of how you can compromise your Valentine's Day with your Super Bowl. It kind of starts a little plain, Jane, and the more and more we get into it, the more and more the ideas get better. But this first one is you have a Galentine's Day, which is a celebration for the women to all get together. It can be the day before. Ideally, it would be the day before, so it'd be on a Saturday, and it's a pre-Valentine's Day event. So you pretty much give them their day.
It's so funny. When you first said Galentine's Day, I was thinking about a gallon of water. It's about the women.
What does that have to do with Valentine's?
Well, I was like, I thought you were talking about water.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going with it.
And then Palentine's Day.
How about them gals?
Which I've never heard of Palentine's Day, but apparently it's just a day for everybody to just kind of hang out. So pretty much give everybody a chance to hang out.
Is this everybody in the friend zone?
Palentine's kind of sounds like a friend zone situation, right?
We're just pals.
Yeah, I don't want to be called pal, and I don't really know anyone else that does. Okay, moving on to number 7. We're gonna try to get through these because the top ones are really the ones I want to get through. It could also happen the weekend before, celebrating Valentine's Day, or you could do a post-game romantic breakfast or a cozy morning together.
After the game?
That's what it says. It says you can do it after the game, and Monday would be President's Day, so most people would have that. Well, yeah, some people would have that day off. Most people would have that day off. So you can kind of make a day of, hey, you let me celebrate the Super Bowl, let me have my day, and then Monday, I'm all yours. You want to go shopping, we'll have a breakfast, whatever you want, mimosas on me, whatever you want to do, right?
So this post-game thing, you better hope that the right team wins.
Yeah, or else you're going to have
some fights.
You're going to have
somebody's going to be mad.
Yeah, no, for sure.
They broke or whatever.
All right, 6 is thoughtful or just simple romantic gestures. So you can just kind of, like you said, mentioned earlier, the flowers, the roses. Go get the bouquet. Make sure you got the chocolates. Don't get the wrong chocolate. If she doesn't want milk chocolate, get her the other kind. Make sure you know what you're doing in the food department. But just simple romantic gestures. Maybe you do a chore that you don't normally do, or something that she's been asking you to do for a while. You could go ahead and knock out those kinds of things. Number 5. Dual screens. Tell me what you think about this, because I squinted my eye at this one. You have 2 screens, one for the game, and then the other would be a favorite movie of y'all's or hers, or a playlist to play music. So a dual screen situation on Valentine's Day.
Hell no.
I'm not doing that.
No guy who wants to watch the Super Bowl is going to do a dual screen.
No.
That's for the area in the kitchen where all the other people walking around the house for the party.
Right.
That's for the party people.
Exactly.
If you're watching the game because you have an interest in one of the 2 teams or both of the teams or the game itself, you don't need a dual anything.
And again, 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in what your Valentine's Day plans are. If you want to give any shout-outs, go ahead and text in, and we'll shout out anybody that you want. And if you want to, drop in their name. We'll be doing shout-outs for the entirety of the show.
Right.
So, I must admit, I don't think dual screens is the way to go here. Because I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you got the Super Bowl on a 30-inch screen and you've got a movie on a 65-inch screen. I'm still going to watch the Super Bowl on the 30-inch screen.
Exactly. This sounds like this particular number on the list was written by somebody who doesn't care about football.
Exactly.
They think about the Super Bowl as, it's the big party, and you can solve it by having this with this big party. No, people who love the Super Bowl for the game.
Right.
To this day, even just this past weekend, if you had to go to a Super Bowl party, they better have had a room with a flat screen with just the game on it, and for people who just want to watch the game. And the rest of the house could watch the game in the background.
And then this will make you laugh. So under number 5, it also, because it has a couple of bullet points, and the last bullet point is, don't overlook quality conversation breaks between quarters.
What?
Yeah, the only thing you're going to be complaining about is probably the 4-leg parlay that you placed on the Super Bowl and how you need some random player to get a certain number or a certain catch. That's the only thing you're going to take a break to conversate about. So number 5 is dual screens and flex time is the absolute no. I don't think that's. I don't think that's really the move. And from the 903, dual screens is for the main and the Pat broadcast only. Talk about Pat McAfee, the alternate broadcast, right?
Right. Keep it at football.
All right, so number 4, you could invite another couple or mixed group to Valentine's plus Super Bowl parties. So pretty much you just throw a party. Everybody just comes over, hangs out. You get a couple of your friends to come over, and you just have a big old Valentine's Day party. And then ideally the guys are watching the Super Bowl, and then the girls are doing whatever they want to do if they don't want to watch the Super Bowl. I don't think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea.
No? Okay. Because I think that could you keep everybody occupied, to keep everybody interactive. And then number 3, you cook dinner together. So kind of like that other Tolo was texting in. You cook dinner together.
Sure.
You could do a heart-shaped pizza, is mentioned here, or whatever your favorite recipe is. So you enjoy your dinner before kickoff. Ideally, give her the entirety of the day leading up to kickoff, and you get her a drink, whatever have you, and then you split it. It's pretty much you split the night. So the first part of the day you make dinner together, and then you sit down, and then you're watching the Super Bowl, and that's pretty much how you split that day up. Number 2, you create a love and football celebration.
Sound like a movie, Love and Basketball.
Right. So you decorate the house with mixed hearts and team colors. You make food boards with heart-shaped snacks and classic game foods like sliders, wings. I know you get your little weenies that you can get going there. Hey, look, I'm just saying that's what people eat. Okay.
We call them Smokies.
Little Smokies. Yeah, that's probably better. Dylan's now going to pull that. Whatever. and then you just sit there and you watch the game together. So pretty much you just decorate the house with football decor, Valentine's Day decor. You get your food Valentine's Day themed and football themed and however you want to do it. So you just combine the themes and you have a love and football celebration.
Okay.
And I think that this is a good idea because I think... No, I'm not trying to blanket statement and speak for all ladies out there. And female Tolos, please do text in and let us know what your thoughts is on this list.
For real.
But I think ladies like to decorate, and I think they like having the opportunity to decorate and like, hey, look, I know it's my day. I really want to watch Super Bowl, but let's have fun. You want to throw up some heart-shaped stuff. You want to throw in some football, Valentine's Day decor. Go crazy. Whatever you want to do, just go crazy.
Would your girl do that?
I think she would, because she likes to decorate. Now, I might have to be like, hey, you can decorate, and I'll cover it, so that way she doesn't have to worry about, costs or anything. But I think if you were like, we're going to watch Super Bowl, but I'm going to let you decorate the house, and if you have friends come over, hey, make sure you bring Valentine's Day football-themed stuff, I think that would kind of add into it. So I think number 2, Love and Football Celebration is kind of cool. From the 903, they're making fun of me, football and little weenies. 214. Number 4 sounds like it involves a fishbowl and keys in it. Themed couples and friends gathering. So, okay. And then from the 817, dude, what are you going to do? Have the movie The Notebook on the other TV? Hell no, I'm not doing that.
No.
817, I'm working Lyft today. So, gig economy, we appreciate you for texting in. 877-881-1053. All right, last one here. Stagger the experience. Valentine's Day first.
Slow down. I want to hear about this. So this is number 1.
This is number 1. This is what AI/ChatGPT says, that this is the number one way that you should compromise and spend Valentine's Day and Super Bowl Sunday this time next year. This is we're giving the guys a year to plan this, a year to save you from arguments, a year to save you from all the drama that's going. You don't want to be like, hey babe, by the way, next week's the Super Bowl. You don't have you don't have anything going on, right? And then she's gonna turn and look at you and be like, wait, so
it's Valentine's Day.
You don't have a dinner reservation for us? So we're trying our best to help you out here. Okay, we're trying to give you a 365-day advance on prepping. So number 1, stagger the experience.
Okay, what do you mean by stagger?
Valentine's Day first, and then you enjoy the football.
Wait a minute, that's pretty simple, because think about it. The Super Bowl usually kicks off Dallas-Fort Worth Central Time, 5:25 p.m.
Yeah.
That's the end of the day.
Exactly. You can give them the entire beginning of the day. So this one, they mentioned you can do a brunch, or you can go for a walk. You can go out if you want to, get a late start today, you can just go out for lunch. And then after the game starts, you switch to a cozy football vibe together.
Okay, wait a minute.
So that's what the number 1 is.
Well, we got to break this down a little bit. We got to break down the logic, because like you said, AI is a tool, but you have to guide it and make sure it's factual, right? Nobody's going to lunch when they're eating all day at the Super Bowl parties.
Right.
You're going to eat big at the wings, and I can't see anybody stopping down for lunch somewhere on a Super Bowl Sunday. I just can't see. I can see you having some snacks.
I think
as
you could get
build
away
up
with
for
brunch.
the dinner.
I think you could get away with brunch.
For her.
Right. I think you could get away with
For
the brunch.
her.
But for her. This one, and this is a good point from the 214, because some people just do not give a damn about Valentine's Day. It sounds like the woman you're with doesn't love you enough to understand it's the Super Bowl. Damn Valentine's Day. I'll make Valentine's Day every day. Just imagine if the Cowboys are in it. And I do think... We are the home of the Cowboys, and I'm just going to say this because it is theoretically a possibility.
Seattle made it.
If your team's in the Super Bowl, all bets are off. All bets are off, because you're probably not going to sleep the night before, right? I mean, I've never experienced a Super Bowl where my team's in it. I wasn't born early enough, but you're probably not going to sleep well the night before. You're going to wake up stressing. You're going to wake up nervous. You're going to be you're gonna have pregame rituals that you're gonna have a certain playlist you want to listen to, a certain food that you're gonna want to eat. You're gonna prep like you're actually in the damn game. So all bets are off if your team's actually in the Super Bowl, because
you might be at the game.
You might be at the game if you have that kind of dough. You might be at the game.
You might get lucky.
From the 817, guys, this might be the first time that I hope the Cowboys are not in the Super Bowl, because I don't want to deal with that. And my Valentine's is the same, and my Valentine at the same time. That's Tolo Gonzo texting in. Look, if this is don't want the Cowboys to make the Super Bowl, then I think you picked a pretty good year to do so. So, Tell me what you think. 877-881-1053. Went over the what ChatGPT gave me as the top 8 things to compromise the Super Bowl and Valentine's Day this time next year from the 214. If you're with a girl who doesn't understand that the Super Bowl comes first, then find yourself another girl. Sorry, not sorry.
So I got a theoretical.
Okay.
For you. 9 months later, was it the Super Bowl or was it Valentine's Day that produced the baby?
Now that's a question, because that's the complete opposite of the 972. Sounds like a lot of breakups for Valentine's Day 2027, which we predicted. We talked about that earlier. I would say
that normally happens anyway. And you know what? Now you got an even better excuse if you're a guy and you're trying to break up with your girl. You say, you know what?
It's the Super Bowl.
It's the Super Bowl.
If you can't watch it, then I can't.
You know, we're not on the same page.
We're just not on the same page. Not meant to be. It's not meant to be.
And if you're the girl, you know, honey, I love Valentine's Day, but you love football more than me, so I just think we're not meant to be. It's the absolute solution to either way you want to do.
And I do want to say that this is the first time that the Super Bowl has ever landed on Valentine's Day. So this is a new
uncharted territory.
This is uncharted territory for everybody. So hopefully that helped everybody out. But it was the All-Star Celebrity Game last night, and I have something I need to get off my chest. I've got a rant about a couple of the players. We're going to do that next on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the...
Open here at the Star in Frisco. It's myself, Kevin Walker, alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Dylan Moore in the Producers Cup there at the stadium. Our engineer, Ross Lubinsky, keeping us nice and crispy. But we had to deal with a couple of hurdles earlier in the show, CA.
Oh, we passed all that.
But we are past all that because of the fantastic people that got us here.
Yeah, if you missed the noon hour, don't worry about it. You got an extended version of Penn University, and we are chilling like some villains, living live at the Dallas Open. And Fritz Taylor, the semifinal, men's semifinals, he and Marin Cilic in a duel. First set, he's up 5-4. Talking about Fritz Taylor.
All right, and then
we'll keep you updated.
We'll keep you updated on all the scores, and I also want to keep you updated on this. On the Olympic side of things, USA hockey team, USA, they are currently losing to Denmark 2-1. And I do know that we have some of our Stars beat reporters.
You should have Jason Robinson out there.
Well, another thing, why isn't Jake Ottinger starting?
Uh-oh.
Where's the Otter? Where's the Otter? So
what is up with that?
I guess we'll just have to see. Maybe they might make that switch. But like I said, it was the celebrity game last night. If you watched it, great. If you did it, we're going to give you the quick synopsis, everything that you need to know. And I want to start with this. Taco Fall had his time in the NBA, right, CA?
About 3 years.
Yeah.
He's 7'6".
7'6".
He's not that old. He's probably. I don't even know he's 30.
He's probably not even 30. Probably 27, 28.
Yeah, he's not overseas anymore.
I didn't, I don't know if you did. I didn't get the pamphlet. I didn't get the release on what the requirements are to be in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game.
You have to be a celebrity.
I would have to imagine that if you were a former NBA player, that would kind of take you out of it. Because are you really a celebrity? Do you deserve to be, and I'll ask you, do you deserve to be in the Celebrity All-Star Game if you are literally a former NBA player?
What I think this former NBA player, Taco Fall, is doing, he's doing a bit.
Oh, it's not his fault.
Hold on. No. It's not even about his fault. It's what he's doing and what he's going. He's in on this because he wants to be. And let me explain why.
Yeah.
He's realizing I cannot play in the NBA, so I'm going to be Boban. And this game is in L.A., Hollywood, and I want to be noticed, and I might get my career started in whether acting or what, influencing. He's in Hollywood. He's doing the Boban. Boban's bigger than him.
Yeah.
But Boban was just a blip on the map, just a tall guy, until he was in the John Wick movie. So you can be mad about it, but I'm just saying there's levels to this. And I'm not saying it's right.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's not for your consumption, but I'm saying you're saying, why is he there? Cha-ching.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And again, I'm not.
He's not using that to try to get back into the league.
I'm
not. Fear of that.
I don't think the Celtics or anyone else would be like, well, we saw your tape in the celebrity game. We're going to go and bring you back in for workout. But then again, you never know. 20 points, 21 boards, and 5 blocks for Taco Fall. Again, 7'6". I would probably say that he's at least a foot taller than probably anyone else out there, if not more. So
probably more because celebrities.
I was going to say probably
half
more.
The celebrities not even 6 foot.
No, they're not. So I just needed to get that off my chest. In Tolos, text in 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If you agree with me, if you think I'm just being an old head and I'm like, nah, he's a celebrity because he used to play. He was in the league for 2 to 3 years. So
like this.
I don't know. I don't like it.
You don't have to like it. I'm not saying I liked it either, but I'm just saying there's levels to this, and you just got to follow the money. 940 says Jeremy Lin played in this game. The Lin Sanity in New York. He's in that game so that he can be remembered and become relevant and get paid doing something, whether it's acting, movies, signing autograph shows. I'm just saying, Jeremy Lin, same deal. Now, there's a couple other guys that are in there. I don't understand why they're in there. Like, I think one of the owners of the Phoenix Suns, the governor, he was playing in it, and I think there's a Charlotte Hornets guy who's not, like, in the front office. That's just how, not just in the NBA. How about NFL? Major League Baseball's barely.
Keenan Allen was in it.
Yeah. I'm just saying, there's no. They're trying everything to keep these things going because it's almost like it's passé. Every All-Star or Pro Bowl or Pro Midsummer Classic, it's on life support. because people don't consume it the way they used to, but yet there's money to be made with brands and all the stuff that go along with it.
Right.
Everything is sponsored. And so these guys who are in this quote-unquote celebrity game, like, who's the influencers besides Drewski? I can't tell you. Is it whoever's standing in front of the next Instagram, the next gram? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out.
I do know that they had
a TikTok star.
Right. I do know that they had a couple of, I know they had, some rappers and some artists out there and some actors.
I miss Quavo, and he was don't get me wrong, Quavo, he was an athlete for real because he was an all-state quarterback in Georgia and also played basketball on his high school team. And Migos are big. I could see that. But
some of
these influencers are just, Drewski just for fun.
Right.
But the rest of them are like, well, you just have 1 million followers because you make cakes.
Not far from where we are right now at the Dallas Open in Frisco. Dude Perfect.
Yeah.
Their tall guy, Cody Jones, he was in the celebrity game.
So there you go.
There you go.
It's all levels. That's the Dude Perfect. Can he do it in a game that's not?
He did hit a three. He did hit a three. So that was
good for him. We had a guy worked at the Fan that's in Dude Perfect.
Oh yeah,
and I can't remember his name.
Sparky.
Yeah, Sparky.
Yeah,
Kevin Spartan. He was great. Great name. He was did all the stuff. He was a board op and did on air stuff too. And then he's like, Dude Perfect is calling me.
Yeah, and he took the call.
And Sparky's our guy.
He's great, and he's one of the co-hosts for their podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I've reached out to him on Instagram. He's a really cool guy, and UNT alum.
Yep,
Can't forget. He's always going back to show love too. I know he'll go and hoop with their with UNT's basketball team, so he shows love. Okay, this is hopefully my last rant of the day. Shams Charania. He was also part of the celebrity game.
Breaking news.
He was trying to break news because he didn't hit a single shot. I think he took 5 shots, missed all of them, and he took a break mid-game to get on his phone. And I get it. It's his shtick. It's his thing. That's what he does. And like you said, it's a bit. But can we give the spot to somebody who's actually going to, dare I say, take advantage of it, actually use it? I kind of feel like it was oh, Shams is here. And now we did get Giannis making fun of him and being yeah, Shams can't hoop. Shams can't hoop. So that was kind of funny, but I didn't enjoy it. I was just why did we pick him? If we knew that he was going to do this, we knew he was going to be on the phone, on the sideline. Like I said, I get it. It's a bit, whatever. I just think it was kind of, I didn't like it. So, again, I'm not trying to be Mr. Hater here, but those were my 2 rants of the day. Why did we pick Shams if we knew he was going to be on his phone, and why did we pick Taco Fall? By the way, Taco Fall is 30, so there's that. I did look that up.
Like I said, he's looking for a Boban career.
Let's see here from the 817 CA. The Suns owner played with Cleaves at Michigan State.
Okay, so he had some game.
Yeah.
That's why he's there. Again, there's levels to this. Don't get me wrong. I didn't watch 1 minute of that game.
Right. No, I didn't either.
I've covered 22 NBA All-Star games and I've covered 8 baseball All-Star games. How many Pro Bowls? 6 Pro Bowls. I've covered all these extracurricular activities, and they're just not the same. And it's not about being an old head. It's about that they've run out of tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely
in this day and age, the only thing I can think of that can heighten it is drone shots. I just can't, because look at the Olympics right now.
Yeah,
they got drone angles,
and it looks nice.
Oh my god,
it looks so cool.
Following the athletes in the luge and the ski jumps, and I was like, whoa,
yeah,
spectacular.
I do want to say VJ Edgecombe, he helped lead Team Vince, that's Vince Carter, defeat Team Mello 25-24 was the first 25 in the Rising Stars finale.
So that's 76. You know what he said? He said, I wanted to play hard. He said, Vince told us to just play hard. And I wanted to play hard because my boy, Tyrese Maxey, was watching. And, of course, you got to shout out Tyrese because South Garland representing in the house. And he is an all-star himself.
All right, well, coming up, the Cowboys.
Can't let his boy down.
Should the Cowboys trade GP3? Well, according to this, they probably shouldn't. That's next on Hour 2 on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch. it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
We are live here at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open at the Star in Frisco. It's the home of the Cowboys, and we are at the home of the Cowboys. It's also the home of your Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. My name's Kevin Walker. I'm alongside the three-time himself, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Dylan Moore and the Pimp Cup, our resident tennis nerd, and Ross Lebinsky has us feeling nice and crispy, our lovely engineer who had to jump through some hoops and hurdles. We do hope that all the Tolos are getting around everywhere they need to on Valentine's Day safely with this rain, this weather. It's crazy, so everywhere you're going, make sure you're being safe, make sure you're being diligent. Go ahead and prep that 15, 20 minutes of that drive. Go ahead and save you that time because traffic. I mean, I know you had a hell of a drive. I drove from Fort Worth to Frisco, and it added about I would say, it probably added about 20 minits to my drive than I was expecting. So
tollway was a disaster, as you can imagine.
Yeah,
for me, fortunately, I was headed northbound and going southbound. It still might be messed up with people crashing into each other. But let's say this: it's Valentine's Day, but if you're up here in Frisco,
right,
you've got this Nexo Dallas Open, and Dylan. Like I said, we're going to lean on you because you love tennis. I don't call you a nerd. I call with respect on your name. You're an expert. How you like that?
I don't know if I'd call myself an expert, but I do know some tennis.
Well, put it like this. We're in the semifinals. Fritz Taylor, the American, seeded number 1, is up. Actually, it's tied 6-6 with Marin Cilic, right?
Marin Cilic.
Chill as in C-H-I-L?
Yeah.
Or Cilic?
I believe it's
that kind of sounds like someone else's
C-H-I-L
name,
with Cilic.
Cilic. Yeah, these different European names. He's from Croatia. It's kind of like Luka's name is Doncic, not Doncic, like some people say on national broadcast. Luka Doncic.
Yeah. Okay, so again,
we're here.
So we are here. We are live.
And the Cowboys have given it up.
Yes, they have.
They've given up their facility.
They've given up the facility, and it looks spectacular.
Amazing.
You've got all these different stations. We're right across from this really nice apparel station for Boss.
On the practice field.
On the practice
Indoor
field.
practice field.
The practice field is right next to us on our left-hand side. Unfortunately, no fan cam today, but that's okay. We're going to give you our best play-by-play of what's going on here, paint the scene for you, and then we are probably 50 feet or so away from where they're actually doing the tournament. So
it's a stadium within the stadium.
Exactly.
The tennis stadium has been placed on the practice field.
It is so nice.
It is so nice, and it is intimate if you're watching the tennis. And they've even got it close to one of the sides of the Ford field, so that if you're been here for a high school game or a college game or even Cowboys practice, you're close to that one side, and the other side is just pimped out.
Yeah, it is so nice. So 877-881-1053. It is a Valentine's Day. We're doing Valentine's Day shout-outs all show long. So text in what you got going on. If you're single, what you got going on. It doesn't matter. We want to hear what you have going on your Valentine's Day Saturday. It's rainy. It's a little gloomy, but doesn't mean you have to cancel the plans. I wanted to talk about this from the 469. When we talked about the All-Star Celebrity Game earlier, and if you missed that, go ahead and get on that Odyssey app, hit that Odyssey Rewind. You can find it. From the 469, the unrivaled one-on-one was more entertaining.
We had a representative, too.
We did. We had a couple. Arike and Paige was both
each other
in the unrivaled event.
WNBA.
And I want to go back and
watch
watch
won,
it.
by the way.
Paige did beat Arike, but Paige lost in it was either the semifinals or the quarterfinals, and Kelsey Plum ended up being in the final. And I want to say that it was really well done. This whole unrivaled thing that they have done has been really well done.
Yes.
Very well documented. I think they've done an incredible job on social media getting it out. And it's not necessarily it's kind of a jab at the NBA, because we would love to see NBA players doing one-on-one. Mm-hmm. First 1 to 11, win by 2, just classic street ball kind of stuff like that. I think that we would love to see that. But they're not going to.
No, they're not. And there's levels to this. I always say you got to follow the money and why something does or does not happen. The closest thing to that kind of happened in the Rising Stars game last night.
Yes.
By the way, we were talking about Vince Carter's team won.
Yes.
But part of the action, there's 3 teams involved, 4 teams. 4 teams, 3 games, something like that. But the point I was trying to make was this. Dylan Harper, son of NBA great Ron Harper, he got he's basically going one-on-one against his brother, Ron Harper Jr.
Yeah.
And they were talking smack afterwards because, it's brother against brother.
Right.
And he was like, y'all act like I ain't never played one-on-one against him in the driveway. Come on, man.
I know all his moves.
Yeah, I know all his moves. So you got a little bit of that, and he wound up making the free throws to win that game. But no Cooper Flag.
No.
We have a Cooper Flag sighting today, though.
We did. He was at the Duke-Clemson game, and Duke did defeat Clemson. It was a home game for Duke, so you know that Coop had to show out.
So imagine this. He was in L.A. for the Mavericks-Lakers game on Thursday.
Right.
He was around for Friday because I think he had to do some appearances or something.
Yes.
And then he flew straight across the country to North Carolina to Duke, his school that he went to. I didn't say he graduated. He was just there for 1 year.
He was there.
And represented while the Duke Blue Devils knocked off the Carolina Tar Heels.
Yeah, so it was we got a Coop sighting. He did have a boot on, so we'll have to
that bruised heel.
So we'll have to see how things go. From the 940, been married 29 years, separated 7 years now. So I'm going to a boxing match tomorrow in Denton.
I heard there's a big boxing card in Denton tomorrow, like 7 of them or something, 7 fights.
So text in 940, text in who exactly you're excited to see from that boxing match. All right, I do have some audio that I want to play here. Dylan, if you could give me cut 1. This is Nick Harris on his Cross Chop podcast, also a Fort Worth Star-Telegram beat writer. We love his work.
Set it
up.
up.
Exceptional
Before
job
you play
for the
it, set it up.
Cowboys. He talked about... Well, let me say this. A lot of Cowboys fans are talking about what they need to do in the offseason. And one of the names that's being mentioned is GP3 himself, George Pickens. And some people are like, yeah, let's go ahead and sign him. Or some people are like, well, let's entertain the trade offers. We could trade him for 1. Maybe we could send him to the Raiders for Max Crosby. Well, Nick Harris, he has some connections, and he had this to say about the possibility of trading George Pickens.
The biggest report that I think came out of the weekend was on Sunday when Ian Rappaport said that trading George Pickens is an option that's being weighed. And so I have a scout buddy. He works in the AFC. I called him and I was like, hey, man, you don't know this situation at all. This is your third-party lens, 10,000-foot view lens looking at this situation. What do you think the Cowboys could get in a theoretical George Pickens trade? He's like, second-round pick at the best-case scenario with a day 3 pick swap. But in reality, you're probably maybe looking at a 3rd and a 4th. It's like, so it's really no different than what you did a year ago. There's no trade value in this conversation. And if the word trade gets brought up at any point with George Pickens, it's got to be because it's part of the negotiation on the other side. Being like, hey, we did this with this guy last year. We could do it again. We've shown that we're willing to do so, but it's a much different situation here.
So any talk of a trade conversation is merely contract discussion, just trying to get a contract done. So, I'll go ahead and ask you based on that piece of audio. I don't want to trade George Pickens if I'm not getting a 1 for him. If he's got the same value this year as he did when you picked him up, what's the point?
That's exactly the whole thing. I think all this is speculation. Speculation is a sport because team building is a sport.
Of course.
And this is the time of the year. That's why you'll see pre-mock drafts. Everything's a mock this or trade because people have that kind of interest in it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But don't conflate people doing a theoretical of George Pickens for Max Crosby or somebody is the Cowboys or no. They know the lay of the land on this, but more importantly, I think they realize that George Pickens is not Antonio Brown. For anybody who thought, Pittsburgh got rid of him because he's the next Antonio Brown. No, he's not. Antonio Brown has CTE. Pickens does not. Pickens was just young demonstrative, right? And as you can see, he's completely happy here in Dallas, so you're getting the best version. Some people were trying to theorize that he's getting the best version. What's going on, Tovash? Long-time Tolo. Tovash is working the building as well. Tovash come over dabbing himself because, work for the Cowboys too. He do all the services and stuff. What's up, Tovash? Well, anyway, he's Tolo for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Him and G-Bag and Walt and Gavin Dawson. All right, so back to the subject at hand. George Pickens is completely happy here in Dallas.
Right.
Some people, he's just doing it for the money. No, he's genuinely happy here in Dallas. He's got the agent who gets the biggest contracts for every player at their position at all times. That's why some people are wondering, is this going to get dicey? Well, the smartest thing the Cowboys could do, and I said this last night, they should get ahead of this thing. Get the deal done before the end of March.
Right.
They always drag this out past training camp.
Yep. By
By the way, the franchise tag that they put on him, they do that just so they have room to negotiate.
Right.
Because you don't want him to be wide open out there and then, the price might go up
of course.
no matter what. But Jerry's notorious for saying he has a high tolerance for ambiguity. Do you know what that means?
He can wait.
That's it.
He can wait.
That's it. But guess what? It costs him money in the long run. In this day and age when you're dealing with superstars or all-pro players, it's going to cost you money the longer you wait. But guess what it's going to cost him this year as opposed to some other years? It's going to cost him organizing his team and getting all these ducks in a row and deciding how you're going to spend the money with free agents or how you're going to spend the money or select your draft picks. How much you're going to spend on defense. You're going to do something with the offensive line. If you take care of Pickens now, it's not even about what. And for those who don't know all of those other details, later on in the show, our buddy Calvin Watkins for the Dallas Morning News, he came up with an off-season primer, and we'll go into some of those details. But back to Pickens.
877-881-1053. Text in your opinions on this topic from the 254. George Pickens is theoretically worth less this year because of his contract situation. If he still had another year under his contract, he would be worth more.
That's true. It's in baseball, they call it control. Do you have control? In other words, when they go to arbitration, or are you going to trade somebody before the trade deadline or around the trade deadline? It's about control.
Another one from the 214. What do you trade Pickens for max? I think try to text in. Text in a little bit more information from the 214. I think they're asking, what would you have to trade with Pickens? I don't think a Pickens for Max Crosby straight up would work. And then from the 903, I think someone will get desperate and offer a 1 for Pickens. At that point, you have to trade him and take a wide receiver in the draft to pair with CD and Flournoy. Use the money on defense and running back. And then another one from the 214, trade him for a number 1 immediately. So some people, like I said, despite what Nick Harris said, some people still think that he has to be worth a first overall pick.
Well, this is what's so funny about this. That's just speculation.
Of course.
And what I just said at the top of this segment, speculation is a sport. And there will people be adamant about it. But who are they? They're just people who are into team building.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at them. I'm just saying you can't just say because somebody pounds their fist, they're right. No, they're just throwing out something for argument's sake, and there's nothing wrong with that. It makes you kick the tires and do a deeper dive, which Nick Harris did, and that's why we play the audio.
And I do want to mention this. George Pickens is 24 right now. Will turn 25 in about a month in March. What is the real difference, other than the rookie contract, which would be a big deal, don't get me wrong. The rookie contract would be one of the leading factors why if you did trade George Pickens and you selected a wide receiver first, third, wherever you end up, age-wise, it's no guarantee you're going to get production from a wide receiver like you're getting from George Pickens.
How about when they traded Amari Cooper for just nothing?
Nothing.
They just gave him away, and they said we're going to get one in the draft. And who do they get? The kid from South Alabama. What's his name?
That would have been South Alabama. That's
I guess he's free agent right now, but he's not anywhere near Amari Cooper.
Right. Yeah,
and remember, he cost them the Green Bay game because he was lined up in the neutral zone. He's only had a couple of big catches here and there.
Right.
I'm just saying, just because you say get you one in the first round, everybody's not going to be CeeDee Lamb. And with that being said, you know what you have in Pickens. You know it works. You know the chemistry. You know Dak knows what George Pickens can do. So why would you take a step backwards because you're saying, well, we can just get Max.
Yeah, we can rerun it. We can just go grab another wide receiver. But that's not the case.
That's not the case. And also, you don't know who it's like you don't. Also, you want to take another chance to get another Maxi, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying.
Right. You
don't know what they're going to do with these draft picks. There are people mad about Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Come on now. Just because he's a first-round draft pick doesn't mean he's going to be Tyron Smith.
Yeah, it doesn't ensure that they're going to be a no-doubt Hall of Famer or anything like that. From the 6A2, those folks are idiots. I'd trade CD for a 1 before I trade Pickens.
Yeah, and by the way, it has nothing to do with the money, because for those who say, well, right now his tag is $28 million.
Right.
CD's making 34. CD's already said he'll restructure his contract.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is not unusual. Zach Martin did it every year.
Dak's probably going to do it this year.
Dak's going to do it this year, too.
Yeah.
But for those who are counting pennies, because that's part of team building, too, they like to do that, I remind everybody, and I've been saying this since before Dak got out of his rookie deal and got his big money, which was $40 million. The salary cap goes up exponentially every year because of that streaming rights deal they did for $117 billion. The NFL owners are required by the players' agreement to give the players 48.7% of that money. Well, guess what? The salary cap this past year, in 2025, was $275 million.
Yep.
They say it's going up to $305 million. So don't tell me, if you tell me about salary cap, and you're trying to be serious about this, you better know your stuff.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to hear the Stephen Jones excuse of, well, we can't because of the cap. And at the end of the day, how come Philadelphia does whatever they want to do?
Salary cap gymnastics.
It's all it is. It's like doing your taxes.
Yeah.
If you can get a great guy to CPA to do your taxes, you're not paying what everybody else is paying.
No.
You might not even pay at all. You might be getting some money back. So just don't tell me about the salary cap. Because Howie does whatever he does. He goes to 3 Super Bowls in 7 years, 2 in the last 3, and he was defending Super Bowl champion up until this last week.
And the Tolos, look, they're chiming in. They've got a lot of opinions on this. 615 said the Titans will take him, which I know that they definitely would.
Lots of people would.
From the 682, if I don't get at least a first-round pick for George Pickens, I'm hanging up the phone. There is nothing to talk about. I agree. I think that is.
I agree too.
That's
you know him better than anybody else, so just keep him.
I don't want to trade George Pickens, but I will at least entertain a first-round offer, right?
And let me say this again.
Yeah.
You're entertaining a first-round offer, but people overvalue draft picks.
Yes.
And I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say it slower. Do you want another Mozzie Smith?
Mm-mm.
Do you want this trust? Do you trust this organization to hit on every freaking number 1 pick? They don't all the time.
No.
Sometimes they get lucky. CeeDee Lamb was not on their radar. He fell. They were smart enough to get him.
Then again, CA, we don't have to worry about picking a wide receiver from Michigan. So we might be in the clear because we can't pick from Michigan, right? 214, there are cheaper, proven free agents available from the 214. They just must be a hater. Trade them both.
Of course.
So,
well, again, I don't have a problem with anybody's opinions.
No. Everybody wants different things. 903, last one here. Don't take a wide receiver in the first round. Use it on defense. Take a wide receiver second or third day. Snag a vet in free agency. Love Pickens, but if you cannot use the money and get value back, then do it. So a lot of opinions with the George Pickens situation.
I like what he said at the end there. Read that last sentence.
Love Pickens, but if you cannot use the money and get value back, then do it.
That's called use the money and get value back. I think he's going to be worth whatever he's asking for, unless it's ridiculous like $40 million.
Right.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because the value of wide receivers right now is immense. And because, the price of running backs has gone down.
Yes.
The price of wide receivers has gone up. With that being said, one other note on that, keep this in mind. Just like I'm circling back to one of the texters who texted in and said he'd probably be more valuable last year than this year because he's under contract. Imagine you have him under lock and key. In other words, his contract is full and he's good. In other words, I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about you can always trade him if he's giving you the same kind of production.
Right.
Because he's more valuable because he's under control.
So continue to blow up the text line, 877-881-1053. We're going to stay in the NFL because, CA, I don't know about you, but I remember when I didn't want my grades back. I didn't want to hand my parents the report card. Well, apparently the NFL feels the exact same way. We're going to dive into that next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your...
It's 105 through the fan. We are broadcasting live from the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open here at the Star in Frisco. I'm alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down, and Fritz won the first set. Fritz Taylor, Marin
Cilic.
Yeah,
Cilic.
He beat him 7-6 there in the second set as we speak.
And we do have to give a good shout out to our producer Dylan Moore, who is correcting us on all things tennis. If we say it wrong, he's instantly correcting us, and we do appreciate that. Ross Lebinsky, our engineer here on site, doing an incredible job.
He built this thing.
He built this thing. He built it twice actually, because we had it set up earlier. Rain got in the way. Had to jump through some hoops and hurdles, but here we are broadcasting 100,000 watts on 105.3 The Fan. And Dylan, I do believe you have a Olympic hockey update for us.
We sure do. It is Denmark versus the United States of America. This is just some group play, so not elimination, not medal or anything. What was that, CA?
I didn't say a
no.
word.
I was just saying USA.
Yeah, USA for the win.
But pride came out. Sorry.
We entered the second period down 2-1, but we did tie the game at 2. Brady Tkachuk, assisted by Josh Eichel, puts one in the back of the net, so that is tied at 2.
Who's in goal for yesterday? It's the Otter, is it?
It's not the Otter, and that's the unfortunate thing. But
crazy.
But it's also not Connor Hellebuck.
It's Swayman, isn't it?
It's Swayman in net.
Wow. Meanwhile, Dallas Stars Finnish Mafia. Let's tell everybody what happened when Finland beat Italy today.
11.
It was a beating.
To nothing. I mean, that's crazy.
I know you're keeping an eye on this for us, Dylan. I think we had a Dallas Star, Skoll, and I think Mikko had 2 assists.
Yes, that is correct. Miro Heiskanen had the goal. He plays for the Stars. He had a goal and an assist. Mikko Rantanen with 3 assists.
Woo! Represent that.
So it was a big game for Finland. And I will just recap. We did have
11-0. That's
yeah,
crazy.
11-0.
That's great. I mean, that's like baseball scores. What are we even doing? And I know that they 62 shots on goal. Finland had 62 shots on goal. I mean, what do we do? That's crazy.
If this was football, it would be 77-0.
Yeah, it'd be 6-man football.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be 6-man football scores.
Yeah, and I just saw one more thing. 2 Americans did bring home some medals in women's dual moguls.
Okay.
That just happened. Jalen Koff got the silver, and Elizabeth Limley got the bronze.
All right.
Gentlemen, quick question. What's the difference between a mogul and a curl? Curling and mogling.
I can't even throw out a guess.
Dylan,
I don't
you can come back
know.
to tell us the answer to that with your next update.
Will do.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Keep us updated on that USA hockey game. USA. All right, we talked about the Cowboys earlier, and the Tolos were really fired up about the George Pickens conversation. So let's go ahead
and do about George.
What are we gonna do with GP3? Well, the Tolos, they definitely chimed in and let their opinions be known. 877-881-1053. You can text in and let us know what you think. Let's see here. From the 945, trade Pickens to get a number 2 receiver in free agency. We need the picks and money to fix the defense. Another one from the 682.
Wait a minute, I like that to a degree, but I wouldn't do it.
It's wild you guys talk about trading young players when Dak has 1, maybe 2 years left. Get rid of him while the value is high. We aren't winning with Dak.
Oh, he's trying to get rid of Dak. I thought he was saying we need to load up since he's only got 1 or 2 years.
Nope, opposite side of the coin.
Well, let me say this. You're wrong. In my opinion, you're wrong. And the reason
everybody's allowed to have opinions.
Exactly.
But
I love the opinions, but I'm telling you, you've got a quarterback that's very good.
Right.
He had his best season ever last year. He's always people have this mentality of all or nothing, or black or white. I'm talking about there's no middle ground, there's no gray.
There's no gray area.
Here's the deal. In quarterbacks, if you have a top 10 quarterback, that's rare.
Yeah.
There are 10 of the top 5 are always generally the same 5.
Right.
But the 6 through 10 or 6 through 15,
it's always changing.
It's always changing. They could be a 6 one year, they could be a 12 the next year. They could go back to 7 and go back. I mean, it's fluid. Or to quote Jerry Jones, who owns this building, it's fungible.
Fungible, correct.
Yes, it's fungible.
From the 817, Lamb is good for 1.5 drops per game.
What does that got to do with Pickens?
I guess I think they're talking about the possibility of trading Lamb instead of Pickens, which we have heard. Some people have said, I'd rather trade CD than trade Pickens. So, and then in this one, 469, does anyone remember that Pickens quit in the middle of the game? Pickens is a silent cancer. Can get any value that you can from him?
I'm going to answer that question by semi-quoting the great Brian Broaddus. Or was it Babe Laufenberg? One of those two guys who knows all about this stuff because all they do is watch tape.
Yeah.
It's not that he quit in the middle of a game. That's not correct.
Nope.
His entire career, he runs lazy routes.
Yeah.
But his spidey sense, his secret weapon is he can judge balls in flight better than any receiver in the NFL. He can zero in. And when you throw the ball to him, nobody's going to catch it but him. He will bat it down.
Right. I hate to interrupt you all. We have another score update.
Oh, please be good. Please be good.
Team USA has taken the lead over Denmark. Josh Eichel with the goal. USA leads 3-2. 8 minutes left in the second period.
Okay, you said Josh Eichel had the second goal as well. Who had
the
our first
assist
goal?
in the first one?
Okay, the assist.
So our goal scorers, we have Matt Boldy scoring in the first, Brady Tkachuk in the second, and Eichel followed him just about a minute later.
Okay, all right. We appreciate that, Dylan Moore. We always appreciate a little good news for USA hockey. Let's see
By
here.
the way, we want to keep up with Canada for a couple of reasons.
Okay.
Jim Neal, the general manager of the Stars.
Thomas Harley.
Yeah, Thomas Harley. Jim Neal is on the coaching staff for the team.
Yep.
And by the way, Jamie Benn was captain of Team Canada when they won the gold a few years ago.
Okay, so there we go. Let's see here. George is the best receiver on the team. You have to sign him from the 817. USA wins by 3 from the 903. So a little ice hockey prediction there. From the 469, tag him, see how he does. In-season trade if needed. I think that's not the worst idea, but I would rather, and that's a $28 million franchise tag, by the way, for those wondering on the George Pickens.
And by the way, Dak Prescott got tagged before he got his $40 million a year contract, which then ballooned to $60 million a year because Jerry and Steven love to wait too long. That's why I was saying you need to take care of George Pickens first. Get that out of the way so that you can address your team as a whole and not. Yeah, we know drama is good for TV ratings and staying relevant, but you're trying to get to the NFC Championship game, if not the Super Bowl itself, and you want to do this while Dak is in his prime.
Right.
And, Jerry, you want to do this before you retire. So with those things being said, stop effing around and not finding out.
Right, exactly. All right, let's go ahead and talk about this NFL report card situation. So if you don't know, the NFLPA pretty much puts out these report cards of the player opinions of different facilities. It could be food related, it could be facilities, it could be staff, it could be a whole number of things. They get an
you save.
Right, exactly. It could be, it's just an overall report card of what team does best at what. And the players, they all anonymously vote and put their poll in.
You know what? I don't know about you. And let's slow down and talk about
this
because it's worth the conversation.
For sure.
I'm always interested when you see the players who vote on this anonymously.
Right.
Say, this team has the worst facilities, or that other team has the best trainers, or this. It's like a little report card anonymously. It's kind of like, when, how on Google they say, give us 5 stars, and you do the survey.
Yeah.
It's like that, but it's the players.
Right.
And it's real, because I was surprised that Kansas City's facility wasn't as good as their Super Bowl status.
Correct.
I was shocked by that. And I was also surprised as much as the Cowboys got the greatest state-of-the-art, everything about it, that their trainers, they said that they didn't have enough trainers on the staff. They liked the trainers, but they didn't have enough of them. I
think the Cowboys had a B or a B plus last year.
Right. I'm like, how?
So that's another thing that you got to think about.
You really do.
So this was from Adam Schefter a couple of days ago. This is from his Twitter. The NFL informed all 32 teams today in a memo that it prevailed in its grievance versus the NFLPA, and its, quote, team report cards, unquote, are arbitrator and determined that the NFLPA's conduct violated the CBA in order to stop making public of any future report cards. A lot of words there, pretty much, hey, this violates the CBA that we all agreed on, and so therefore we can't put these out. They can't be public.
They don't want their dirt.
They don't want the dirt.
The NFL, put it like this, the NFL's making all this money,
right?
And the owners are like, we don't want anything to diminish the value of our product. And just this anonymous poll, they feel it's diminishing them, even though it's not. But the players have to comply with this lawsuit, and they want to also because they know that the NFL owners have so much money, they could just tie it up in court forever.
Yeah.
Ask Colin Kaepernick.
And like I said,
shots fired. I said it.
I titled this, the NFL's being petty. They don't want to see
the owners.
Yes, the owners.
Get it correct.
Right. You're right. Yeah, the NFL owners are being petty because they don't want to see these report cards. So Alvin Kamara, who a lot of players are familiar with, he's been very active on his social media, very active on his Twitter more specifically this week, talking about things. He's been talking about the New Orleans facility and all those different things. So he quote tweets this tweet by Adam Schefter. Says, "What if the players made one and tweeted it out at the end of the year? LOL." So the NFLPA, they respond to him. They say the report cards are not going away, and they list a couple of bullet points.
They just won't publish it.
They will be shared with all player members.
Okay.
Our process, speaking from the NFLPA, and methodology remain strong. The ruling found the report cards to be fair, balanced, and increasingly positive over time. Last bullet point, we remain committed to making sure your experiences, speaking to the players and the locker room, are heard.
Right.
So they're not going away.
They're just not going to publicize it.
They're just not going to be public.
And I don't mind that part for sure. I mean, I wish they were public, don't get me wrong. But you want to have the employees or the union to have say-so and let everybody know, I'm talking about the bosses, the owners, hey, this particular team, they're not doing the right thing. They're like being cheap about it.
Right.
I mean, how else would you know about how Washington was being run with Daniel Snyder? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I go on and on and on.
And you find out a lot of things. And another thing is players, I mean, I'm sure even agents use this. Mulligetta, all those big-time agents, they probably look at these things and say, well, I know that you really want to be close to home, and I know that you really want to get all this money from this team, but maybe they bring up that report card and say, but they got bad facilities. They've got this going for them. They've got B's, D's, and C's here.
The training staff isn't up to par.
Training staff isn't up to par. They cause injuries here and there, and those are things to factor in. All things matter when you're making a decision. But before we get out of this NFL segment, I wanted to mention this. Cardi B, who is no longer with Stephon Diggs, and you're probably wondering.
She's my favorite witness on a witness stand, by the way.
So you're probably wondering what she has to do with anything NFL related. So $47 million was bet on a specific betting app that Cardi B would appear in the Super Bowl halftime show, right? Ideally as an artist performing her own song, whatever have you.
Yeah, like Bruno Mars showed up for Beyonce.
Exactly. But the prediction market is saying just dancing in the background
doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
What? She was there?
So there's a complaint that's being filed with the CFTC. Which don't get me to line what the CFTC stands for, but pretty much there's already been a complaint out about one of these prediction markets that Cardi B was in the Super Bowl halftime show, but wasn't actually performing. So $47 million was put on that, and now those people are not happy because, I mean, why would they be?
They can't not be happy with her. She was just doing her part.
No.
They're mad at the ruling or whatever?
Yeah, they're just mad. Well, there hasn't been a ruling yet. It's just the fact that they put all this money on Cardi B to be in the Super Bowl halftime show, and she technically was.
She was just left shark.
And if you leave that gray area...
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Slow down. Do you know what left shark is?
No, I do not.
Ross does. Everybody knows when Katy Perry did the halftime, there was this left side of the stage, and there was this shark that was out of control, and he stole the show.
Okay.
Left shark is a famous halftime performer.
Gotcha. Okay. So now I can remember this.
It was somebody who's in a costume.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can remember this.
You're going too fast. Slow down.
Okay. I can remember this now. Okay, I gotcha. So
those that know, they know.
So there you go. So people are upset about that because there was a lot of different names. There was a lot of different people for the halftime show. So
Lady Gaga,
right?
That was the big halftime co-star.
And I do want to say for the Tolos, I was completely wrong on my prediction.
What was your prediction?
Because I predicted, based on what I saw on social media, that Travis Scott in The Weeknd was going to be on the halftime show. I was wrong. Dead wrong. Could not be more wrong.
Nope.
Travis Scott was on the sideline. I will say that, but dead wrong.
Drake was going to, and then he said no. He said, I don't want my controversy from last year to distract from Bad Bunny's performance, which, had all the biggest ratings, and I thought he was fine. I thought I was wildly entertained.
So that is what the people are currently upset about in the NFL world. Anyway, it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA, so that means we got to get in some khakis kicks. So let's talk sneakers next on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay more at Give Me the VIN because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here. You know, one of life's greatest gifts to man is that little coffee bean. And we love the taste of Just Love Coffee. Built right here in DFW off of love of coffee and a great...
best draft coverage is? It's right here on The Fan.
This next segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're on the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
It's the NBA All-Star Weekend, so we got to talk about what the players are wearing on their feet. So we'll do a little khakis kicks. But before we get into that, we are here live broadcasting at the Dallas Open here at the Star in Frisco. My name is Kevin Walker. I'm alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Ross Lubinsky, keeping us nice and crispy, engineering us, making sure all the wires stay away from this rain. Dylan Moore's got us crispy, sounding nice in the Pimp Cup. And I do believe we have another ice hockey update.
We sure do, and depends on how you want to look at this. Team USA, in the span of 7 minutes, put in a third goal in the second period. They took a 4-2 lead. Noah Hannafin with the goal to make it 4-2, but with 2 seconds left to go in the second period, Denmark put one in the back of the net. So we will go into the third period with Team USA leading 4-3.
The drama. And here where we're located, and I know, Dylan, you're a huge tennis fan, Fritz Taylor, the #1 seed in the Dallas Open, he is leading Marin Cilic.
There you Cilic. Yeah, you got it. Taylor Fritz, Marin Cilic going at it.
Yes, and he won the first set 7-6. It's all tied up in the second set. All I can tell you is everybody's getting their bang for their buck because they're totally enjoying this. Totally enjoying this.
Yeah. And this is a fantastic setting that we got here. We are broadcasting live, like I said, from the Star in Frisco. And you're probably wondering how that even is because this is a football field. We are inside the football. No, this thing is decked out. It looks so nice. It's so beautiful. We are 50 feet or so away from where they're actually playing. We got the practice courts off to our left. I mean, and then
they've built a stadium inside the stadium.
This is
it's
so
really nice. It's all pimped out. Sponsorship, got the gear for sale. They got a bar. They got, and by the way, shout out again to Tovash because Tovash is a longtime Tolo, and he's up here working as well, making some money.
Yeah, if you're able to make your way up here to the Dallas Open tonight, they've got the big time matchups tonight. You'll see Ben Shelton and, like I said, Taylor Fritz going at it right now. So make your way up here. Come say hello to us. Like I said, we're right next to where the main action is going on. We'll have you until 5 o'clock. We got that nice Boss going on over there. They got a whole section with the Boss gear.
Did you see what was going on at the Boss section?
No, I did not. What happened?
There were beautiful girls posing and getting their IG on. They're posing on that giant Boss bag.
Yeah.
With the mannequin with the tennis racket.
Gotta get your influencer
Strike
up.
the pose.
I'll tell you what, if they want to go ahead and make their way over here, and we can talk a little kicks, but without any further ado, let's get into some khaki kicks.
Never know what dome you're going to get from the Redneck Beastie Boy, Kevin Walker.
The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
Ooh, boy, I got to bring that audio down. I got to go work on that. I got to work on that intro, Dylan. That's not your fault. That's on me. I'll make sure that's fixed. All right, it is Khakis Kicks. We got to talk about what we're wearing on the feet, and I know that might be altered a little bit with the rainy situation. Maybe you didn't want to break out the suede 5s. You didn't want to bring out your best that you got in the closet because you're worried about the rain. Maybe you had to stick with the leather. You had to go with what's comfortable. I had to make the audible. I was planning on wearing my Travis Scott Mac Attacks, John McEnroe. I wanted to make that tennis connection, so I wanted to wear those, but with the rain, I was like, I'm going to have to literally take a rain check. I just threw on the Ultra Boost, had to go with comfort today, and move on with my day. So I'm wearing Ultra Boost. We'll go around the theoretical room. We'll go to Dallas, and we'll talk to Dylan and what he's wearing on his feet. But 877-881-1053, if you don't know, text in what you're wearing. I don't care if it's water boots. I don't care if it's sneakers. I don't care if you got your Crocs on. Just keep it
Galoshes.
clean. Just keep it clean, okay? Because we don't need to know where your sock is placed, because I know there is a certain Tolo that likes to let us know. So, CA, I'll toss it over to you. What we rocking today?
I did what you did. I was like, you know what? I can't mess up some newer shoes.
Right.
So I went back a little bit. You tell me what these are.
I want to say, so those are Adidas, and then I see Dame
Lillard.
So I'm going to say those are some
Dame time.
Some early on Dame times. Ross Lubinsky, our engineer, he's rocking a comfortable shoe. Not enough people wear these shoes. They're called the Allbirds, and if you know, you know. But they are so dang comfortable. So me and Ross went comfort. Dylan Moore, what say you?
I went comfortable. I got some Nike Revolutions on. Just
nice
and easy.
Gotta keep it simple. Keep it simple. From the 817, rocking the Sperry rain boots, comfy and dry. From the 601, I'm in the house rocking the Uggs house slippers.
Is that from Tom Brady?
Ooh, that's a good question. Hey, look, Tom Brady, if you're
He's the
listening,
first one to use the Uggs. I mean, he used to do the Uggs.
Hey, look, Tom Brady, if you're listening, just you can go ahead and call, and we'll get you on 214. This one's a long time solo, long time khakis kicks enjoyer. Got the BK Kings they gave him a break. Busted out the New Balance 650s Blue White Heritage today. That's a solid pair of New Balances. I do like those. So putting the BK Kings away because he wears those every khakis kicks. So we'll see what's going on there. Text in your updates for what sneakers you're wearing today. I do want to talk about this. Like I said earlier, it's All-Star Weekend, so everybody is bringing out their best. Nike's bringing out their best. Adidas breaking out their best. Puma's breaking out their best. But I can't lie. In my opinion, Nike nailed it this year. They've got this new pack that they're coming out with for All-Star Weekend. And if you don't know, all these big time brands, the Nikes, the Adidas, the Pumas, whatever brand you want, the Antas, they all come out with these special colorways for all of their signature shoe athletes.
Right.
To celebrate the All-Star Weekend because that makes them popular, that makes them big time, that makes them famous, right?
Yep.
Well, this year they're calling it the warning label. That's what Nike's calling their All-Star pack, if you will. We see some from John Morant. It's like they're all metallic. They're all like a metallic, reflective-looking sneaker, and they are shiny, and they're all in different colors, which is something that I like. They're not just simply all one basic standard color. And if you want, you can go ahead and do yourself the service. Get on your social media, look up NBA All-Star Week, look up the warning label Nikes. The Greek Freak 7s are catching a lot of attention. See, I got these pulled up for you, Selby. You can look at them.
They glow yellow.
They are very nice. And
they sure are.
Blake Elliott clowned a lot of us on Fan After Dark for wanting to wear Greek and wear Giannis's with pants and with wear them out and about. I am of the opinion if you want to wear hooping shoes, just out and about, I'm all for it. I will never hate on that. And I do want to say, since we're here at the Dallas Open, we've been getting ready, we've been setting up, we had some time to get ready. So, CA, I've been keeping my eyes peeled.
I figured you look at
I've been sneaker checking. I've been seeing what people have been going on. I do know. I know that a gentleman, whenever we were waiting to get in, he was wearing some designer. He had on some Prada, so I couldn't help but notice the Prada.
What about Pumas?
I have not seen any Pumas yet. I've seen a fair amount of Asics because a lot of Asics is a really big brand with tennis. I've seen some Travises. I've seen some Travis Scotts here and there.
Any Yeezys?
I have seen some Yeezys. I've seen some 350 Boosts, so cancel them if you want, but the Yeezys will always be popular. A gentleman just walked by us in a pair of Longhorn Nike Pegasus, so I will always appreciate that, being the Texas fan that I am. So I'm keeping my eyes out, seeing if I can see some good sneaker game out here at the Dallas Open. So far, I would say we're doing pretty well. All right, so from the 214, Nike Air Zoom Pegasus Las Vegas Raiders edition. So we were just talking about the Longhorns edition. Yep. He's rocking the Raiders edition from the 214.
Oh, well, look at this. 214 rocking the retro Fila Jamal Mashburn's black, yellow, and design. And another 817 says Brooks Ghost 17.
Oh, those are so comfy.
Another 817 says, has Kevin ever listened to License to Ill? Probably not. You're not familiar with License to Ill, are you? That would be the Beastie Boys.
Okay.
You got to fight.
Oh, yeah.
For your right. to party.
Okay, yeah, no, I know that. I definitely know that song.
You just didn't know the album.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, you're right.
Somebody said K-Swiss was my favorite shoes from the 80s, 817.
I might have to look at getting me some Pumas because Puma is the official sponsor now for McLaren F1. And for those that don't know, I'm a big F1 fan, have a podcast. You can go follow it, The Lap Podcast, shameless plug. All right, some LaMelo Ball love from the 214, the Porsche Pumas that someone left on the hood of my car in the middle of the night.
Look out.
So there you go.
682 says, I'm wearing my work shoes. I forgot to change before I left. I should be wearing my army green Adidas. And another, somebody's working, let's see, they're working with their cowboy boots on. I'm going to make sure I get his props here. He said he's at work wearing his cowboy boots.
Yeah, another one from the 817 doing my chef thing in the 25-year-old cowboy boots. So your cowboy boots are older than mine, are older than me. So there you go.
Classics.
And then from the 469, he knows what I'm talking about. I'm wearing my Greek Freaks for right now, the same ones that Blake clowned me for. Sunshine Kobe ones from the 469 and some the on-cloud tilts from the 903. I really like those. Those are so comfortable.
You mentioned All-Star Weekend, and that's where they get a lot of marketing done with all the shoes. Let's talk about Klay Thompson's big deal at Anta at their grand opening of their Beverly Hills store.
Yeah, so they did have their big opening, their first official walk-in store that you can go inside now. And for those that don't know, Anta actually purchased Puma. So Anta's making their way up there now ever since Kyrie's gone over there. And I don't know the exact position that I know he's some form of an ambassador and he has some kind of a VP role. He's definitely in the sayings of what happens there.
Yeah, he can sign people too.
Yes, and
he signed his dad.
Maybe he signed Klay because Klay
was there. Klay was there for 10 years.
Klay has been there for a long time.
Longer than Kyrie.
Now he is a lifetime Anta athlete. So Klay will forever be rocking the Antas. And I did see that his deal is going to include him after basketball as well. So we'll see what Klay Thompson has cooked up. That was an edition of Khakis Kicks. Go ahead and keep texting in. I'll respond to you on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. But coming up in the third hour, let's get back to the grind in Arizona. Let's check in on the Texas Rangers next on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
When Texas chills, Specs thrills. Keeping spirits high, glasses full, and the fun from freezing over. Bundle up with a bold bourbon or mix up mulled wine that'll melt the frost right off. Whatever your winter looks like, Specs keeps it toasty. Because when the temps dip, grab a jacket, light a fire, and keep the good times rolling. At Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods, the fun starts here.
Today on the CW.
Driver, start your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Today at 3 p.m. on CW33.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Versus Marin Cilic, and it is going down to the wire. We got you till 5 o'clock, one more hour. My name's Kevin Walker. I'm alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Dylan Moore keeping us nice and crispy back in the studio in the Pimp Cup. Ross Lubinsky also keeping us nice and crispy here at our engineer station. We just had a Khakis Kicks. We all have been blowing up the text line. It's a very, very rainy, saturated Valentine's Day, but it has been a fun one. See, I haven't even asked you, what is your Valentine's Day plans, if you do care to share?
I've said this so many times. My wife's got it made. Christmas, and then right after Christmas, a week later, is New Year's Eve. 10 days after that is our anniversary. 10 days after that is her birthday. And 2 weeks after that is Valentine's Day. She gets a smile.
Yeah, no kidding.
Actually, we've had a great month. And so I told her, happy Valentine's Day, and she's going to chill at the house.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, what about you and yours?
Oh, so we're going to, I mentioned it earlier.
That's right.
I mentioned it earlier, but hey, if you didn't hear, go ahead and get that Odyssey app, hit that Odyssey Rewind. We started at 2 o'clock. Me and my girlfriend are going out to the Trevor Wallace comedian show tomorrow night. So she got the tickets. It was a gift for both of us because we really wanted to go. So we're going to go to that tomorrow. I'm really excited. He had his first show. So this is only his second show on the tour, on the stop. So his first show was last night in Austin. So he's going to be in Grand Prairie tomorrow. And you know what, Tolos, if you're going, let me know. So that way, I can get a feel for what kind of comedy y'all like. So I really like it. I've been to one other comedian, and you might have heard of him, Shane Gillis. So it was a blast. I have to admit, that was a
Shane's pretty funny.
Ton of fun.
His Super Bowl commercial's funny too.
Yeah, he's got good commercials with Bud Light for sure.
Yep.
We just did a Khakis Kicks. Everybody is texting in their sneakers. So before we get into this Ranger segment, I do want to give the Tolos some love because they definitely deserve it.
Yes, sir.
So we ended off with the 903 talking about his ONS Cloud Tilts. So those are really comfortable because they're just slip-on sneakers, but they have a good amount of cushion to them. So they're not the regular slip-on that is low to the ground. They have a little bit of cushion. They're really, really comfortable. I definitely wish I had a pair. The Jordan race team colors of the Jordan 4 from the 225 I really wanted those in high school. The motorsports is if he's talking about the motorsports.
Yeah, George's got a team.
I really like those.
23X1 or something.
Yeah, something like that. The Hoka Skyflow on his way to work from the 817. The Kobe 6 Reverse Grinches rocking a little heat today from the 903. Wish I could be rocking the Air Mags from the 903, but he's rocking the Reverse Grinches. Look, those are both solid options. The Reverse Grinches is definitely the eye-popping sneaker there, but I will always take a pair of Air Mags. There is a movie called Adidas versus Puma on Prime that is really good. All in German, but worth the watch from the 214. So I guess
movie watching is a sport.
Movie watching is a sport. Maybe I'll try to throw on the subtitles and we'll get into it. But this is the home.
Kevin.
Yes.
This is the home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers.
Home of the Cowboys and home of the Rangers.
Before you get into the Rangers, we are here at this Nexo Dallas Open.
Yes.
And it is riveting right now because Fritz Taylor, the number 1 seed.
Yeah, on the ropes.
He won the first set 7-6.
Right.
This second set, that's why I was going crazy. It's 6-6 right now.
Yeah.
It could go either way.
Yeah, and we're going to keep everybody posted, keep everybody updated because we are broadcasting live. We are about 50 feet or so from where they are playing. By the way, there is a practice court on both sides of us, CA, to the left and to our right. So plenty of room for everybody to practice, and I know that there's going to be a ton of people making their way out here to the Frisco location, to the Star for the Dallas Open because Ben Shelton, who a lot of people should be familiar with, is playing tonight.
I just talked to some of the staff, Tovash. And he said, wait till you see all the people who show up. He's like a rock star. And I said, everybody's going to be looking around for his girl, Tiffany Rodman. And Tiffany, by the way, of course, plays soccer. She's the highest paid U.S. female soccer player in the world, and Team USA. And I think she's playing this women's soccer, professional soccer league, and she's based out of Washington, so she's not here. But her dad grew up here, South Cliff, Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, there's always a local connection. Definitely, people are going to be looking for Trinity Rodman. She's got really good style. She just signed with Adidas, so being the sneaker guy, obviously, I got to know that. 214 Jordan 4 Nigel Sylvesters, even in the rain. So I respect that for sure. All right, getting into the Rangers, we had somebody who a lot of Rangers fans really love, a 2023 hero. Joined the staff once again. He's still going through some rehab, still going through some injury rehab. I need to be specific. Dylan, if you could give me cut 4 here, this is Jordan Montgomery on why he came back to Texas.
There's a lot of reasons. Obviously, I love it here. Evo, Jake, Jungle Cat, just the culture, knowing how comfortable I would be here. The memories, having Higgy here was a huge plus. Being so comfortable with him with our 8 years together in New York. Skip, our time together in St. Louis, it was just like every arrow was pointing to Texas. But definitely being here and just kind of having that a little more comfortability, my feet under me, having people around me that know me, it really adds a lot of value. I've been talking to Evo for a while, being a 2TJ guy. But then I texted him and was like, hey, you got a locker open beside you? And texted him, Corey, and Higgy. Higgy was my catcher in 2016 on. Okay. So I had him in high A, double A, triple A, and then 7 years in the big leagues. 6 years in the big leagues. So he is, I love me some Higgy.
So Jordan Montgomery, for those who maybe don't know, was one of the starting pitchers for the Texas Rangers on that historic World Series run. Made an incredible play. I'll never forget it, where he had to extend himself off the mound to make a grab. He's made some incredible plays. He was always getting out of jams. So a lot of Rangers fans definitely remember Jordan Montgomery and definitely wanted him back. Scott Boras got in the conversation. He went over to
Scott Boras is the devil. He is the best agent in baseball forever. I should say best. He's always making sure his clients get paid. And everybody knew Jordan Montgomery should be back here in Texas, even though his wife had a practice in Boston. Everybody said, he's going to wind up in Boston. And he's waiting because Boras said, you sit tight.
Yeah.
And he winds up saying with Arizona, he didn't even want to be there.
No, he didn't want to be there. And
then he got hurt.
And then he dropped Boris because he pretty much came out and was like, look, I wish I would have just made the decision emotionally rather than financially. But neither here nor there. Now he's signed with the Rangers on a 1-year deal. Now he's not going to play immediately.
Because he got hurt.
Because he's still rehabbing from that TJ surgery. So we'll be seeing him later on this year. Now, some people are talking about he could be part of the starting rotation. But some people are talking about...
Pump the brakes.
Some people could be talking about him being in the reliever role. Because we need reliever pitchers. Really bad.
Okay. Give me my thoughts right here. He could be in the starting rotation as he was when they went to the World Series.
Right.
If he's 100%. The theory is this. He's not going to be ready until at least the All-Star break. Okay? But guess what, though? That's when they got him on the team when they went to the World Series. So you won't be... You're just hoping he's very good. It's not like he's got this incredible arm like DeGrom.
Right.
But he's good, and he knows the ropes, and if he gets to the playoffs, he can handle the situations. With that being said, I look at our bullpen, and I think the bullpen's okay. I just don't like the fact that we have a known closer. I think they're going to have Robert Garcia back at it again.
Yep.
And I think he's Chris what's going to be back there with him. That's what they're saying. I don't know. All I know is Garcia, he was all right till you couldn't trust him no more. And maybe CY is looking at it like, when we went to World Series, I got Chapman at the trade deadline, and it worked out. So maybe he keeps thinking he's going to get a closer at the trade deadline. I wish they had a real closer now because the pitching rotation is solid. You hear the crowd in the background?
Yeah, the crowd's getting loud right now.
Because Fritz is up 6-3 in this set, and if he wins it, he'll win 7-6, 7-6, and move on to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, because this is the semifinals round, so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of the competition. So the big names are coming out, the big stars are coming out, so everybody's getting up and excited.
Uh-oh.
And hopefully the Tolos can hear it. There you go.
Fritz has advanced. And cross your fingers, it might be Ben Shelton if he wins his match tonight.
That would be what a setup that would be. That would be fantastic. But yeah, getting back over to the Rangers. So I think that it would at least be worth the conversation because the starting roster let me emphasize, the starting rotation is so stacked. And especially if you get an incredible year from the guys that you need. DeGrom comes back and he has a good year. Jack Leiter, if he comes
could be
back,
number 4.
He could be number 4. Because he got better last year.
Yep.
He got better last year as the year went on. If you see even more progress from him, even more from him that
so
makes
DeGrom's
you think
your
that
1.
He could be, yeah.
You got Evo as your 2.
Yes.
Nathan Eovaldi. Your number 3, you just got him. You just traded for him.
Yep.
What's his name?
Mackenzie Gore.
Gore. Gore's solid, and he's only going to get better. And then, like you said, Leiter, that's your 4. And you got even more guys who could come in and out.
Right, and so you pull up the names. You got guys like Kumar Rocker. You got guys like Jacob Latz, and then obviously we're talking about Jordan Montgomery. So there's a lot of guys that could fill out that 5th spot in the starting rotation. Kumar Rocker is a name that has been talked about in the reliever role with how fast he can pitch and
throws it hard,
the command that he can have. But Skip Schumacher came out earlier this week and pretty much like, no, Kumar's a starter. We're going to lean on him as a starter. We believe in him as a starter. He's a young kid. He's still got a long ways to go, and we really haven't even seen what his full potential is, speaking of Kumar Rocker. So there's a lot of guys that could get that nod at the 5th spot in the starting rotation. So just a couple of names to think about as we get closer and closer to starting the Rangers season. I did also want to take the time to talk about some baseball-related things. There's a press release from Major League Baseball about the ABS system. So a lot of people are going to get up in arms about it.
Here we go.
The automatic balls and strike system, for those that didn't know. It's one of those movements that baseball has been making about the ABS system. They started with the minor leagues. Now they're moving it up to the major leagues. Some people feel a different kind of way about it. So
mostly refs.
Because your job is getting,
AI is replacing them.
AI is replacing you. So it's something a lot of people are talking about.
umpires.
Now, as far as extra
refs.
innings goes, I do know that the MLB came out and said that because you get two challenges, two challenges for the ABS system. Even if you use both of them, if you go to extra innings, you're still going to get a challenge. Now, I do think that they said it's going to be a challenge per inning if you lose it or if you use it. Chris Sale, who is a probable Hall of Fame pitcher, I would like to say, he came out and said, "Look, I'm not challenging the pitchers. I'm not challenging the pitches. If that is a manager's call, that is not a pitcher's call." So it's just another nuance to this new age of baseball that we're getting into, right? The ABS system, the pitch clock, all those things to think about that's speeding up this game.
Well, you know what? This is what I always kind of shrug my shoulders sometimes, because a lot of people resist change. I can't even tell you how many people thought that the pitch count, getting rid of the shift and the pitch clock.
Right.
They were like losing their minds. And guess what? Everybody was happy once they started doing it. It's like, wait a minute, the games aren't 5 hours long anymore.
And the Ghost Runner and the extra innings. A lot of people are upset about it.
They were losing mind. Because it's not only traditionalists, but just there's a lot of people just resist change until they see it and they go, oh, okay. So all baseball is trying to do is keep younger people interested in it.
Right.
It's not like the 1970s or 90s or even 1950s where you go out to the ballpark with your granddad or your dad and you're just sitting there and, having conversations with him and watching people throw the ball around.
Right.
Those days are about gone.
Yeah.
This is the day and age of instant gratification, and you go online, and that's what a lot of people under the age of 30 do. They go online.
Yep.
You got TikTok, you got Reels, you got everything that's instant results.
Yeah.
So going to a game of baseball, it ain't necessarily in their wheelhouse.
No.
So you want to make it so it's consumer friendly, or guess what? You won't have a game if it can't pay for itself.
Exactly. So let's go over to the text line, 877-881-1053. Rocker needs to be our closer from the 903. 940, my longtime buddy Ryan Brazier just signed with the Rangers.
Sure did.
When healthy, legit, 2 rings with Red Sox and L.A.
Otolo Jeff said, don't forget about Cody Bradford, number 5 starter.
I love Cody Bradford. I don't know what point he's going to be coming back or what his injury status is, but I love Cody Bradford. I was really wanting this past year to be a big step for him, to kind of take that step as a probable starter, mid-relief, mid-game relief kind of situation. I think Cody Bradford could really do anything.
Speaking of pitchers, I forgot where I watched this or heard this. They're talking about the theory that Hall of Fame pitchers, because you mentioned Chris Sale, right?
Mm-hmm.
They might not have 200 wins anymore because bullpens.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's become a bullpen thing. They're not going to get those long innings. They're not. I mean, I shouldn't say 200 wins. I'm talking about strikeouts. My bad. Strikeouts. Because they're not doing 9 innings anymore.
I was on the phone with Daddy Walker. I was on the phone with my dad earlier this week, and we were talking about this very thing. The averages of what innings pitched from starters nowadays to this is an extreme example from the Nolan Ryans of the world, right? And it is about a 5 2/3 innings is the average for a starter in today's age of baseball. So you're exactly right. I think that's something that you have to consider when you talk about these statistical categories that these Cy Young winners or these top premier pitchers are performing with.
Before we go to break,
the math is changing.
We got a hockey update.
Oh, here we go.
The United States has extended their lead. Jake Gunsel finds the back of the net. It is 5-3 Team USA with 12 minutes to play.
There we go.
Updates.
There we go. That's what we need. Well, it's now that time for a little CA Stories Confidential. CA, where we going?
I'm going to tell you the story about an NBA All-Star Weekend that wound up making Mike Tyson lose about half of his earnings. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation.
per present in Texas. Terms apply. See ads@underdogfantasy.com/web/playing /DFS_.html for details concerning the play. Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
This next segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're live here at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open at the Frisco in Frisco at the Star. We are the home of the Cowboys and the home of the Texas Rangers, and right now we are at the home of the Cowboys. But it's that time for a little CA Stories Confidential.
And thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you all, fellas, for allowing me to tell some of these stories of having it's been a fun career, wonderful life. And I'm going to go back because this is All-Star Saturday in the NBA.
Right.
And I've covered 22 NBA All-Star weekends, All-Star games, etc., even back in the days when it was East versus West, which was not that long ago. But one of the most incredible All-Star Saturday events was when Michael Jordan in Chicago beat Dominique Wilkins in the finals of the slam dunk competition. It's iconic. I was right there on the press row. I took pictures with my not Polaroid camera, but your disposable camera.
Yeah.
And awesome Jordan pictures. That weekend, it was below zero. The Hawk, which is the wind in Chicago, it was freezing cold. All the families, media, players, sponsors, everybody's going to the Chicago Stadium in buses and stuff. It was just freezing cold. It was crazy. But I got to tell you this one little side story that's out of that same All-Star weekend. My buddy Sam Perkins, he's my frat brother, former Dallas Maverick great, from North Carolina, played ball with Michael Jordan in North Carolina, and won the Olympic gold medal. Sam, when he was playing for the Mavericks, he had, you know how players have friends that kind of hang around them. Some people call them entourage or whatever. Their posse. Yeah. He had a buddy named John Horn, and John was always helping Sam. He's running errands for him all the time. One day, John tells me he's going to L.A. and he's going to be an actor. He's going to go to acting school. And then he just left. Now I'm like, he's not going to be an actor. He doesn't have the personality. He's quiet. He doesn't, unless he just flips a switch, I can't even see. So he goes to acting school. And all of a sudden, fast forward half of the year later, All-Star Weekend, out of nowhere, there's John. And I'm like, he's not involved with NBA stuff anymore because he's in acting school in L.A. I said, oh, you're just hanging out? He goes, hey, I'm here hanging out. I said, so you're still in acting school? Oh, yeah. I'm in acting school with Brad Pitt and Robin Givens. Robin Givens was Tyson's wife, not at that time, but she was going out with Mike Tyson. And she married him. The craziest thing is, she says, and Robin Givens and we became really good friends. And Robin's here at the game with Mike Tyson. I said, oh, really? Mm. And so he said, you want to meet? I said, I covered Mike, but I met him, but I don't really know him well. So this is like 88 or something like that, 1988. I go up in the stands, and on the way up the stands to see Tyson, and he wasn't like far up. It was kind of like on the sides. There's Oprah. Because she's Chicago, right? She's there, and she's with Gail. She was with Gail, her friend Gail, who's a reporter now at CBS. And they're watching the game, the All-Star activities on Saturday. And then we go up there, and here's Mike Tyson, and John says, hey, I want you to meet my buddy Chris Arnold from Dallas. And Mike said, how you doing? And then he said, I want you to meet Robin. Robin and I just got engaged last night. Robin, show him the ring. I was like, what? So she shows me the ring, her wedding ring, the engagement ring. And, you know, she's already a TV actress. And, by the way, Brad Pitt was only on TV back then.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then Tyson marries Robin Givens. It was a volatile relationship. They got a divorce. And when they got a divorce, Don King stepped in to take over his career. D'Amato, who had been handling Mike Tyson, and he was his manager and all that, he had passed away. So I'm not even thinking about anything. I'm just like, okay, I met Robin Givens, and I've met lots of times covering Mike Tyson and got to know him a little bit better over the years. Little did I know until they announced it when Don King was taking care of Mike Tyson. Now, he was going to be his promoter. He's got two co-managers. Two co-managers. One guy was his friend growing up in Brooklyn. Is his buddy growing up in Brooklyn. And the other co-manager is a guy named John Horn. I looked up. That's John Horn. That's Perkins' buddy from the Posse. And I was like, I cannot wait to the fight, one of the Tyson's fights, to find out how the hell he wound up with Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, when Mike and Robin got the divorce, he sided with the money. To be friends with the money when he knew Tyson only through Robin. So he's now Mike Tyson's co-manager. And I'm like, this is crazy. A few years later, Mike gets in trouble. He goes to jail. He got charged with it was rape, I guess, Miss Black America pageant or something in Indianapolis, and he's in jail. And while he's in jail, his money goes, and everybody says, Don King wiped him out. Don King might have got some of that money, but John Horn is a very wealthy man right now.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. It's crazy, but it's true. John Horn, I think he's now written a book. I have not seen him in 10, 15 years. And by the way, his other manager, Rory Sparrow. Rory Sparrow? His name was Rory. That was Tyson's buddy growing up. And like I said, I could not believe what happened. And Mike, of course, dumped Don King, and he came back to fight some more. And, of course, you know what happened when he fought Evander Holyfield. And he bit his ear the second fight. I was at all those fights. But like I said, you just never know what happens at an All-Star Weekend. And let me say this about All-Star Weekend, and I was talking about this earlier, whether it's Pro Bowl, Midsummer Classic, Major League Baseball's All-Star Game, NBA All-Star Game, they're always trying to make them better. And I've been fortunate enough, like I said, to cover 22 All-Star Games. Actually was the MC. We had 3 MCs at the one at AT&T Stadium, me and Allie D, and the MC for the New Orleans Hornets back then. It was not the Pelicans, it was the Hornets. This was in 2010. And the halftime was Alicia Keys. It was spectacular. 108,000 people at AT&T Stadium. The All-Star Saturday stuff was at the American Airlines Center. That 108,000 people, that was the largest crowd in history to see a basketball game. And it looked intimate. They spent money to make that place look intimate. It was a lot of fun. It was great. That was, let's see, Jason Kidd, Dirk, Steve Nash, all were representing the West in that one. I've covered an All-Star game in Cleveland where I did my radio show from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Hooked that up. I've done All-Star games, just name them. The greatest slam, I mentioned Jordan's iconic moment. He took off from one end of the floor and then he jumped from the free throw line and dunked it.
Yep.
But that wasn't the best All-Star performance ever. Vince Carter. It was over.
Yep.
Nobody had seen nothing like that. That was the greatest slam dunk. I was here, and the All-Star game was also in '86 when Spud Webb won the slam dunk. 5'6" Spud Webb, who is going up against his teammate Dominique Wilkins. It's the Reunion Arena. It was a rainy day just like today. Everybody made it in there. And to show how small he was, Spud did something very important. He walked up to the goal and looked up at it. So everybody know how small he is. And then he dunked the hell out of that ball. I mean, slam dunk champ.
Yeah.
It's 40 years ago this weekend. 40 years ago is when Spud Webb did that. And he's an icon. He's a legend, NBA legend. He's also the president of the G League team that the Mavericks have up in Frisco.
Okay.
The Texas Legends.
All right.
And finally, the last thing I want to say about All-Star Weekend, and again, all of them are trying to do different things to stay relevant or keep people coming to them and stuff. When Larry Bird won that three-point shootout at NBA All-Star Weekend here in Dallas, first thing he said in that locker room when they were all waiting to come out, who's coming in second? And then his last shot, he didn't even look at it. He just walked away. And he wore his warm-up jacket. He was just wearing his warm-up jacket. And last but not least, All-Star Weekend is in L.A. this weekend. Cooper Flagg he's got that heel injury or that foot injury.
Yeah, mid-foot sprain.
Mid-foot sprain. Mentioned he's at Duke. We watched Duke take on North Carolina today. He's not in the Rising Stars. He'll be in plenty of All-Star games in his career. But this is the first time since like 1993 no Dallas Maverick was involved with any of the All-Star Weekend festivities.
I didn't think about that, yeah.
This is before Jason Kidd got there. And by the way, when Jason Kidd was in the rookie game, per se, he and Grant Hill were the co-MVPs of the rookie game, and they wound up being co-rookie of the years for the NBA. They shared that. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Con Knippel and Cooper Flagg.
They are awfully close.
They're awfully close. Both of them have. I know this. Cooper Flagg has never not been Western Conference Rookie of the Month.
Correct.
And I think Knippel has been it every month for the East. I could be wrong.
I'll see.
I will say this. He's number 2 in the raw polls and people projecting, right? Knippel? Is either Flagg or Knippel?
Yeah, it's pretty much them two and then everybody else. Yeah.
So don't be surprised if there's a co, because it's never, people think, oh, yeah, it's been done before, and it happened with Jason Kidd and Grant Hill, and both of them wind up great careers.
That is correct. Con Knippel has won 3 straight Rookie of the Month in the Eastern Conference.
And Cooper Flagg in the West. Yeah. So there you have it. A quick little CA Stories Confidential. And when we come back, we got to talk about the Cowboys. We're here at Ford Stadium, Ford Field at the Star. And Calvin Watkins from the Morning News, beat writer extraordinaire, he has come up with a primer for the offseason and what the Cowboys need to do. That's next on 105.3 Fan.
Get exquisite finds at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on all caviar.
105.3 The Fan.
This final segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
This place is getting packed out as we speak. We are here at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open. It's the final segment here. But
tennis, anyone?
Tennis, anybody? I mean, Ben Shelton, one of the biggest names, could be going up against Taylor Fritz because he won earlier today, 5 o'clock. So everybody's getting ready. They're getting all ready to go. The crowd is filling out as we speak because Ben Shelton, the big name, is here, and he's going to be performing here in about an hour or so.
He's going up against the defending champion last year, the guy from Canada, and I don't want to spring this on you, Dylan, but I can't pronounce his name well.
I can give it a shot, and then Dylan can correct me. All right, Dylan. This is
6 o'clock tonight.
Denis Shapovalov.
Yeah, Denis Shapovalov. There you go.
Shapovalov. Nice job.
I do have a final
my win of the day.
for you guys. United States versus Denmark. That score just went final. The United States were victorious. 6-3 is the final score. I believe they will be playing Germany tomorrow, if I remember correctly.
Can we get a little Jake Ottinger action? That's all I'm asking for, is just a little Jake Ottinger action.
Put him back in goal. And by the way, congratulations again to Team Finland, because there's a lot of Dallas Stars fans who know about the Finnish Mafia. Moose Nilm, Nico, 11-0 over Italy today. So congrats to those guys.
Yes, and we are it will be Germany. They will start at 2:10 tomorrow. That's Central Time here in Texas.
All right, and we are at the home of the Dallas Cowboys, the Star in Frisco, and we are the home of the Dallas Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan, and we've got the perfect off-season primer. CA, take it away.
It is perfect. I have to give major props to Calvin Watkins, longtime beat writer for the Dallas Morning News, who put this thing together in order, because we know that the Cowboys have to make decisions. I'm going to ask you just to show you, it's officially the offseason. Super Bowl was last weekend.
Right.
It's officially the offseason. Can you remember the Cowboys' record last season? And this is off the top of your head.
Yeah, 7-8.
No, it wasn't.
7-9.
No, it wasn't.
What was it?
7-1. They had a tie. People forget. That's why I'm trying to tell you, you got to get ready for the offseason. A lot of people don't even know that off the top of their head because it's been that long.
It's so long
They
ago.
didn't even make the playoffs, so that's why you don't remember. Okay, so do you know about the money? Okay, I mentioned this earlier, that the salary cap, they expected to go from $279 million up to maybe $305 million. It always goes up exponentially. Okay, so the NFL teams have until March 11th to get under the cap. Right now, with Dak's money, you know how they always restructure contracts and things?
Yep.
Well, Dak has restructured contracts before, so has other players like Zach Martin. It happens all the time because they're going to get the money. It's just which year they're going to get it. Right. If they don't restructure those contracts, they will be $29.1 billion over the cap. I only mention that because that's what Steven's going to complain about. And that's not true.
Right.
They can restructure whatever they want. They have March 11th. They're going to be under the cap. To show you how they have no problem getting under the cap, do you realize they were way under the cap last year during the season? They were not even close to the cap.
Right.
So don't worry about the cap. So what should they do with that money? They're going to open up $79.6 million in cap space. Do you think they should do a move on the offensive line? Terrence Steele, if you cut him, $14 million.
I think you have to have those conversations, and I know that there has been some lackluster play from Terrence Steele, but I don't think that
you have enough depth.
I think you do. I think you do have enough depth that you could make that move and kind of lean on one of those guys. And look, it doesn't have to be day one offensive tackle that you have to take, or an offensive lineman in general you have to take. You can wait day 3. You could wait a little bit later in the draft. It doesn't have to be one of those guys that you're hoping will be a plug-and-play kind of guy, but I think that you have to at least look at making that move as far as the Terrence Steele goes.
The reason I bring that up, and you mentioned plug-and-play, Cowboy fans, you should know this by now. Even though they say we're draft and develop, you've been watching too much on-the-job training, and everybody's not plug and play.
I might have made people upset saying that.
No. Tyler Guyton, you don't know if he's any good or not because he's hurt.
Right.
He's a better right tackle. He was All-American at OU, right tackle. They moved him to left tackle. He's hurt. Tyler Smith is a better. Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith is a better tackle than guard, but he wants to stay at guard, like Zach Martin wanted to stay at right guard.
Right.
Terrence Steele is not a swing tackle. So I'm really curious about their depth. I'm like, okay, are you sure you can make these moves? Or are you going to keep Tyler Smith? You're going to have to pay him more money to stay over there at left tackle? I mean, I don't know. By the way, there's some guys that are probably going to be gone to give you more cap space. I mentioned Terrence Steele, Malik Hooker, that's $6 million. Logan Wilson. They never used him last year, remember?
No, they did not.
They traded for him with Bengals and never used him.
Shout out Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, right. Okay. How many unrestricted free agents do you think the Cowboys have? Unrestricted.
Unrestricted free agents?
You can just ballpark. I'm not expecting you to know this. Nobody's going to know this off the top of their head.
I'm going to go double digits. I'm going to say 11.
You're really good at this. They have 15.
Okay.
That's 15 unrestricted, 4 restricted, and 2 exclusive right free agents. All right? And the big 4, he calls them the Fantastic 4. These are the guys most people say if you're serious about going somewhere in the playoffs, you better sign them. Can you name the Fantastic 4?
I would say that Javonte Williams is going to be in it.
That's one. Running back.
George Pickens would be in this.
That's 2.
Jadeveon Clowney would be in this.
That's 3, and there's one more. You want me to give you a hint?
Yeah, give me a hint.
He grew up in Plano.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I can't. You'll have to tell me because as soon as you tell me, it'll hit my brain.
You're going to be so
blanked.
mad at yourself.
I will be. I'm blanked.
I'll give you a hint. Dak Prescott gave him a nickname.
Ooh, a nickname. Yeah, you got to tell me. I'm blanking right now.
He's the best in his position in the NFL.
Oh, you're talking about Turpin, aren't you?
No. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you're talking about Brandon Aubrey.
Thank you, Butter.
Oh,
Butter. Right. Yeah, Aubrey is the best. I'm not saying. Now you could quibble on certain statistics, but he is the best.
We got to get him paid,
and you got to just get it taken care of. Give him at least $6 million. He's got to get at least what Dicker the Kicker's getting in LA with the Chargers. Let's look down a little bit further. And by the way, he's got a great primer. We already talked about Pickens a little bit. How can the Cowboys fix that defense? Well, there's a lot of ways, and that's why you got Christian Parker. CP is the man. How do you like the way Jerry and Steven and Will McClay are allowing, and Shoddy are allowing Pickens to get all these young guys to be his assistant and not making him, we got a former player that wants to be a position coach over here.
Right. Yeah, no, I think they're doing a really good job trying to be as hands-off as they can, letting Shoddy and letting these guys make these decisions that they need to make. And we saw it on the defensive side of the ball. They completely redid everything, and a lot of people feel really good about it. It's a fairly young defensive side of the ball, and I know we're talking about the offense, but I think overall, I think Jerry and Steven and co, I think they're doing a good job trying to take their hands off, let the football minds make the football decisions.
Okay, so check this out. Their free agents, the Cowboys always try to wait a week. And we like to say they try to do these great value Walmart special players. It's like, no, because they don't want to overspend the first week. But it's not overspending if you're getting quality and you're solving a need and you're not counting on the draft pick to be a play and plug and hit the first year.
Right.
Remember, Dak Prescott's on fire. The offense is perfect if you just get the defense fixed. Here are some free agents that Calvin says they should target. Tell me what you think about this name. Alex Singleton, linebacker from Denver.
I think that anybody that you can add in the linebacker room is somebody you have to have a conversation about.
Here's another one. Nakobe Dean from the Eagles.
That's the enticing one, right, with the connection to Christian Parker. So you have to think about that one. I like that.
How about on that defensive line, edge rusher from the Vegas Raiders, Malcolm Kuntz. He's coming off an ACL. He had 4.5 sacks, 13 quarterback. hits, he's a free agent. We're not talking about trading for Max Crosby.
Right, of course.
Bringing him back home, that would be the dream come true if you were able to pull something off like that. But
Right.
we're just talking about a free agent signing. Max Kuntz.
I don't want to take a risk on anybody that's dealing with an injury or is coming off an injury. I would rather address the defensive line via draft.
Okay, we're not going to get to the draft today, but the final 5th free agent that the Cowboys might want to kick the tires on, I want to get your initial reaction. I'm going to look at your face when I say it. Would you be interested in Rico Dowdle if Williams goes somewhere else for bigger money? They can't get a deal done. Williams, by the way, changed agents.
You can never say never in this business. I think that you need to talk to Rico Dowdle. It didn't sound like he was for sure on coming back to Carolina after the ending that they had last year. Pretty much saying he didn't get the play time that he wanted. Again, the injury history, that's something that you have to think about. That's something that worries you. I think that's something that worried about the Cowboys in the first place. If Javonte Williams, if his number's too high and Rico Dowdle's is a little bit lower, but something tells me that Rico's going to he wants a lot of money. This is going to have to be his payday.
Yeah, and to me, I'm still doing whichever you take care of Javonte Williams. It's all set.
Right.
And Rico, I love Rico, but guess what? Javonte covered all the bases, so handle up on that.
Especially the blocking side of things.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's your primer, half the primer, on a Cowboy Saturday out here on a tennis court.
Thank you, CA. That was an incredible primer done by Calvin Watkins. Well, it's been a fantastic show. Little technical difficulty, but because of those technical difficulties, we have to give a ton of shout-outs. It's been an incredible showing here at the Dallas Open. We are here live at the Frisco, the Star in Frisco. Ross Lubinsky, our engineer, did an incredible job today. Dylan Moore back in Dallas at the Pimp Cup, holding it down with an Olympic update, correcting us on all the things tennis. If you want to come out here, definitely you should. Ben Shelton will be
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. He'll be the featured, the name to watch for sure. It's been an incredible show. Make sure that you have a fantastic Valentine's Day. Get around safely. Plan accordingly for this rain.
A lot of flooding too.
A lot of flooding. Be sure to stay safe out there. Stay safe out there. Again, have fun. Have a good Valentine's Day. This has been another fantastic show with CA. Again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to the Nexo Dallas Open. Make sure you make your way out here. Ben Shelton, 6 o'clock. It is the name to watch. You can keep your eye out for Trinity Rodman as well. But coming up, thank you for tuning in on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.